Уважаемые дамы и господа, мы начинаем. Ваше превосходительство,
Ladies and gentlemen, let me begin. Your Excellencies,
те, кто
esteemed
участвует
guests,
сегодня лично и
everyone
онлайн,
who is participating
мы рады
here in
приветствовать вас на
presentier
открытии
and
второго
online, we are
Российско-Африканского
glad to
общественного
welcome you
форума.
at the second
Формат, конечно, мероприятия у
Russian-African
нас сегодня
Public
крайне
Forum.
необычный, но
The
я думаю, что
format
уже
for
все
today is very
присутствующие
unusual. I
прекрасно
just think that everyone
понимают и
present
адаптировались к нашей новой
realize
реальности.
what we're doing,
Это
being
мероприятие
adapted
проводится в
to
рамках
this new
стратегических
reality.
задач внешней
This
политики
event
России
is
по
being
развитию и
held
укреплению
within the
социальных,
strategic goals of the
гуманитарных,
Russian
культурных, а
Federation
также
to strengthen the
торгово-экономических
cultural,
отношений со
humanitarian,
странами
and
африканского
commercial
континента,
relations with
выстраиванию
African
более
nations.
прочного институционального
We aimed
фундамента
at building
Российско-Африканского
more
сотрудничества.
solid foundation
И
for the
это, по
Russian-African
сути, уникальное
cooperation.
событие. В
And
чем
in
его
essence, this
уникальность?
is a
Не только,
unique
как я уже
event.
сказала, в
It is
формате.
unique not just
Сегодня
because of the
никого не
format.
удивит переход
No one
делового
would
и
be
личного общения
surprised
в
by the fact
виртуальную
that
реальность.
our business and personal
Могли ли мы с вами
communication now is
предположить, наверное,
held
даже год
online?
назад,
Could we
что мир
assume 1 year
столкнется с
ago
такой
that the
опасностью,
world
как пандемия?
will face such a challenge
Но
as the pandemic?
гипотетически, наверное, да. Практически,
But
наверное,
in
нет.
theory, probably we could have
А удивителен
guessed
наш
that,
форум
but in
тем,
practice,
что
no.
диалог
Our
гражданских обществ в мировом контексте,
session is
в каком бы
surprising is
формате
that
он ни
a
проходил
dialogue
сегодня,
on civil societies,
особенно в
whatever
условиях
format it
кризиса,
takes, especially amid the
является
crisis,
неотъемлемой,
is an
существенной
integral
частью
part,
всех
is a
сфер
part and
взаимодействия.
parcel of
И,
all
как мы
the areas
обозначили в
in
нашей
which we
повестке,
cooperate. And
основным
as we
драйвером
have
будущего миропорядка.
highlighted in our agenda,
Так или
this is
иначе,
the
мы
main
все
driver
находимся в
of
новой
the
реальности.
future
Мир
world
становится
order. Anyway,
фрагментарным,
we are living in the new
общество
reality.
достаточно разобщено
The world is
территориально,
fragmented and
идеологически.
the society
Но
is
при всем при этом
disintegrated, both in terms of
пандемический кризис,
territory
породивший
and
цепь
otherwise, but
тотальных,
the
а на деле
healthcare
большинства
crisis,
глобальных и
which
локальных процессов,
brought
так или
together,
иначе заставил
brought to a
увидеть
halt all the processes,
потребность
made us
общества,
see
общественного создания возрождать
the
его, расширять
necessity
диапазон общения.
in the extending
Тем
of the
большую
cooperation and
ценность
collaboration.
приобретает сегодня такой
And
крайне
we
важный
attach
инструмент,
more value
как
to
публичная
such a
дипломатия,
tool as
общественная
public policy,
дипломатия, который
public
может быть
diplomacy,
использован в качестве
which can be used
внешнеполитического
as the foreign policy non-state strategic
для
resource
решения непреодолимых
in order
коммуникационных
to
барьеров в
address
вопросах безопасности,
unsurmountable
миротворчества,
communication barriers for peacekeeping and other
Сегодня
items
мы
of the
обсуждаем эти
international
вопросы в
politics.
рамках Российско-Африканского
Today we're
союза.
discussing these issues within the Russian and African cooperation.
Состоялся
Last
первый в
year,
истории саммит
the
России-Африка.
very first Russian-African summit meeting took place in Sochi, which showed a sincere wish of Russia and the whole of the African continent to cooperate, to build partnership institutes, to develop relations based on mutual trust, confidence, and meeting interests of our citizens, our adherence to the principles of international rule, international law. Turbulence, threats, and challenges of the modern times are all present there. How we keep the bridges? How can we maintain this chemistry in our relations, which is historically unfolded between us? How can we move to a totally new, ultra-modern level of our cooperation in order to attain global joint objectives? This is what we're going to speak about today. And this is with great pleasure that I'm introducing to you our participants. We have those who are present online and offline, as becomes to all the events. Mr. Bogdanov, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Russian Federation, Special Representative of the President of the Russian Federation for Middle East and Africa. Mr. Kosachev, Chairman of the Federation Council Committee on International Affairs. Your Excellency, Ms. Jeanne d'Arc, Minister of Environment of the Republic of Rwanda. She will be present online. Andrei Bystrinsky, Chairman of the Board of the Foundation for Development and Support of the Valda International Discussion Club. His Excellency, Ambassador Extraordinary Plenipotentiary of the Arab Republic of Egypt, Mr. Nasser, he is present here in Presentia. Welcome, Mr. Kortunov, Director General of the Russian International Affairs Council. He will be present online. Duke Michel Ngebana, Deputy Chairman of the World Coordination Council of Russian Compatriots, Honorary Council of the Russian Federation in Pointe-Noire, the Republic of Congo, and co-organizer, partner of the Forum, Vladimir Chetty, President of the World Alumni Association. Dear colleagues, saying that, I would like to pass the floor for the words of introduction to Mr. Bogdanov, Deputy Minister of Russian Foreign Affairs. of the Russian Federation. Mr. Bogdanov, over to you. Turbulent continent, and it's obvious that lots of questions may be raised, but most importantly, something which we'd like to note is that we still cooperate. And speaking on behalf of the organizers, I'd like to express my gratitude to the Russian Foreign Ministry for the help in our work in Africa. Thank you for support to our embassies in Africa, without which this interaction won't be possible. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, dear colleagues. I'm glad to welcome all of you, and especially I'm glad to take part, to see online my old friend, Ms. Jeanne d'Arc, Minister of Environment of the Republic of Rwanda, who for many years worked as Rwanda's ambassador in Moscow. I'm sincerely glad to see her. Thank you so much. And please pass my best regards to everyone. I'm glad to welcome the organizers, participants in the second Russian-African Public Forum, which is aimed at contributing to further development of relations between Russia and Africa, along the lines of humanitarian organizations and public and private organizations. Such events are necessary for the development of friendship between Russia and African nations. Such events meet the objectives put forward by the very first Russian-African Summit meeting in Sochi to extend cooperation and exchanges in the area of education science in order to develop the dialogue between civilizations. Africa is going along the scientific and technological development and acts as a responsible stakeholder of the international affairs. And the Africans now realize their unique identity. Traditional friendly relations between Russia and Africa are long-standing, time-tested, and based on the principles of cooperation and mutual trust. Africa is one of the top priorities of Russia in the area of foreign policy. We are adhering to the principles of the international law. The fact that we have to focus on the central role played by the United Nations in order to address the global threats. As the permanent member of the Security Council of the United Nations, Russia plays an important role in determining the peacekeeping role in Africa. The success of Russian-African Summit meeting gave an impetus to the development of relations between Russia and Africa. The messages which we get from the African capitals attest to the fact that Africa now intends to extend the cooperation with Russia. The development of the multifaceted relations, the course which has been pursued by Russia ever since the summit meeting in Sochi, is still being maintained amid the pandemic. We are developing the mechanisms which were developed following the results of Russian-African Summit meeting. In order to contribute to the success of the forum, a secretariat of the forum has been set up in order to prepare Russian-African Summit meetings following the final declaration adopted in Sochi. Such summit meetings will be held every 3 years. Intergovernmental expert committees are going to set up in order to contribute to the agenda in order to bring more humanitarian content to our cooperation. The very first political consultation between the Russian foreign minister and 3 big African countries, Egypt, South Africa, and the Democratic Republic of Congo, took place, and actually next summit meeting between Russia and Africa will be held in Africa. We also are maintaining our relations with the African Union, the very first among the equal in Africa. In compliance with the Memorandum of Cooperation with the African Union signed on the sidelines of the Russian-African Summit meeting, we are now promoting the scientific, technical, and cultural cooperation. The very first round of the expert consultations of the Russian interdepartmental delegation with the African Commission took place in order to develop the plan of actions between the Russian Commission and the African Union. And hallmark event was the negotiations held on September 15th between Mr. Lavrov, Russian Foreign Minister, and Mr. Gabicham, which took a decision to sign a memorandum of understanding between GATT and Russia. We're going to extend cultural and humanitarian relations. Africa still is very much interested in the Russian education, history, and the Russian values. So there is a growing demand for education provided by Russia, and therefore we are going to increase the educational quota extended to Africa. I'm sure that the Russian-African partnership is based on a solid foundation and has very long-standing and good future. I'd like to wish to the participants in the panel discussion successful work. Thank you so much for your attention.
Михаил Леонидович, большое спасибо.
Mr. Bogdanov, thank you so much. And really, the work is in the pipeline. A lot has been done following the results of the Russian-African Summit meeting. And I do think that despite the difficult situation, the fact that the travel is restricted, but still this cooperation will go on and probably more actively in 2021. Therefore, we rely on the active cooperation. Thank you so much. And saying that, I'd like to pass the floor to our old friend, person who worked as ambassador to the Russian Federation and who we're very glad to see, person who managed to join us despite early hours in Rwanda, Ms. Mujima Maria Jeanne d'Arc, Minister of Environment of the Republic of Rwanda. This is a person who is very close to Russia, and I hope that the distance which separates us still makes her love Russia. Your Excellency, over to you. We're glad to see you. Good morning, Mr. Bogdanov. Good morning, everyone, dear friends. For me, it's a great honor to be with you. And there are no distances between us and Russia. Even amid COVID, we can get in touch and to talk and to cooperate. I'm glad to see His Excellency Mr. Bogdanov, and I was very glad that you had time to join us, which in essence is regarded as a cultural event. I'm very glad to join you. In Rwanda, this is early in the morning, but this is not exactly the morning because we started working 2 hours ago. And sadly, we all would like to recover from COVID, and certainly doing that with a special focus on environmental protection. Thank you so much for your invitation. I'm ready to take any questions or I'd like to respond to any business initiatives between Rwanda and Russia. I know that it's quite cold in Moscow, but in Rwanda we have an everlasting spring, eternal spring. I'm glad to invite you to visit Rwanda in order to strengthen our relations. Good morning, Natalia, Mr. Chetty. Good morning, everyone. And thank you so much. Your Excellency, thank you so much. And actually, this is not winter, and we enjoy golden autumn, and hopefully it will last for some time. And it is not only with great pleasure that we may visit Rwanda, but certainly we wish you to stay healthy, to you and to your fellow citizens, because we're fighting against the same enemy, and I hope that all together we will defeat this enemy. You take a very important position of the Minister of the Environment, and within Russian-African relations, environment is one of the pivotal items of our declaration. This is a very important agenda which certainly influences the civil society, further development of the activity of our population. Therefore, I just think on behalf of Russia and on behalf of Rwanda, there will be lots of opportunities to discuss this agenda. Thank you so much. Stay with us. And we have many more items to discuss. Yes, thank you so much. We have huge projects which we would like to discuss with Russia, with country which is close to CERT, and we are now planting new types of trees in order to reduce the CO2 emissions by 38% against business as usual. And I'm involved not only in the environment or ecology, I'm dealing with all other areas. I'm the Minister of the Environment. Environment is about forestry, water resources. We have no oceans. We are landlocked country, but I'm dealing with land. I'm in charge of everything that a man needs. And I just think that with Russian help, we will implement huge projects. And this forum should be very much helpful to implement joint projects, that we could have very solid relations with Russia. Russia granted to us good education, and Russia made us who we are today. And apart from education, we have to do joint business all together. Russia and Rwanda, this is like brother and sister. So let's work together in order to better recover from COVID.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Now the floor goes to Konstantin Kosachev, Chairperson of the Federation Council Committee on Foreign Affairs. At the Federation Council, you are responsible for international affairs, and I know that you pay a lot of attention to the African affairs. What about the current situation? How we will be able to develop Russia-Africa relations? In 2019, Valentina Matvienko took a trip to a number of African countries such as Zambia and Namibia, and I'm sure that the Federation Council has its own vision of how these relations are to be developed. So you may have the floor now. Thank you for inviting me to this respectful forum. I was glad to take this invitation. And in here, it's not just one of many areas of our activities. It's one of the priority areas of what we do, and the summit in Sochi gave us additional incentives, and the visits of Valentina Matvienko, chairperson of the Federation Council, it already took place this year, earlier this year, right before the pandemic. And to tell you the truth, we had extensive plans for this year and for longer prospects. We did not cancel those plans. We have adjusted them. Personally, for Valentina Matvienko and for all of us, it's one of the priorities in our work. I say that not just because I'm speaking at this Russian-African conference. In the first half of this year, I had the honor of being the member of the working group established by the president to prepare amendments to the constitution. And let me remind you that one of those amendments was the idea to clearly announce our attitude to our past and to our history, for sure, and to our legal status, which is the successor of the Soviet Union. This statement is in our constitution now. It's more clearly stated. And if we go back to the history of our diplomacy and foreign policy, Africa also faced all ups and downs that we had in that area in the last several decades. Let me say that our country has a unique resource that we inherited from the Soviet period of our diplomacy, when we were actively present in the African continent. And on top of that, we were actively involved in many of the processes that were going on there. And in December this year, we are going to celebrate the 60th anniversary of the UN Resolution 1514 of December 14th, which was the highest point in the decolonization process for Africa. And of course, the Soviet Union played a crucial role in that process. Later on, in the following decades, the Soviet Union and then the Russian Federation really took an active part in African affairs. We were helping the economic development of those countries. We help those countries to strengthen their defensive potential, and thus we reduced the tension and were able to help resolve many conflicts in the African continent. And most importantly, or at least just as important, was the humanitarian component, as we helped the African countries to train their politicians and scientists, cultural activists who either attended Russian or Soviet universities using Soviet textbooks. And now, decades from those times, when we come to, or when you go to some African countries, you see and you feel the gratitude of the people there for what the Soviet Union did. And this is a unique resource for our country. If we look at our main geopolitical competitors in terms of involvement in the African continent, on the one hand, it's the entire West taken together, but there's still this burden of colonialism that they are bearing. And it may have had some positive aspects, but also lots of negative factors when human and natural resources of the continent was exploited under the pretense of the development of those countries. And that's what we have to consider today. On the other hand, another geopolitical competitor there is China, with its well-known activity in the African continent. But China has no history in Africa at all. They have neither negative nor positive experience there. So they were neither colonizing nor decolonizing the continent. The only global power that doesn't have any negative history there, but at the same time, lots of positive factors, is Russia. And we have to realize clearly that we are a unique country with a unique asset for Africa. And this asset is something that we need to use for our cooperation with those countries. We don't have to convince them additionally that we are a reliable partner, that we are a good country to deal with. I get the impression often that in this unique situation, what our African partners could do, they are willing and ready to do that. If something is not done, it's mostly our fault because we don't pay enough attention to this continent and we are not agile enough in what we do. If we look at the history of today's Russia, we had rather sad 1990s when we abandoned Africa, and they were saying that nobody needed that anymore, that we needed a more pragmatic foreign policy aimed at the result. But the result back then was understood as our good relations with the US and its Western allies, and we know where it led us to, or did not lead us to. Fortunately, this was only a short period in our foreign policy history. From the point of view of diplomacy theory, we were able to set everything back in their right places. If we look at the foreign policy doctrines of Russia in the last couple of decades, from my point of view, they are perfect in terms of their content, including how they describe the African area of our diplomacy. But what we lack is practical activities. Last year's summit in October in Sochi was a huge breakthrough in that direction. A year since that lot has been done, but I still have a feeling that we could have done much more. And now we are losing the momentum that was initiated by President of the Russian Federation and heads of states of the African continent who attended that summit without exception. And that again confirms all those expectations that Africa has regarding our country. Let me give you one example. I'm not going to name the country, neither the country nor the industry, but as an example, let me share the experience of this year of what we do at the level of the Russian Federation Council, of the Federation Council, the upper chamber of our parliament. And we started one particular project to launch a certain production in one of the African countries using our budget to support international development. But we were hoping for cumulative impact, both for that particular country and also for future scaling up of such projects in other African countries. We connected together different aspects of this project, and the Russian investments were supposed to be based on orders for the Russian companies and factories. And you know how it ended. This was an ideal plan in all senses, and it wasn't about some huge investments. It was just a double-digit number in millions of dollars. But the Ministry of Finance of the Russian Federation told us there's no money. And this was an excellent project with a clear political agenda, clear economic and humanitarian components, because they were talking about training people. I cannot imagine a better project, but we had to cancel it because one ministry in Russia that has nothing to do with foreign affairs decided that it's not worth it. And but this is wrong. I am deeply convinced that we need a government-level policy for Africa that would also allocate certain funds and enough financial resources from the budget. Of course, understanding that we shouldn't repeat the sad experience from the Soviet past when we were just wasting money without any result. But I am convinced that as we move forward in our bilateral and multilateral cooperation with African countries, we shouldn't be dependent on the officials. It's the politicians who make the decisions there. And here at the level of the Federation Council, we are actively involved in that agenda. So far, we had no regional working group for Africa at the level of the Federation Council. What we are going to launch such a group within the next 2 or 3 weeks, and after we have this regional group for Africa, we are going to establish ties with parliaments of the African continents on the regional level, and then get in touch with some national parliaments of countries where we didn't have any large-scale contacts. And all those projects will need political support, and only in this way they will become an important part of our fruitful cooperation with African countries. And thank you for your attention. You presented a very detailed view of how we need to develop relations with the African continent. And I don't want to take any more time from our guests. And there are other guests that I want to give the floor to. Our next presenter is Andrei Bystritsky, chairman of the board of the Foundation for the Development and Support of the Valdai International Discussion Club. A few days ago, I took part in the meetings of the Valdai Club, and then you presented the report, the annual report on the utopia of this diverse world. And in one of the chapters of that report, you mentioned this imaginary UN Secretary General in 2045. This was the utopia in that report. And he was saying that that meeting would be held at the centenary of the UN. Anyway, in that particular presentation, the headquarters of the UN would be in Africa. In 2045, according to your publication, the headquarters of the UN would be in Nairobi. And I don't think it's utopia at all, considering our current situation. And a lot is going to change until 2045. Anyway, I would be interested to hear what you have to say. Where is Russia-Africa agenda in terms of prospects of our future cooperation? What about this continent of 54 countries? I'm not sure whether it was utopia or dystopia. We can discuss that in our publication, but it is true, it was just an image from our report. And the Valdai Club and its experts have been talking about the changing world, how its configuration is changing. And COVID doesn't add much to that particular trend. Of course, COVID is a disease, but a lot of things are done by people, and it exacerbated some of the processes. Now we have this new world where everyone is for themselves. Everyone can rely on their own efforts. And it also reminded us that we live in the world of countries, in the world of nation states. And we found out that during the difficult times, and COVID may be not the most difficult time, we should be ready for something more severe. There's this joke that this year is like a movie trailer for 2021. And another request, what do you ask from Santa Claus for next year? And the answer is mercy. And we are seeing this changing world. Not just Russia, but all countries will have to learn to rely on their own efforts once again. And new opportunities are opening up for multilateral relations. We've had a major discussion about the role of international organizations, how they're going to be transformed. We really need them. Interdependence is growing in the world, and regulation is lacking. And COVID has shown it once again. Unity is lacking, but countries rely on bilateral affairs more and more. Speak about the vaccine. There's no unified effort yet, but on the bilateral level, countries make arrangements. For example, Russia has some agreements with India and Argentina, those countries that trust the Russian vaccine. We get the Chinese vaccine. So these multilateral, this is new kind of multilateralism. And in that sense, Africa would be of great benefit for all of us. Africa is the birthplace of humanity. And recently, Eurasia and Africa was one continent, basically, until the Suez Canal was built. And theoretically, you could ride a bicycle from Nairobi to Moscow, but even though you could swim over the canal. And you know how sometimes in the miraculous situations, the water may disappear and you can cross the Red Sea by land. And anyway, there's a sad story, and only 2 people know of it, and that Mr. Kosachev was talking about, where Ministry of Finance was involved. That's an important story for our understanding, because in that sense, in the political sense, Russia and Africa need to be very careful about the development of their affairs. There's a theory, a popular theory for Valdai Club, and Sergei Karganov talks about it. The Soviet Union, regardless of how you think of it, played an important role in the development of the entire world. Its rivalry or competition with the US left the field for maneuvering for other countries. And in that sense, Russia in Africa and Asia can play a similar role, as it is a moral, political, and to a certain degree, economic force that we need to build this balance of power. The world is turning into this triangle. We all get all these triangles of connections that allow us to develop. And in that sense, Africa is very important.
And our expert Russian community, which I certainly know, says that actually experts are involved in Africa, but probably not sufficiently. And we have to understand that our forces are a little bit limited. And to conclude my remarks, let me say one thing, which is clearly important. Let me complete my idea about the experts community. There is something to be done about that. But finally, I'd like to say that there are things which are not so costly, but which are clearly very important. So COVID-19 showed that we are living in an awfully digital world, which is not controlled. The number of fake news is another evidence of that. The election in the United States, whatever the result is, would show that we are not managing this digital world. What is going on with the information is comparable to the nuclear war. Someone has to control it. Someone has to run it. This virtual and digital world has to be brought under control. Horrifically, because of COVID-19, the human life now is moved to the digital sphere with lots of flaws. And this creates a lot of problems. Russia doesn't know a lot about Africa, and probably Africa doesn't know a lot about Russia. And probably this is a disadvantage, but at the same time, in terms of the information, we don't have a lot of garbage in the information flow between us. But the fact is that we don't have a lot of public awareness about each other. We do not do a lot of broadcasting in our national languages. At the time, there used to be Inoveshania broadcaster, which actually spoke 74 languages at maximum, African languages included, and we have to speak the same language. We have to create this platform for a discussion, and the platform is very important here. We cannot disregard that. Without communication, nothing will happen. We have to move forward with more energy. With all the tragic consequences of COVID, it stressed the importance of the digital means of communication. Thank you so much for your invitation. It's a great honor for me to speak among such important panelists. Thank you so much. Mr. Bystrytsky, thank you so much. I cannot agree more with you about the communication and information. Really, there is a problem about that, really. Our communication to the African continent is quite limited. This is what we discussed during the summit meeting. And we don't know a whole lot about each other. When we speak about us, we do not mean the panelists sitting here at this forum and the ones who are going to participate in the discussions, but we speak about the civil society of our nation and of the African continent, which is home to 1.6 billion people, are key in such an interaction. And certainly we have to extend the scope of our communication. This is one of the areas which we really have to develop. In the age of digitalization and globalization, this becomes a must. Thank you so much. And now I'd like to pass the floor for the words of introduction to Ambassador Plenipotentiary of Arab Republic of Egypt to the Russian Federation, Mr. Nasser. Your Excellency, on behalf of the diplomatic corps, so to say something, because we have a limited number of African ambassadors, and there are many more restrictions and limitations due to the fact that there are some concerns about the health So we're glad they have joined us personally. Over to you.
Thank you so much, dear Natalia. Well, let me express my appreciation to the invitation to join the Russia-Africa Public Forum, the second round, and I'm glad to be physically here amid the COVID restrictions. So I feel privileged in this regard. Well, I think we all notice with great satisfaction the rapid development in the Russian-African relations. Of course, the Russian-African Summit in Sochi last year was a milestone on that road, but equally important and has to be noted with great appreciation, the great interest of our Russian partners to continue developing these relations and active follow-up of the results of the summits through the launching of 3 tracks that deals with the economic, commercial, humanitarian and educational track, and political one, of course. The Russia-Africa Public Forum is an important part of this endeavor and reflects that both sides realize and understand the importance of humanitarian interaction between Russia and Africa and the necessity of developing it. Of course, the track of parliamentary cooperation and contact is no less important. And I have to notice to mention the Russia-Africa Parliamentary Conference last year, which was a very important step. Well, I have to express my the deep appreciation in the name of the African Diplomatic Corps, as my country was a partner in the success of the Russia-Africa Summit last year, to my dear friend, Ambassador Mikhail Bogdanov, Deputy Foreign Minister, and his caliber team, His Excellency Mr. Kosatchev, who had great contribution in the parliamentary conference, and he was a real motivator, and my dear friend Natalia Zayser, who is always doing her extreme best in developing these relations, and to all the participants in the public forum and all our partners who contribute in developing those relations. I wish all the success to the forum, and I am confident that both parties are equally keen in developing these relations on basis of trust, mutual respect, and public joint interest. Africa is the continent of the future, as you correctly mentioned. So I'm sure that we both have a lot of work to do and a lot of too many miles to cross. Thank you so much and wish you all the best. Thank you.
Ваше превосходительство, большое вам спасибо за выступление.
Thank you so much for your contribution on my behalf and on behalf of the organizers and of all the guests. We welcome and we appreciate the cooperation with the African Diplomatic Corps in Russia. We understand to what extent it may be difficult to promote certain initiatives, but always know that we can rely on you as representatives of your countries, respective countries. We can count on your full-fledged support. This is a very important component, and your presence here gives an additional impetus to us, contributes to more cooperation, to more negotiations, especially in the current situation amid COVID-19. Such opportunities are limited. Thank you so much once again. We're very glad to see you. And I do hope that you will continue, you will be present at other sessions, or you'll be present online. And now I'd like to pass the floor to Mr. Kortonov, Director General of the Russian International Affairs Council. Mr. Kortunov, you're with us. Mr. Kortunov, good afternoon. Thank you for being with us. We can see you very well and hear you very well. Saying that, I would like to pass the floor over to you because over the last year, even starting from the previous year, doing a lot for the African-Russian track. And in February 2020, we published a report for the results of Russia-Africa Summit called Russia-Africa Plus, Achievements, Problems, and the Future. It's quite interesting. If we could assume in Sochi that we will expect such a global economic collapse, a healthcare one, political one, economic one, will the agenda of the summit be different? Would it include something different? Or on the contrary, it was so comprehensive and following the results of the summit, the parties adopted a declaration which can be regarded as something versatile. Probably we're very much forward-looking, we're just lacking some practical steps. These were my pre-words, and Mr. Kortunov, over to you. Thank you so much, Natalia. This is a great pleasure for me to be part of your discussions, really, for the Russian International Affairs Council. The African track is one of our top priorities. We are very glad that we have partners, including the African Business Initiative. You made reference to our joint report, and really it seems that that was in the last life, so to say, that lots of centuries have passed since then, although it's just only several months. Could we, 1 year ago, anticipate that we are going to speak amid the pandemic, amid a very serious economic crisis, when the crude prices dramatically fell, when we see some instability hotspots all over the world? Probably we could not predict that, but I'd like to draw your attention to another thing. If we speak about the near past, just if we look 6 months past, April and May last year, as you remember, there were lots of doomsday predictions about the future of Russia and Africa amid the pandemic and global recession. It's been said that the official institutions will be unlikely to deal with the burden, that the economic crisis will undermine the financial sustainability, that we cannot rule out emergence of failed state in Africa, the rise of nationalism and strengthening of conflicts, which before were in a frozen state. If we look 6 months back, I think that we can make a conclusion that Russia and Africa turned out to be very sustainable. The social systems and the political institutions, the economies, proved to be quite sustainable. And just a year ago, no one could guess that. And to some extent, that's good, as it gives us all the reasons to hope that in future such sustainability would be maintained. Answering your question, I'd like to say that many of the decisions which were taken in Sochi a year ago are still up to date and relevant and very realistic despite the new conditions under which we have to work. But certainly, the world is changing, and is changing very rapidly. Coronavirus has become not only just a challenge, but also an accelerator for different processes. I think that next several years would go under the slogan of deglobalization. We'll see the shrinking of foreign direct investments and portfolio investments. We saw how the Russian and African financial markets affected because of this crisis, and unfortunately, we'll see some slowdown of the global trade. There'll be tougher limitations for the migration flows. It means that we have to go through some dead zone. I'm sure that globalization is totally irreversible, that we'll be back to the globalization track, including the relations between Russia and Africa. But certainly it will be not right to be negligent of the problems which we're facing. Mr. Kosachev spoke about the finances, Ministry of Finance. And it is not the bureaucrats who have to decide everything for us, but we understand why actually the Ministry of Finance is curtailing the projects which look unpromising for them. They want to save up some time, and probably we will have some financial pressure, both in Russia and in Africa. In my opinion, it is especially important not only to retain but to increase the scope of interaction between us. We may take advantage of that break in the development of the economic relations in order to compensate for that by means of extending our contacts in the areas of education, science, culture, and civil society. Moreover, that most of the projects do not require lots of money and would depend on the enthusiasm of the participants rather than on anything else. I'd like our discussion, our forum, to become a source of new ideas, not just about what can be done in the relations between Russia and Africa, but how it can be done. Amid COVID-19, how can we achieve more efficiency, bearing in mind inevitable limitations and restrictions, which certainly we could not expect a year ago. And last but not least, Mr. Bogdanov said that the second Russian-African summit is being prepared. The difference between the first and the second summit would be the following. For the first summit, whatever is not a total failure could be considered a success. But for the second summit meeting, whatever is not considered to be an ultimate victory would be regarded as a defeat. And the second summit should become another milestone of our relations. It has to showcase the ability of the parties to turn the declarations into practice, into the practical life. And a big role can be played by the public organizations, scientific centers, universities. On the one hand, they can act as kind of startups or information hubs, but on the other hand, they may put on record the problems which to some extent cannot be solved. Therefore, I'd like to stress the importance of our today's meeting and to express my hope that the discussion would be very fruitful, not only in terms of getting in touch with each other, but in terms of preparing the propositions for our officials and our governments. Thank you so much.
Я как раз хочу сказать, что вы абсолютно правы.
Thank you, Mr. Kortunov. You are quite right. And since we're having this conference, and even though during this Russian African Public Forum, we are discussing more of humanitarian issues rather than economic issues, we are still in favor of practical implementations of many of the ideas and suggestions that were expressed here. You can talk a lot and you can make declarations, but it's quite a different story of how you actually implement all those plans. Later on, you will have another discussion of how think tanks of Russia and Africa could interact. And we actually never had any such cooperation, with the exception of a few countries. And that's what we need to develop. That's another track of public policy and diplomacy that we are trying to promote as part of our forum today. Thank you very much once again. And now let me give the floor to Duke Michel Ngibana, Deputy Chairman of the World Coordination Council of Russian Compatriots, Honorary Consul of the Russian Federation in Pointe Noire, the Republic of the Congo. He's in the front row here. The floor is yours. As the Honorary Consul, let me pass the news to you. Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Jean-Claude Tokoso, would not be able to take part in our conference. He has to attend to some important business. And distinguished participants in the forum, as Deputy Chairman of the World Coordination Council of Russian Compatriots, I could talk about two layers of relations between Russia and Africa. First of all, it's the Russian compatriots living in the states of Africa. Their children and grandchildren, their relatives and friends. They are native Africans, and they also can spread interest towards Russia. And this interest may be connected with the ability to get education in the Russian Federation. In the current situation, when there's lots of online solutions for education, Russia would need to export its educational services to Africa using opportunities to get secondary education and also preparation to apply for Russian universities. Educational cooperation would be an important factor of rapprochement between the youth of Russia and Africa. As we set up new educational programs and as we make them affordable and available to the youth of the African countries, that would be an important task for the Russian efforts to export its services in the global markets. And at the same time, it's an extensive humanitarian program that would be able to promote the values of the Russian civilization. Another layer here would be the alumni of Russian and Soviet universities. When they get back to their native countries, they those alumni, they speak and understand Russian. They are friendly towards Russia, and they need to be part of that system of Russian efforts abroad, in Africa in particular. We say that our alumni of the Russian universities are a unique human capital. They got excellent training in the Soviet Union and the Russian Federation, and also they attended universities in some of the USSR republics, and that's a good base to promote all levels of Russian education in Africa. But this area still requires additional efforts to promote the idea of getting education in Russia. The alumni who return to their African countries, they are also an educational resource. And if you support them, if the Russian side helps them, they can play an important role in making sure the educational services are exported to Africa. That would later lead to practical interactions in other industries and areas. When we ask a question, what kind of specialists Africa needs today, especially if we talk about stimulating demand for educational services, And the answer is quite obvious. Africa needs experts in almost all fields, but highly qualified experts. And you can have full-time study modes in Russia, and you can also offer them online and remote programs. But if we use Russian as the level of that, as the means of that education, that's one thing, but it would be good to add other languages, French, Arabic, Spanish, German, English, and so on, that African nations speak. And so we need to be using the alumni and the Russian-speaking Africans, the compatriots, and also children and grandchildren of those who migrated to or moved to Africa. We need to use all these people who are an integral part of their current countries. And it would make sense to start a new wave of promoting the culture of today's Russia and everything that Russia can offer to the world. There's another large-scale, network-based educational program called Pax Russica, established by the Russian World Foundation. It's been launched in Latin America already, and it's in development for the African continent. It is aimed at building positive image of Russia abroad, active promotion of traditional moral and ethical values, promoting Russia's advantages and achievements in culture, education, science, and so on. As part of the 14th Assembly of this Russian World Organization on the 10th of November at 5 p.m., there will be a presentation of this program, and you are all invited. Distinguished participants in the second Russian-African Public Forum. Last year in Sochi, the summit of the heads of states took place, and the economic forum between Russia and Africa followed that. And the success of those conferences is now of particular importance, even though there were some obstacles connected with the crisis situation due to the pandemic and the lockdowns. The African countries need to cooperate more actively with Russia, and it's what the time requires of us. It is of strategic importance for the world of today if Russia and Africa continue to develop their relations, and this is one of the challenges of the 21st century, and many of outstanding leaders of African continent responded to that on June 26, 2020. There was the initial meeting of this Coordination Council for the economic cooperation with the African countries, and Federation Council member Senator Igor Morozov was elected chairperson of that committee. And this committee is going to promote mutually beneficial trade and economic cooperation between Russia and Africa. And it is supported by the government and the parliament of the Russian Federation. It's called AFRICOM, and leading Russian businessmen and companies joined that council. They specialize in space technologies, aviation, IT, cybersecurity, pharmaceutical products, digital communication, unmanned aerial vehicles, high-tech agricultural machinery, and so on. That would be very good for the African continent to have this kind of cooperation, and thank you for your attention. Thank you, Mr. Ngibana. You led us to this topic of alumni, I'm going to introduce our co-author and co-organizer of this forum. In 2018, we were initiating this entire process together, and I'm talking about Vladimir Chetty, president of the World Alumni Association. He does a very important thing. This World Alumni Association has other continents and countries involved, not just Africa. But most importantly, this association keeps focusing on this most important asset that we have since the Soviet Union times in Russia-Africa relations. These are the alumni who attended the former USSR universities, and some of them are, and I also mean here students who currently attend Russian universities. Maybe the percentage of African students is not as significant as it used to be during the Soviet times. This may be a wrong trend, but we are going to change it in the right direction. We are going to make some adjustments there. This is a unique opportunity. And when people attend Russian universities, when they get knowledge of the Russian civilization and culture, they bring it back to their countries. And that's part of our history with the African continent. Anyway, Mr. Chetty, the floor is yours. Thank you, Natalia.
Константин Ильич, спасибо большое не только за...
Thank you, Mr. Kosachev, not just for your presence, but for believing in all of us, in the alumni in 2014. You were one of the founders of the Global Alumni Alliance. You back then initiated a working group in the Educational Ministry and the Federation Council. And together, a decision was made to set up this Global Alumni Association. It was, or alliance, it was supported by all other official alliances. Let me also send you greetings from the alumni who are watching this stream. We have the audience of 5,000 people, and Gabriel Tkachov just sent a comment that he wanted to hear about specific mechanisms that we can use in the African continent. Let me also thank the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for joining these efforts and for helping us in the practical sense. Almost all embassies and representative offices, including Россотрудничество, involved here today. They are watching our broadcast, our stream, together with the alumni alliances, and we are going to set up new organizations and associations, support friendship societies, so that they could help us better as we work in the African continent. I'd like to thank once again all of those who joined us today, all our partners and friends, and let me say that this forum would not be possible without the Presidential Grant Foundation. We applied to that foundation for grant from 2 organizations, and it shows that for our state, the African continent is of priority. And the alumni who are among leaders of the African continent, they are our future. And here we have chairperson of the African students, our distinguished
друг из Нигерии,
our distinguished friend from Nigeria, Joshua Arabi, and those students who will be representing Russian education in their countries, they need our support today. We keep saying that we need to help African students adjust to the Russian culture and realities. And that's what many universities pay attention to. Of course, if we invest into these students now, these alumni will be grateful to us, and our projects in Africa will last longer, will be more efficient. It's important to support those African graduates who just graduated from their universities, and some of them cannot even leave Russia to go back to their countries because of the pandemic. And here I'd like to thank many of the universities who keep supporting their graduates of this year, and many embassies note that. It gives me pleasure to work with Natalia and the African Business Initiative organization. We were able to show how NGOs and businesses could interact in specific situations. We organized a number of conferences or forums. In 2018, we started the very first one, and a year later, the summit took place. That was just the first step, and now we're organizing sites for business, for international affairs, for educational projects. You are all invited to join our sections that will be held at different times online and in Zoom. You can keep asking questions. We will try to answer them, and our conference today will last the entire day today, and we'll offer you speakers from all over the world. I'd like to thank Alexander Zvyagintsov and Cinema Production, and shared the rights of the Nuremberg film. And this is the showing that we will organize in the evening, and to emphasize the importance of avoiding the misrepresentation of history. And we want our alumni to get back to their countries and resist those misinterpretations of history that change the mentality or impact the mentality of people. We are right on schedule, Natalia, and we are good in terms of time. I'd like to thank our distinguished guests of the plenary session. I think that we, in a very general sense, we touched upon all these different areas that would be critical for the future of Russian-African relations. I'd like to thank the Federation Council, Konstantin Kosachev, and Ministry of Foreign Affairs, represented by Mikhail Bogdanov, Andrei Bystritsky from the Valdai Club, Andrei Kortunov from the Russian International Affairs Council, our great speakers from Africa, and Mr. Chetty from the World Alumni Association. I hope that today's forum will be interesting and practical. Every session will offer you new formats of this interaction. We will have a separate topic about economy and business, how Russian companies can help Russian content develop using innovations, please join our other sessions. We will organize live stream for you, and this live stream and later on the records of it will have lots of viewings, and African countries and other countries will be able to join us, and not just from Africa, but in Europe and Asia. Thank you once again. That's it for our plenary session, and our next session will start at 11:30 Moscow time.
La SOMITA a décidé d'apporter son soutien à nos frères et sœurs qui ont quitté leur localité pour venir à Yalgo pour des raisons d'insécurité. Nous leur avons donné des vivres, des vêtements et du matériel de couchage pour leur apporter un peu de confort. Nous avons offert 500 kits scolaires aux élèves afin de les encourager à mieux étudier pour être les leaders que le Burkina aimerait avoir.
La mine nous a octroyé aujourd'hui au niveau du groupe reçu plus de 23 tonnes de céréales, des lots de vêtements, de nattes et autres matériels.
Nous avons reçu 15 tonnes de maïs, 15 tonnes de sorgho et 13 tonnes de mil. Nous remercions Bissa Gold.
La mine est vraiment un partenaire clé et qui a toujours accompagné la commune pour vraiment des résultats positifs comme la réhabilitation de cette école qui fait environ 14 millions. Au cours de l'année 2017 aussi, il y a eu 3 salles de classe qui ont été réalisées au profit des carrières qui relèvent de la commune à une valeur de 30 millions. Il y a eu aussi 3 salles de classe qui ont été réhabilitées dans un village de Gouengo à une enveloppe de près de 16 millions.
Nous parlons du coronavirus. C'est une maladie respiratoire.
Notre travail, c'est d'aller vers la population, faire connaître d'abord la maladie. Comment faire pour se protéger?
Lorsque nous toussons ou éternuons dans un mouchoir, jetons-le soigneusement dans une poubelle.
Dès que nous avons appris qu'il y avait cette maladie en Chine, nous avons mis en place un plan de riposte. Le gel hydroalcoolique, mettre en place les thermoflages, la communication à l'endroit de nos employés.
Nous avons bénéficié de la mine de financement, d'abord des activités de communication à travers les émissions radiophoniques.
Nous exhortons la population à observer strictement les mesures d'hygiène recommandées.
Il y a également l'apport de la mine pour les communautés locales, mais également une formation des acteurs.
La mine nous a doté de dispositifs de lavage de mains, de gants, de masques, de gel hydroalcoolique et de banderoles et de savon.
Nous prévoyons faire des tests de dépistage de tout le personnel qui quitte Ouaga pour le site et les dispositions sont prises.
Российско-Африканский общественный форум – это действительно очень важное событие, где мы обсуждаем большое количество насущных стратегических вопросов сотрудничества России и Африканского континента. Но, пожалуй, первый раз, когда тема форума – это общество.
Считаю предельно необходимым сегодня по максимуму задействовать возможности народной, культурной, бизнес-дипломатии в интересах углубления и расширения традиционно дружественных, взаимовыгодных связей между Россией и государствами Африки. Хотел бы также искренне поблагодарить организаторов нынешнего форума, НКО «Союз Африканская деловая инициатива», Всемирную ассоциацию выпускников российских вузов. Желаю вам успешной работы и спасибо за внимание.
Ici, nous sommes à la maintenance mobile de Bissabol SA, au département Loup. Notre rôle principal ici est d'assurer une bonne disponibilité et une bonne fiabilité des équipements pour l'exploitation. On peut aller sur le terrain. Bonjour Konaté.
Ouais, bonjour.
Comment allez-vous?
Ouais, ça peut aller.
Ok. Ça se passe bien ici ce matin?
Ouais, tout va bien opérationnel.
Ok. Je travaille pour Norgol depuis 2012. Je suis arrivé dans la boîte en tant que chef d'équipe mécanicien. Actuellement, je suis superviseur senior formateur à la maintenance mobile. Tout ça grâce au concours de mes supérieurs qui ont quand même vu du potentiel en moi et qui ont misé sur ma formation et mon développement personnel.
Si tu fais bien ton travail, il reconnaît que tu fais bien ton travail. Si tu ne fais pas bien ton travail, il risque de ne pas t'en parler, mais venir prendre le travail lui-même.
Avec lui, l'homme est infatigable et doit gouiller, finir le programme.
La mécanique même déjà, c'est une passion. Moi, c'est une fierté d'appartenir à cette équipe de la maintenance mobile de Bissa, vu le rôle capital qu'il joue dans ce système. On n'entreprend pas de tâches ici sans l'avoir analysé au préalable et s'assurer qu'il n'y a pas de risque avant de travailler. La société y veille et met les moyens nécessaires pour que tous ses employés puissent travailler en toute santé et sécurité et retourner voir leur famille en santé et sécurité également.
Добрый день, нас слышно, нет?
Видимо, нет.
La SOMITA a décidé d'apporter son soutien à nos frères et sœurs qui ont quitté leur localité pour venir à Yalgo pour des raisons d'insécurité. Nous leur avons donné des vivres, des vêtements et du matériel de couchage pour leur apporter un peu de confort. Nous avons offert 500 kits scolaires aux élèves afin de les encourager à mieux étudier pour être les leaders que le Burkina aimerait avoir.
La mine nous a octroyé aujourd'hui au niveau du coprosu plus de 23 tonnes de céréales, des lots de vêtements, de nattes et autres matériels.
Nous avons reçu 15 tonnes de maïs, 15 tonnes de sorgho et 13 tonnes de mil. Nous remercions Bissa Gold.
La mine est vraiment un partenaire clé et qui a toujours accompagné la commune pour vraiment des résultats positifs comme la réhabilitation de cette école qui fait environ 14 millions. Au cours de l'année 2017 aussi, il y a eu 3 salles de classe qui ont été réalisées au profit des carrios qui relèvent de la commune à une valeur de 30 millions. Il y a eu aussi 3 salles de classe qui ont été réhabilitées dans un village de Gouengo à une enveloppe de près de 16 millions.
Nous parlons du coronavirus. C'est une maladie respiratoire.
Notre travail, c'est d'aller vers la population, faire connaître d'abord la maladie. Comment faire pour se protéger?
Lorsque nous toussons ou éternuons dans un mouchoir, jetons-le soigneusement dans une poubelle.
Dès que nous avons appris qu'il y avait cette maladie en Chine, nous avons mis en place un plan de riposte. Le gel hydroalcoolique, mettre en place les thermoflages, la communication à l'endroit de nos employés.
Nous avons bénéficié de la mine le financement d'abord des activités de communication à travers les émissions radiophoniques.
Nous exhortons la population à observer strictement les mesures d'hygiène recommandées.
Il y a également l'apport de la mine pour les communautés locales, mais également une formation des acteurs.
La mine nous a doté de dispositifs de lavage de mains, de gants, de masques, de gel hydroalcoolique et de banderoles et de savon.
Nous prévoyons faire des tests de dépistage de tout le personnel qui quitte Ouaga pour le site et les dispositions sont prises.
Добрый день, а нас слышно, нет?
Российско-Африканский общественный форум – это действительно очень важное событие, где мы обсуждаем большое количество насущных стратегических вопросов сотрудничества России и Африканского континента. Но, пожалуй, первый раз, когда тема форума – это общество.
Считаю предельно необходимым сегодня по максимуму задействовать возможности народной, культурной, бизнес-дипломатии в интересах углубления и расширения традиционно дружественных, взаимовыгодных связей между Россией и государствами Африки. Хотел бы также искренне поблагодарить организаторов нынешнего форума, НКО «Союз Африканская деловая инициатива», Всемирную ассоциацию выпускников российских вузов. Желаю вам успешной работы и спасибо за внимание.
Ici, nous sommes à la maintenance mobile de Bissagol SA, au département Loup. Notre rôle principal ici est d'assurer une bonne disponibilité et une bonne fiabilité des équipements pour l'exploitation. On peut aller sur le terrain. Bonjour Konaté.
Ouais, bonjour.
Comment allez-vous?
Ouais, ça peut aller.
Ok. Ça se passe bien ici ce matin?
Ouais, tout va bien opérationnel.
Ok. Je travaille pour Norgol depuis 2012. Je suis arrivé dans la boîte en tant que chef d'équipe mécanicien. Actuellement, je suis superviseur senior formateur à la maintenance mobile. Tout ça grâce au concours de mes supérieurs qui ont quand même vu du potentiel en moi et qui ont misé sur ma formation et mon développement personnel.
Si tu fais bien ton travail, il reconnaît que tu fais bien ton travail. Si tu ne fais pas bien ton travail, il risque de ne pas t'en parler, mais venir prendre le travail lui-même.
Avec lui, l'homme est infatigable et doit gouiller, finir le programme.
La mécanique même déjà, c'est une passion. Moi, c'est une fierté d'appartenir à cette équipe de la maintenance mobile de Bissau, vu le rôle capital qu'il joue dans ce système. On n'entreprend pas de tâches ici sans l'avoir analysé au préalable et s'assurer qu'il n'y a pas de risque avant de travailler. La société y veille et met les moyens nécessaires pour que tous ses employés puissent travailler en toute santé et sécurité et retourner voir leur famille en santé et sécurité également.
La SOMITA a décidé d'apporter son soutien à nos frères et sœurs qui ont quitté leur localité pour venir à Yalgo pour des raisons d'insécurité. Nous leur avons donné des vivres, des vêtements et du matériel de couchage pour leur apporter un peu de confort. Nous avons offert 500 kits scolaires aux élèves afin de les encourager à mieux étudier pour être les leaders que le Burkina aimerait avoir.
La mine nous a octroyé aujourd'hui au niveau du coprosu plus de 23 tonnes de céréales, des lots de vêtements, de nattes et autres matériels.
Nous avons reçu 15 tonnes de maïs, 15 tonnes de sorgho et 13 tonnes de mil. Nous remercions Bissa Gold.
La mine est vraiment un partenaire clé et qui a toujours accompagné la commune pour vraiment des résultats positifs comme la réhabilitation de cette école qui fait environ 14 millions. Au cours de l'année 2017 aussi, il y a eu 3 salles de classe qui ont été réalisées au profit des carrières qui relèvent de la commune à une valeur de 30 millions. Il y a eu aussi 3 salles de classe qui ont été réhabilitées dans un village de Gouengo à une enveloppe de près de 16 millions.
Nous parlons du coronavirus. C'est une maladie respiratoire.
Et notre travail, c'est d'aller vers la population, faire connaître d'abord la maladie. Comment faire pour se protéger?
Lorsque nous toussons ou éternuons dans un mouchoir, jetons-le soigneusement dans une poubelle.
Dès que nous avons appris qu'il y avait cette maladie en Chine, nous avons mis en place un plan de riposte. Le gel hydroalcoolique, mettre en place les thermoflages, la communication à l'endroit de nos employés.
Nous avons bénéficié de la mine le financement d'abord des activités de communication à travers les émissions radiophoniques.
Nous exhortons la population à observer strictement les mesures d'hygiène recommandées.
Il y a également l'apport de la mine pour les communautés locales, mais également une formation des acteurs.
La mine nous a doté de dispositifs de lavage de mains, de gants, de masques, de gel hydroalcoolique et de banderoles et de savon.
Nous prévoyons faire des tests de dépistage de tout le personnel qui quitte Ouaga pour le site et les dispositions sont prises.
Российско-Африканский общественный форум – это действительно очень важное событие, где мы обсуждаем большое количество насущных стратегических вопросов сотрудничества России и Африканского континента. Но, пожалуй, первый раз, когда тема форума – это общество.
Считаю предельно необходимым сегодня по максимуму задействовать возможности народной, культурной, бизнес-дипломатии в интересах углубления и расширения традиционно дружественных, взаимовыгодных связей между Россией и
Да, можно начинать.
May I start?
Уважаемые коллеги,
Dear colleagues, we are glad to welcome all of you at our special session of the forum, which is dedicated to improving cooperation between Russian and African think tanks working in the field of foreign policy, world economy, and international security. We have a very impressive list of panelists. I will try to give the floor to all of them. I'd like to remind you that we have a very busy schedule. We have only 60 minutes for our exchanges. I hope that the organizers will allow us to extend this session a little bit as far as we are behind the schedule, and we'll try to interchange the Russian speakers and the African ones. Several people asked me to give them floor a bit earlier. Therefore, the list of speakers doesn't correspond to the order in which they're going to speak. Before I open the discussion, I'd like to say a few words about my vision of the problem at hand. First, which catches the eye when we speak about the interaction between the Russian and African think tanks is the fact that this interaction is very limited. We have quite few joint events, joint activities. We have very little exchange between the experts. We have quite few joint reports and publications, few theses and publications in the scientific journals of each other. And this cannot but concern all of us. Second thing which I'd like to note is that very often the contacts which do exist would embrace very niche groups of analysts, specialists from Africa and Russia. From Russia, these would be dominantly those who study Africa, and in Africa, these would be the ones who study Russia. I respect very much the people who devoted their whole life to studying certain countries of the African continent, or to studying Russia. I mean the ones who are living in Africa. But certainly, I'd like these contacts, this cooperation, include a broader spectrum of researchers and analysts, especially when speaking about international relations. This should include the people who are addressing systemic issues and questions of the world economy and policy. The third problem is about the following. The Russian studies of Africa and the African studies of Russia, the authors are proceeding from the unverified and unauthorized sources. They do copy and paste from the Western universities and Western journals, without any prejudice to our Western colleagues. Really, the world has accumulated a big scope of knowledge of Africa and Russia. But I don't think that this shortage of primary sources of information should be addressed, and this is our main objective. How do we explain these bottlenecks in the Russian-African cooperation? Probably the easiest explanation is that just we are short of money. Too little money has been extended by universities, governments, and this makes cooperation more difficult. But this is just a part of the explanation. Not all the projects are costly. Amid the pandemic, we see that it is not so difficult to arrange an online conference, and it is not so costly. And there are different ways of cooperation, which in essence are not really mastered by us. I would also note such a problem as the problem of the focus of the research. I understand the importance of the sovereign studies, but I do think that the Russian and African think tanks can work on the more general questions, including the global ones. For instance, the future of the global governance, the questions of reforming of the United Nations, climate change and climate agenda, migration. These are the questions which, unfortunately, rarely become the subject matter of a conversation within the experts. Have to be upgraded somehow to the expert discussion. We have to promote that agenda at the same time. To some extent, we have to improve and raise the public awareness of each other, about each other, to raise the level of knowledge about what is being done in Russia and in Africa. Such public awareness can become the first step in extending the cooperation, in engaging into that cooperation. You experts, especially I mean the young experts, who should enjoy extra stimulus, extra motivation. This agenda is clearly very important. 2 years are left until our next Russian-African summit. Let's think what we can do in practice. How to support this summit in terms of analytics. What issues can be regarded as a priority for our bilateral cooperation, and which products could be regarded as acceptable and interesting for all of you. Probably it can be a series of joint publications or reports, or a series of specialized workshops. It might be some broader products addressing general public, for instance, some articles in the leading newspapers of Russia and Africa. If we raise these questions, if we produce certain joint plan of action, I think that our contribution to the preparation of the summit will be very much appreciated by our leaders. Roughly, this is the range of questions which, in my opinion, have to become a subject matter of our today's discussion. So the speakers are free to touch upon other issues as well. Let us proceed with the presentations, but I would like to ask all our speakers to speak for no more than 5 minutes. You have 5 minutes, otherwise we'll not stick to our timeline. I pass the floor to Kigen Barubati, PhD International Politics, lecturer International Relations and Security, Strathmore University. He is not present. Is he? In his absence, I would pass the floor to Vladimir Shubin, Doctor of Historical Sciences, Professor, Chief Researcher at the Institute of African Studies of the Russian Academy of Sciences. Over to you, Mr. Shubin. 5 minutes. Can you hear me? Yes, certainly. Everyone knows that there are some leading countries in Africa, and I will focus on South Africa, which is known for being a leading economy. And probably this is a leading power in terms of scientific research in the area which is of our concern. In terms of African studies, we have very good contacts. We keep in touch with more than 6 think tanks, but I will focus on organizations in South Africa which are dealing with international affairs. Historically, South African Institute of Studies, and that's a very good think tank with its own journal and with very good attitude towards Russia. its director got educated in Russia. The second center is called Center of Conflict Resolution in Cape Town. It is remarkable for the fact that its former chief was the first to get in touch with Russia back in 1984. Got some talks about talks between the liberation authorities and South African authorities. And over the last 25 years, we have some other prominent organizations, such as the Institute of Global Dialogue, headed by the former Deputy Foreign Minister. There is a very interesting center which was set up a bit earlier, the Institute of Strategic Research in Ethiopia. And probably we can attach special importance to the BRICS-focused institutions, such as Humanitarian Sciences Institute, and there is a BRICS Center. At the same time, we have South African BRICS think tank, which represents South Africa at different academic fora. Headed by quite a young leader who was supervised by Irina Filatova 20 years ago in terms of bilateral relations. It's been said that there are very good relations between those who study Africa and those who study Russia in our countries respectively. And there are 40 people from South Africa who got registered for the forum this year. We have a joint project funded by the National Research Foundation in South Africa and the Russian Scientific Research Fund. And it is promoting some international agenda. We are publishing a joint article next year. We'll have another joint activity. We spoke about young people, except for me. All other participants of the project are quite young, much younger than I am. But apart from the relations between Russian African scientific institutes, there should be more relations, more contacts between the think tanks. Speaking at the RIAC conference, I'd like to say that in South Africa, we have the International Affairs Council, which is subordinated to the local foreign ministry. But recently, actually, they started promoting PPPs, public-private partnerships, adding some developmental issues to the agenda. And it makes sense to develop relations between our two councils. Thank you so much for your attention. Should you need any facilitation in getting in touch with any of the think tanks, you're most welcome. Thank you so much, Vladimir. I'm sure that there are lots of opportunities, and thank you so much for mentioning several leading centers in South Africa. I do think that for us as the council, that's very important. And I do think that we will try to facilitate the cooperation along these lines with your help. Now I'd like to pass the floor to Her Excellency, Ambassador of the Republic of Zimbabwe to the Russian Federation, Mike Nicholas Sanga. Over to you.
Thank you very much for inviting me to this forum. It's always a pleasure to work with some of the organizers like Ms. Zaisa there. I've just listened to Professor Shubin about the various think tanks that you can interact with within Southern Africa. But to be successful in interacting with African institutions on the continent, it is equally important that there is some basic understanding of the environment in which this partnership will be able to operate successfully. And I think there is need to understand the environment in which this forum is going to operate. For example, we have a situation where relations between Russia and Africa are rooted in the liberation struggle. But we have a situation now where the players who have deep understanding of the relations between Russia and Africa are a generation that participated in the struggles. And this generation is fast fading. And what we are having, replacing it, are Western stereotypes that are emerging as the leadership for Africa. I am aware of the efforts that the Russian Federation has been undertaking, particularly in the area of education. But these are young men and women, most of whom just go back to the continent, and they're just a minute group of people that have no significance in terms of interacting with the public. So what I'm referring to here is there is need for people-to-people interactions between Russia and Africa, because Russia is not visible on the continent. It needs to be visible. And it can only be visible through a number of forms like cultural exchanges, sport, educational exchanges, joint research programs, and other programs as well. Then if these programs are integrated within societies, there is a great understanding of who Russia is, where Russia is coming from, in trying to build relations between Africa and Russia. And secondly, there is need for Russian institutions that are going to be operationalizing this partnership between the Russia and the continent, to not view Africa with pessimism. Pessimism in the context of international development. And here we mean high level of political and economic risk, low investment attractiveness, high epidemic risk, black market and illegal drugs and arms trafficking. These are some of the things that we think create some pessimism on working together with Africa. While we applaud the establishment of the Russia-Africa Partnership Forum, we are of the view that its success should be entrenched in working with institutions that are already on the ground within African Union, as well as within the regional, sub-regional organizations. Because our understanding is the forum is an internal mechanism for operationalizing the declarations made at Sochi. Therefore, this forum should not work out of context from the aspirations of Africa itself, like what the AU has come up with, Agenda 2063, which resonates down to sub-regional organizations. Therefore, the first point of call for the success of this cooperation has to work within the institutions that have been created or that are already operational within the African Union and the sub-regional organizations like SADC, ECOWAS, and IGAD. Then the think tanks can only be supplementary to these organizations. I will take an example of the SADC region in particular, where at political level, we have the SADC Parliamentary Forum, But at the intergovernmental level, we have got interministerial committees that are operating, covering areas of trade, industry, finance and investment, social, humanitarian development and special programs like education, labor, employment and gender, food, agriculture, national resource and environment, politics, defense and security, legal affairs and judicial matters. These institutions are already operational and they reflect policies of governments put together which resonate and interface with the African Union agenda. Therefore, we think this is the first point of call where we need to ensure that the forum is able to work within these institutions, then supplemented by the think tanks that we have on the continent and in the diaspora. This is the view that we have in trying to promote greater understanding, greater participation of all the sectors within the African continent. We think there is no conflict whatsoever between the declarations made in Sochi and the African Union Agenda 2063. So we need to work within this system that is already created, and then we get the support of the think tanks. I thank you.
Большое спасибо, господин посол.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. I think that this is a very valuable proposition, which needs further analysis and specification. And now, if I may, I'd like to pass the floor to Alexei Kuznetsov, corresponding member of the Russian Academy of Science, acting director of Union of the Russian Academy of Sciences. Mr. Kuznetsov, over to you. Thank you so much, dear colleagues. I'd like to focus first and foremost on the discussion of the scientific journals as the way to intensify the cooperation between the think tanks of Russia and Africa. As far as this is the least costly way of extending our cooperation. And there are several very much respected journals which are dedicated to the Russian studies. But unfortunately, we can note that African colleagues are very reluctant to send the articles there. And I not only mean the Russian-African cooperation, but actually they avoid the opportunity to publish articles in English in the Russian journals. Let me draw. There are some global science opportunities. This is the edition which I'm heading myself. Last year at the Russian-African Summit meeting, we presented the English version of that journal, and it was a success in Sochi. But what I can note, we make these editions on a regular basis. This is the 20th edition about the regionalization and globalization of Africa, and we gladly publish foreigners in English. We pay a lot of attention to the analysis of the greater role of African nations, but out of 53 articles being published this year, with 6 foreigners, we have only 1 African representative from Congo, from Brazzaville. And although we are disseminating invitations every now and then, we don't have more foreigners. Actually, last year we had 75 articles, 10 foreigners, and no single African. Asia and Africa Today journal, also focusing on Africa and Russia. Also, it invites the English language articles, which could facilitate the Russian-African cooperation. And 9 of 20 issues have been published. Dozens of foreigners published their articles there, and there are only 3 African authors. 3 of them are PhD students in Russia. The journal is being published by the Institute of African Studies, represented by Mr. Shubin, and Africans come to different conferences in Russia, but are reluctant to get published there. We had 160 articles in that journal, and only 5 PhD students from Africa who work in Russia, and no one single person from Africa published any article there. Another example is a scientific conference. Since 2013, I'm heading the section of the world economy at the April conferences in the High School of Economics on the development of economies and other issues. And English language articles are very much welcome. And since 2013, we have not received any applications from African scientists. In 2021, there will be an opportunity to speak online. So it is not so costly. Out of 18 keynote speeches at the global economy section, only one was delivered from Africa. It was a representative of Cape Town University from South Africa. We didn't have any single speaker from North Africa or from Sub-Saharan region. And we are underestimating one more factor, which is also not so costly. This is exchange of scientific literature between the Russian and African Research Institute. This can be done via email, or in essence, it can be done through the exchanges between the libraries. For instance, I'm heading the Humanitarian and Public Sciences Library. We exchange information with 20 libraries all over the world. We are sending our scientific articles to them. In exchange, we get journals and books from think tanks and R&D institutes who are sending their copies to the Russian leading libraries. We cooperate with Japan, United States, China, but we do not cooperate with any single library from Africa. To sum it up, certainly African colleagues have to realize the value of cooperating with the Russian peers. Africa should not be centered on the former colonizers' states, although they are spending a lot of money on their former colonies. The scientists in the area of the global economy, global security, may provide for the second track of the international diplomacy, which may facilitate attaining the results which actually can be filled by the diplomats working in the embassies. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Kuznetsov, for a very acute questions being raised. I do think that there is a long way ahead of us to promote the cooperation between Africa and Russia, creating extra incentives and motivations for such a cooperation on both sides. Saying that, if I may, I'd like to pass the floor to Dr. Amal Abdel-Gawad, Advisory Board Member, Egyptian Center for Strategic Studies.
Thank you. I really appreciate the role you're taking to run this initiative. It is really important. It is important on two directions, I would say, not only one. It is in the direction of enhancing relations between think tanks on the African and the Russian side. This is one dimension. On the other dimension, actually, we need such a kind of initiatives to consolidate relations between African think tanks themselves, because there is no something called like African side or African think tank. There are different ones, single think tanks standing alone on their own. So there is no much of cooperation or networking between the African think tanks. So if we can really develop this initiative, the benefit will be on both sides, African-Russian relations and African-African relations. I'm talking relations, the think tanks. And it's obvious how much loss we incur by not having cooperation on those two dimensions. And I think the time is ripe to do that. And we are lucky at this juncture that we have the digital technology available there, so we can do that within the limited resources that we all have. Yes, we all share the same problem of shortage of financial resources. We are not the rich Western countries or Gulf countries or so, but we have the technology there, and we just need to the initiative to be well conceptualized. We need it to be institutionalized, and this is my second, the part that I want to emphasize here. We rather move to this following step from
Большое спасибо. Извините.
On ad hoc.
Thank you so much.
Institutionalize this relationship by having some sort of establishing some sort of African-Russian consortium of think tanks, and establish a small secretariat of this consortium. And I would invite my Russian colleagues here, the Russian International Affairs Council, to take the lead in that. I'm certain that you have quite good resources, knowledge, and experience. So it will be a kind of on a systematic, consistent basis, allowing for cooperation between think tanks on different sides. We need, if we can develop such a thing, I think if we can have a very simple, not very fancy designed website where we can provide a database and Russian think tanks interested or working on the field of international affairs, international economy, and the related fields that we are all interested in. I think this will be a great contribution when I'm looking for somebody to contribute to some of our activities from Russia or even from an African country. So turning to this database, I think this will be a great contribution at very minimum cost. We can take this further gradually but steadily. We can take this further to develop some agreements between us, so that sometimes we in our center, the Egyptian Center for Strategic Studies, we're looking for somebody to write with solid knowledge about developments happening in the what I would call the Russian world, Central Asia, or the former Soviet Union world, etc. But it becomes very difficult to find resources or to reach academics or authors. So if we have such a kind of a database, and if we agree that we can use, including translate and publish the articles published already by colleagues in different centers, different research centers or think tanks, I think this will be a great contribution, and then will enhance our capacity to serve our audience in reading. And we publish essentially in Arabic, but also in English, but enhancing the publication that we make available for our readers in Arabic by bringing in a Russian colleague or an African colleague writing about some development happening in Africa. I think this will be a great, and we will be very happy in our center actually to make all the publication that we make, all the things that we put on our website, and invite you to visit our website to make it
Большое спасибо, доктор Гавад. Я думаю, что
Thank you, Dr.
действительно не такая уж сложная в исполнении идея. Мы, как Российский Совет Международного...
Well, it's not that difficult as this Russian International Affairs Council. We are ready to work in that direction. And I think that together with other Russian analytical centers and the African Institute and others, Anion, let me double check here. Everything is on. You cannot hear?
Да, я вас слышу.
I can hear you. Fine.
Коллеги, проблемы со звуком есть или нет?
Do we have any problems with the sound or not?
Да, и я думаю, что, конечно, такая инициатива должна быть двусторонней, поскольку все-таки речь идет о Российско-Африканском Совете, и, может быть, наши коллеги из Египта...
Our colleagues from Egypt will take this responsibility of establishing the African part of this consortium. It could be rather small at first, but if this initiative is in demand, we can really hope that the number of its participants will start increasing. Let's discuss this issue separately on behalf of the Russian International Affairs Council. I'm willing to start implementing this idea and start supporting this idea. Allow me to give the floor to Igor Morozov, Senator of the Russian Federation and Chairman of the Coordinating Committee for the Economic Cooperation with African Countries. Mr. Igor Morozov, I hope you're with us.
Игорь Николаевич нас слышит? Ну, я его не слышу. Игорь Николаевич, микрофон включите. Вот, все. Все, теперь я вас слышу хорошо.
Да, великолепно. Большое спасибо за приглашение. Тему.
Thank you for inviting me. This topic is definitely very important.
Совет Федерации регионов.
At all levels, we are making efforts to move this process forward and to develop business with Africans. But you were quite right earlier when you said that we know very little about each other. If at the level of analysts, political experts, and journalists, we know little about each other, our regions in Russia, especially the regional business that wants to go further, wants to grow bigger, and wants to enter new markets, African markets in particular, they are almost blind and deaf. They don't know how to work in the African continent. That's why the topic that we are discussing here, to improve cooperation between Russian and African think tanks, this topic is of course very important. We need to inform all those who want to go to Africa what's going on there, what political events are happening, what kind of investment climate do they have in specific industries of the regional business. That's why articles of our political experts, researchers, analysts are very important, not just in classical industry journals, but also in electronic media. The electronic databases for Africa in Russia are quite small, are quite insufficient. And our colleague Kuznetsov and someone else also said that we use Western sources of information that don't reflect a Russian understanding of African markets that we need here for our regional entrepreneurs. We need to work more actively in that area. And as part of AfroCom, we are making our own website. We want to cooperate with our African partners. And I really like the idea of the Egyptian presenter. This idea will be in high demand in our heartland at the regional level. And the Russian International Affairs Council is one such think tank that can not only discuss global issues of reforming the UN or other international institutions, but also specify the business interests that we need to implement the decisions made in Sochi. There was a very serious impulse of hope that we got from Sochi. They're waiting for us in Africa, and regional businessmen finally were able to understand what they could do in Africa. And most regional businessmen are young. They don't know the history of Russia, Africa, or Soviet Union, Africa relations. That's why they need these new articles and this database. And Africa of today is very different from what it was in the past. And today, China, the EU, the US, Turkey, Saudi Arabia, South Korea, Japan, they already have their markets there, and they have entire sectors of African economy under their control. And financing of African projects is going on from China, from India, from the US, and the trade war between the US and China already next year will be felt in the market of financing African projects. Exim Bank of the US got the mandate from the Congress and the resources to move towards Africa. And China also intensifies its activity in Africa to finance new African projects with new resources that are going to be allocated based on the sale of some of their American securities. And it means that the Russian business will be in a very difficult situation. Russian businessmen need information about specific projects and individual sectors. For IT, for cyber security, it's of huge importance. That's why the work of the RIAC in Africa will have to be clearly specified with full understanding of the roadmap that we need today for Russia's heartland. We want and we need to be more active and to consider the potential of our fundamental institutions such as Academy of Sciences. And we need to work together in this area of strategic importance of international cooperation with Africa. Export to Africa is of highest priority. The market in Asia is already packed and China is dominating there. Only Africa can help us become one of the leaders in export to give us back the status that we had until 1991, to export Russian technology, Russian infrastructure construction projects. We are ready for that, to coordinate and to change the legislative base. We need new knowledge and data, new information that could be developed only in the bilateral movement between International Affairs Council and our research institutions and other colleagues. I am sure we'll be successful if you, Mr. Kortunov, will be the leader of this process. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Morozov. Perhaps you overestimate the capabilities of the RIAC. We are a rather small organization, but in general, it's true. We need to try to unite efforts of our expert community and our business community to make to show that the products of our think tanks could be valuable for our business. It's easier said than done, but still we all need to be moving in that direction that will have not just economic but also social importance in terms of how we develop relations between Russia and African countries. Russian organizations could get together separately at our premises or elsewhere and think about how we could coordinate our Russian efforts and be successful in a relatively short time. Now, let me pass the floor to Joan Gabriel de Baruch, head of the research center at Joachim Chissano University in the Republic of Mozambique.
Так. Мозамбик нас слышит?
I hope Mozambique can hear us.
Yes, I can. Actually, it's not Mr. João Gabriel de Barros, it's Lloyd Sambu. Can you hear me?
Да,
Yes.
Понятно. Но у нас с вами, да, извините,
Good morning,
у меня в программе
everyone.
был
So
другой
this is
участник.
Lloyd Sambu representing the Center for Strategic and International Studies of Mozambique. I am here on behalf of Mr. João de Barros to bring forward some points that we made on this very important topic on how can Russian African think tanks actually cooperate. So it's a great honor for us to be in this forum. Thank you for the invitation. I would start first by of course, introducing what is our center. We are the Center for Strategic and International Studies of the Joaquim Chissano University. For those who don't know, Joaquim Chissano was our second president in Mozambique after Samora Machel, and he is well known for his diplomatic and international relations skills. So the university was formed in 1986, and it has a great experience in working in the field of foreign policy and international relations. And our center is actually the only national think tank that operates in these areas. I'm hoping that Mozambique would have this scenario change very shortly. So moving forward to what I think are the main problems affecting research or think tanks centers to operate and also to cooperate with Russian think tanks is what is the funding issue. Lack of resources. As you said earlier, lack of resources makes research difficult and also makes cooperation even more difficult. If you see Mozambique the budget that is allocated to research is only 2% of the GDP, and this 2% has to be divided for the whole research centers that are working in Mozambique, either in the social science field and in the natural science field. So you can imagine that the budget that is going to be allocated to our center to operate, to conduct cooperation with other centers will be very, very, very short. And I completely agree that Russian and African think tanks cooperation is actually very, very poor. And the issue of lack of resources shouldn't be an excuse if there is willingness for us to cooperate. That's why I would like to suggest a creation of Russian African think tank network that would allow us as think tanks to exchange our researches, to conduct joint researches, to allow researchers to go to other African countries as well, because as you know, Africa it's made of 54 to 55 countries with different languages. So for cooperation to actually happen, I would suggest the Russian International Affairs Council to actually, of course, take the lead in this, and maybe the cooperation would happen in the existing regional institutions that are already in place in Africa, or even divided by the language that the country speaks. So we would say we will have a cooperation between Russian think tanks and Portuguese-speaking countries, and from the other side with English-speaking countries or with French-speaking countries. But what I would like to, of course, emphasize is the willingness should be there to occur. We know we have many problems, such as the poor relevance that our governments give to research, and that you can see from the amount of the budget that is allocated for research. But if we start conducting this research, joint research with Russian think tanks, this would raise the public awareness of our think tanks, and not only the public awareness of both Russian and African countries. So this is the point that we would like to bring forward, and I would not take much of the time. I hope there is more to be said. Thank you so much.
Большое спасибо. Теперь, если
Thank you. Now, if I may, I'd like to pass the floor to Denis Dekhtyrov, PhD in Political Studies, head of the Department of Theory and History of International Relations from Russian People's Friendship University. Is also professor of the World Economy Department at MGIMO of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Russian Federation. You may have the floor. Good afternoon, distinguished colleagues. I will have some slides. It's a rather brief presentation. Please show it if you can. Thank you. Since I'm involved in theory of international affairs, let's start with theory first, with this Wallerstein world as a system theory. Many mentioned that our relations are not good enough. This theory explains why it is happening. Neither Russia nor Africa are in the center of the global problems. And today's structure of academic links is organized in such a way that everything goes through the center, but there are no direct contacts, or very few of them. If we talk about mechanisms that have been created in the central countries, these are all Scopus and Web of Science platforms. And to follow up on what Mr. Kuznetsov said from INEON, I could say that global journals of the world have very few African experts. with their articles. But Africa is becoming more and more important. Even the leading journalists of the world now talk about issuing quotas to some African researchers. And it's a problem of international rankings. And of course, it's also about affirmative action that we need in that area. When we talk about Global South Caucus, which attracts huge attention from the researchers, African researchers get grants for traveling and for research activities. There was a conference in Accra in August last year. Our colleagues from the department attended that conference. International foreign affairs specialists, and the previous speaker already mentioned the division of African countries by languages. And what we do today, we train specialists. It's a mission. What do I mean by mission? It's huge work which has no financial motivation. It's more like voluntary serving to this idea of solidarity, to train a student from Africa and turn them into high-level specialists. This is what we do, and it's not easy, but we do it, and we help 5 or 6 people graduate and get their PhD degrees every year, and lots of other efforts that we take. We have projects on non-Western diplomacy theories, the Ubuntu diplomacy, and other areas. We also run surveys for international foreign affairs experts. And it's not about South Africa and Egypt only. We need to hear the voice of tropical Africa and smaller countries. Every year we have a conference on Africa. Here we don't compete with the Institute of Africa. We cooperate with it. We do it together with the Department of Arab and African Studies, headed by Academy member Vasiliev, president of the Institute of Africa. Institute of Africa runs specifically African studies, and we focus on international relations in the African continent and publication of articles. If Alexei Kuznetsov analyzed our publication for this year, he would find many African authors, not our PhD students. We're not talking about our PhD students, but we're talking about those young researchers from various African countries. We have such countries as Nigeria and Ethiopia already represented, and they are our permanent authors. And the final slide that I want to show you here is what we need now. As someone else said, we need joint efforts, not just with South Africa, but also with Egypt, with Nigeria and other countries. We need a high-quality state order for our expertise on Africa. We're willing to do that. We work with ministries, with the State Duma and Россотрудничество. A lot has been said today about regional institutions, but self-organization is just as important. And here I mean Co-Desria Center, which existed since 1973, once headed by Samir Amin. He passed away in 2019, but his course is still alive. As we develop relations with such centers that develop social studies bottom up, from the bottom to the top, that would be great. And I'd like to thank the RIAC for this opportunity to speak.
Очень практические, конкретные вопросы, и мне кажется,
You raised some practical issues.
это сотрудничество в сфере теории международных отношений.
And of course, we need to cooperate in the theory of international affairs, especially today, when many axioms are in doubt, and we need some intellectual intervention for our theory of international affairs to be in line with complicated processes in the world today. Distinguished colleagues, we are a bit over time, and we started late. Now I'd like to thank all the participants in this discussion for their diverse suggestions, especially those that were addressed to us, the Russian International Affairs Council. For sure, we will take them very seriously, and I believe that us and our Russian partners will get together with you with some more specific ideas on traditional and new forms of cooperation between Russian and African analytical centers. I'd like to thank all of you, wish you a good and international and active participation in our international forum, and our meeting is adjourned.
La SOMITA a décidé d'apporter son soutien à nos frères et sœurs qui ont quitté leur localité pour venir à Yalgo pour des raisons d'insécurité. Nous leur avons donné des vivres, des vêtements et du matériel de couchage pour leur apporter un peu de confort. Nous avons offert 500 kits scolaires aux élèves afin de les encourager à mieux étudier pour être les leaders que le Burkina aimerait avoir.
La mine nous a octroyé aujourd'hui au niveau du coprosu plus de 23 tonnes de céréales, des lots de vêtements, de nattes et autres matériels.
Nous avons reçu 15 tonnes de maïs, 15 tonnes de sorgho et 13 tonnes de mil. Nous remercions Bissa Gold.
Vous savez qui a réhabilité ça dans ce
La mine est vraiment un partenaire clé et qui a toujours accompagné la commune pour vraiment des résultats positifs comme la réhabilitation de cette école qui fait environ 14 millions. Au cours de l'année 2017 aussi, il y a eu 3 salles de classe qui ont été réalisées au profit des carrières qui relèvent de la commune à une valeur de 30 millions. Il y a eu aussi 3 salles de classe qui ont été réhabilitées dans un village de Gouengo à une enveloppe de près de 16 millions.
Nous parlons du coronavirus. C'est une maladie respiratoire.
Notre travail, c'est d'aller vers la population, faire connaître d'abord la maladie. Comment faire pour se protéger?
Lorsque nous toussons ou éternuons dans un mouchoir, jetons-le soigneusement dans une poubelle.
Dès que nous avons appris qu'il y avait cette maladie en Chine, nous avons mis en place un plan de riposte. Le gel hydroalcoolique, mettre en place les thermoflages, la communication à l'endroit de nos employés.
Nous avons bénéficié de la mine de financement, d'abord des activités de communication à travers les émissions radiophoniques.
Nous exhortons la population à observer strictement les mesures d'hygiène recommandées.
Il y a également l'apport de la mine pour les communautés locales, mais également une formation des acteurs.
La mine nous a doté de dispositifs de lavage de mains, de gants, de masques, de gel hydroalcoolique et de banderoles et de savon.
Nous prévoyons faire des tests de dépistage de tout le personnel qui quitte Ouaga pour le site et les dispositions sont prises.
Российско-Африканский общественный форум – это действительно очень важное событие, где мы обсуждаем большое количество насущных стратегических вопросов сотрудничества России и Африканского континента. Но, пожалуй, первый раз, когда тема форума – это общество.
Считаю предельно необходимым сегодня по максимуму задействовать возможности народной, культурной, бизнес-дипломатии в интересах углубления и расширения традиционно дружественных, взаимовыгодных связей между Россией и государствами Африки. Хотел бы также искренне поблагодарить организаторов нынешнего форума, НКО «Союз Африканская деловая инициатива», Всемирную ассоциацию выпускников российских вузов. Желаю вам успешной работы и спасибо за внимание.
Ici, nous sommes à la maintenance mobile de Bissagol SA, au département Loup. Notre rôle principal ici est d'assurer une bonne disponibilité et une bonne fiabilité des équipements pour l'exploitation. On peut aller sur le terrain. Bonjour Konaté.
Ouais, bonjour.
Comment allez-vous?
Ouais, ça peut aller.
Ok. Ça se passe bien ici ce matin?
Ouais, tout va bien opérationnel.
Ok. Je travaille pour Norgol depuis 2012. Je suis arrivé dans la boîte en tant que chef d'équipe mécanicien. Actuellement, je suis superviseur senior formateur à la maintenance mobile. Tout ça grâce au concours de mains supérieures qui ont quand même vu du potentiel en moi et qui ont misé sur ma formation et mon développement personnel.
Si tu fais bien ton travail, il reconnaît que tu fais bien ton travail. Si tu ne fais pas bien ton travail, il risque de ne pas t'en parler, mais venir prendre le travail lui-même.
Avec lui, l'homme est infatigable et doit grouiller, finir le programme.
La mécanique même déjà, c'est une passion. Moi, c'est une fierté d'appartenir à cette équipe de la maintenance mobile de Bissa, vu le rôle capital qu'il joue dans ce système. On n'entreprend pas de tâches ici sans l'avoir analysé au préalable et s'assurer qu'il n'y a pas de risque avant de travailler. La société y veille et met les moyens nécessaires pour que tous ses employés puissent travailler en toute santé et sécurité et retourner voir leur famille en santé et sécurité également.
Уважаемые коллеги, уважаемые дамы и господа, у нас есть срочное сообщение, которое пришло только что.
Ladies and gentlemen, there's an urgent message that we have just received. Let me read the address to the participants in today's second Russian-African Public Forum. To the participants and guests of the second Russian-African Forum, dear friends, Russian-African cooperation goes back into the joint fight against colonialism is based on principles of equal rights and mutual respect. The relations of Russia with the countries of the continent are very diverse traditionally. At the same time, there is a need to bring them up to date to the realities of today. We proceed from the fact that the impulse given by the first Russian-African summit in Sochi would allow us to bring our interaction to the new level. I believe that the researchers and analysts can make their contribution to further strengthening of Russian-African partnership. I'm sure that today's forum will be a useful platform to develop innovative ideas and success in this area. It will allow the Russian public to know the needs of Africa, which is geographically separated but very close to us by its spirit. I wish to all guests an interesting and productive debate. The ministry signed by Minister of Foreign Affairs, Sergei Lavrov. And let me give the floor to the moderator of our next session, Vladimir Chety. Thank you, Natalia. And we have observed all formalities, and we're moving on to our second session. It's on the use of Russia in Africa, a path towards rapprochement, graduates of Russia as a unique human capital, export of Russian education to Africa, personnel training. What kind of specialists does the African continent need today? Of course, we all understand that Russia keeps making a significant contribution to the educational processes in Africa. We have quite a few international students. We have ambitious plans to increase the number of foreign students by 2025 to 400,000 and more. And let's discuss how to do that together with our presenters. I would be interested to hear opinions from different various sides. Let me introduce to you our speakers. First, we have Evgeny Primakov, head of the Federal Agency for the Commonwealth of Independent States, compatriots living abroad, and international humanitarian cooperation. Yelena Druzhina, Deputy Minister of Science and Higher Education of the Russian Federation. Tatiana Seliverstova, head of the International Department of Rosmolodezh, a federal youth agency. Grigory Petushkov, chairperson of the Association of Non-Governmental Organizations of National Youth Council of Russia. Victoria Panova, scientific director of the Expert Council for the Preparation and Support of the Russian Federation Presidency in the BRICS Association, managing director of the National Committee for BRICS Research, co-chair of the BRICS Civil Forum, and most importantly, vice president for international relations of the Far Eastern Federal University, Russia's representative in Women 20. Sergei Mazov, he will be online. He holds a doctorate degree in history from the Institute of World History, Russian Academy of Sciences. Ahmed Bening, Secretary General of Pan-African Youth Union, will be joining us online. Adeni Adebayo, graduate from Kazan University, co-founder of Greek Lama Incorporation, and my colleague and friend, Duke Michel Gibana, Honorary Consul in the Republic of Congo, Deputy Chairperson of the Global Compatriots Council. Our colleagues will be joining us both online and here in the studio. We will start with Mr. Primakov. Good afternoon, and thank you for joining us. Your organization, Россотрудничество, this Federal Agency for International Humanitarian Cooperation, is performing a certain education mission as well. So you may have the floor. It's a great pleasure for me to be here with you. It is an important event. I'm glad that you have so many speakers and such an extensive audience. We are present in some countries of Northern Africa, such as Egypt and a few others. There are some equatorial countries like Congo, Ethiopia, Zambia. We also have an employee in Pretoria. We coordinate humanitarian projects as an agency. And let me tell you a few words about what we do, what we will be changing in our work in the nearest future, about what kind of priorities we have. First of all, it's about educational programs. My good friend, Mr. Chety, just mentioned that Россотрудничество allocates around 15,000 seats around the world in the Russian universities. A significant part of it is allocated for Africa. We want even more African students to come, but here our budget is limited and these are hard times. Nevertheless, we are optimistic about the future because our president has given us the task to increase the number, 15,000, by the factor of 2, or to at least we need to at least double this number, and including the African students. The coronavirus has complicated matters, whereas many students were unable to arrive in Russia and start their full-time mode. Here, we are still discussing it with our Ministry of Science and Higher Education, because it is that ministry that distributes these students who applied for quotas to the Russian universities. And you have to understand that there are limitations in terms of the incoming flows of visitors. Not all universities are able to provide lockdown facilities for the arriving students. Not all countries allow their citizens to leave the country because the borders are closed. Many universities are working online only, so our situation is not unique in that sense, but we hope that limitations will be gradually lifted as we are dealing with the epidemic and the students would eventually come to us. We are waiting for all of you to come. We have not abandoned you, and we're doing the best we can for the students to restart the educational process. I hope all these matters will be resolved. As for cultural initiatives that we have are an important element of our work. We promote our cultural teams and bands in Africa, but we would also like to have some kind of requests from the African countries, what kind of lecturers and specialists do they want to see. There's a new program that we call New Generation, and to be specialists who are truly interested in the country of Russia, so that they could make a decision whether they want further education in Russia, so that they could tell their friends in their own country what kind of opportunities Russia can offer professionally and educationally. We are happy with our cooperation with the alumni alliances. We really need to understand who these graduates are, what they're doing. And there are quite a few of them in many African countries. These people who used to be students in the Soviet Union or in Russia, they are working at the high level in the government. And okay, they graduated from Russian universities and they left, and that's it. We don't want that situation. We want to keep on cooperating with them, and we expect their initiatives. I suggest that they also get in touch with our representative offices and so on. Our organization needs to continue coordinating our humanitarian efforts. Recently, we had our first meeting of this first public council of this Russian-African Forum, and we will talk about what kind of specific suggestions Russia's authorities and corporations and companies could offer for African countries, what we can do for Africa, for the African audience, for the African communities. We are willing to collect these ideas, to promote them, and to help different counterparts connect and altogether support this pivot towards Africa that takes place. And I am deeply convinced that Africa is a huge continent, and but for a few exceptions, the African continent is quite successful dealing with diseases, wars, and illiteracy. There are a few hotspots, but nevertheless, we are positive about the future. And the development of Africa would be a new driver for the global development. And the African continent and African countries and African communities will pleasantly surprise us by the speed of economic and social development in the next 5 to 10 years. That's why we need to build relations with African countries and nations, and that's our strategy. Thank you very much, distinguished colleagues. I sincerely wish all of you success and great results. Thank you, Mr. Privakov. We get some questions, and some say that we need to support not just alumni and competitors and develop programs on Russian schools abroad. What about this area? Well, definitely. And I'm thankful for this question. There's a specific request about the Russian school in Egypt. That's why I focused on that, in Hurghada. I'm aware of that situation. That's an important topic. We supported that particular school in Hurghada the best we could. I hope we're talking about the same thing. And in the past, we all proceeded from the following logic. We may have an intergovernmental agreement, and then we can open schools. So you discuss it between ministries first as part of the intergovernmental commission. You write down a document, and then you open a school. And now, at our agency, we believe that we have to support any educational initiatives that are somehow connected with the Russian language, education in Russian, education according to the Russian national standards, anything with Russian component, whether it's a private or public initiative, whether it's a club of mothers who want to have a Russian language group in the local kindergarten, or whether it's a department in the local university. Of course, we are limited in terms of our resources, and we won't be able to finance these educational institutions, but we can help with methodology, with textbooks, with training of teachers. That's what we can offer. On top of that, a channel of communication with Russian authorities and the support for these educational institutions and their certification in Russia if necessary. That's where we will continue to invest our efforts, and that's why private initiatives, if people are willing to open schools, we will welcome that. Let's not be afraid that education is business too. If people can make money offering Russian education, it's good. Then we'll have more such schools because it's a competitive environment. We welcome any initiatives in that area. Come to us and we will come up with ideas of how to support you. Moving on from Россотрудничество to our Ministry of Science and Higher Education, represented here by Elena Druzhinina. Good afternoon. I hope you can hear me. I welcome all of you at this session devoted to interaction of youth, Russia and Africa, In spite of the COVID situation, our online meetings still show how both parties want to develop contacts in all areas, how we want to strengthen our partnership in all these educational areas. We know that the share of youth in our country is one of the largest in the world. That's why youth cooperation is definitely a priority for us as we strengthen scientific and research partnerships. The friendly relations between our countries allow us to implement interesting and important joint programs, to think about the future, to exchange opinion and experience. Our systemic communication would allow us to form an open model of today's interaction of youth for scientific and technology development of our countries. Another important sphere is education and training of labor resources. Currently, there are more than 20,000 students from 50 African countries studying in our universities. Medicine, oil and gas are as popular as ever. IT is getting more popular, architecture, management. Our annual quota is 1,850 people. Together with Россотрудничество, we think about how to increase this quota. There are joint projects, including one called Ambassadors of the Russian Language. Youth is a huge potential of growth for our countries, and we understand that students, they want and they can work together. That's why our ministry supports students who show initiative, who are enthusiastic. We launched programs for employment of students. First, it's within universities. Since May 2018, we offered jobs for 15 students. They worked as our digital assistants. They worked as managers of application committees, and they were tutors as well. And this year, we help find jobs for students as researchers. And we hope that every year our youth will be paying more attention to science, will be moving towards science, and that such program will help all those who want it to find jobs in research organizations of universities, including graduates from African countries who studied in Russian universities. Distinguished colleagues, I thank you for your attention. I'd like to thank the Global Alumni Alliance and the African Business Initiative Organization for their invitation to take part in this forum. Thank you. Of course, we will continue working together with you, the Ministry of Science and Higher Education. We, as a co-founder of Foreign Students Association in Russia, we do a lot of work, and many of our branches, including in the Far East, in St. Petersburg and Astrakhan, are doing great. And we have a good one in Kalmykia. They're all designed for social and cultural adaptation of foreign students. It's particularly important during the pandemic. They need protection, and on behalf of all graduates and foreign students, let me thank you for the work universities have done during these hard times. Not a single university abandoned their students. They were all helping them in all matters, including their safety and going back home. Thank you very much once again. I hope for future cooperation. Let's stay in touch. And now, as we continue discussing educations, our next presenter is Victoria Pnova, representing Far Eastern Federal University. It's a well-known establishment. It's doing a lot of work with foreign students. When we talk about social and cultural adaptation, how do you understand this term? And what is important to communicate to university employees in the first place? Thank you very much for your invitation to speak here. It's a great honor for me. As you know, Far Eastern Federal University, due to its geography, is aiming at Asia Pacific. Nevertheless, in recent years, we expanded the geography of our foreign students, attracting foreign students to our premises. We have students from 74 countries and more than 3,500 kids and young and boys and girls. And nevertheless, we always focused on Asian countries. Still in Africa, we're going to Africa too. I cannot say, of course, that we have representatives from 50 African countries, but at least we have students from 14 students. This year, we have around 50 African students, and those who attend preparation courses. And also, Helen Druzhinina from the Higher Education Ministry already mentioned this program of finding employment for our students. We did our best to support the students who had to stay in Russia during summer because of the pandemic at our campus, and it was a significant help as we got the support from the ministry. Our students and graduates worked in the areas that were mentioned here, and they worked with students. They helped our teachers switch to digital format. Our university did it in 4 days, and we received help from our foreign students, including those from Africa. We know that Africa today has a huge potential, but its share in creating added value is rather small, maybe just a few percentage points. But a lot of attention today is paid to human capital, to economy of knowledge, to fourth industrial revolution, digitalization of all areas of life in our societies. That's why our university has become more attractive for foreign students, especially for African students, because we can give them the competences that they need for better implementation of their own potential as they get the soft skills together with some professional skills that would allow students to get adjusted to the new conditions. We know that if 10 years ago we could more or less predict where young people would go, and they knew where they wanted to go after graduation, today job requirements change so fast. In 5 years, 35% of existing jobs will be outdated. That's why we need to start giving those competences that will allow students to form the future together with us. For African students, it is an important area, and more of them want to come to us. There's another program initiated by the Far Eastern University, as Russia was president of the BRICS Association, and we didn't cover the entire African continent, but at least South Africa, as one of the key countries in Africa, was an active participant. We got visitors, young kids from those 4 countries, specializing in 5 areas. And there was this question about what is important for the African youth, well, in terms of what they can get in Russia: medicine, biotech, digital technologies, engineering, specialties. It's studying world ocean from the point of view of biological medicine, international affairs, and it's also interaction in the economic area. During the pandemic, many of them were able to come, fortunately, and our colleagues from South Africa were among most active ones. They were very enthusiastic. We were able to do a lot together. As the result, many want to continue working with Russia, studying in Russian universities. That's a good result. And that's as another thing that we want to do. There's this association of foreign alumni, and that we started. And we want them to be able to exchange experience, help find jobs, help current graduates find jobs, and be these sort of mentors for the current and future graduates. It is an important moment, and I hope it will help the students who it will help students of our university from foreign countries use the potential and knowledge they have accumulated as they studied in Russia. It's not just that they come and forget everything, but that we want them to stay connected with our country spiritually and mentally, to improve and strengthen relations between Africa and Russia. Employment is of huge importance. It contributes to people selecting Russia and Russia's education. And much depends on our graduates, how they will be presenting our universities when they get back home. Here in the studio, we have alumni and graduates. Let me give the floor to our next presenter, Grigory Gurov from the Federal Agency for Youth Affairs. I'm glad that we have this cooperation. We've been working on this concept of the Youth Russia-Africa Forum, and I'm glad that here we have also Director General of Pan-African Youth Union, Bening Ahmed. But first, Mr. Gurov, what will happen in this Youth Forum, Russia-Africa, and what we'll be discussing during that forum? I'll try to be brief. I can tell you many things, but before I answer Vladimir's question, let me give you some numbers that are quite interesting as we discuss youth and youth policy. We're all aware of the fact that Africa has significant geographic dividends, is the youngest continent on the planet. The average age of the population, or in other words, more than 65% of the continent are younger than 25, and youth of Africa will soon account for 45% of all youth of the world, and they are actively participating in the political life of their countries and the international cooperation. If you are older, you may remember how the Soviet Union organizations worked in the African continent when the Soviet Union existed. Almost every African country had some partner organizations for the youth policy and education. Let me say that, unfortunately, today there's not enough work with African youth organizations. In 30 years, we lost many things, including international cooperation of youth. As we prepared for the International Youth and Students Festival, we restarted that work online. We have a good friend of our organization, Secretary General of Pan-African Youth Union. We closely interact with them. We have great plans for the future. We were supported by the Ministry of Science and Higher Education. We will have this online Russia-Africa Forum this year. Next year, we will have it live offline with heads of such councils of most African countries and youth agencies in Africa. We are trying to catch up with everything that we lost in the several decades. What other problems do we have? There's no systemic work with African youth and the youth associations. We're trying to do that, but it's not just for the Ministry of Science and Higher Education. And here we need, of course, help from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Россотрудничество, but there's still a lot to be done here and now. There's no dialogue platform to develop youth cooperation of two countries. A lot was said today about the public forum. For sure, we will try to develop the youth part of this forum and turn it into a platform where this kind of work could be started. And unfortunately, another thing that we witnessed today is this distorted ideas in Russia about Africa and in Africa about Russia. You all know these examples, all those stereotypes, what we think about Africa. It's mostly children's books, and youth in Africa have a different understanding of Russia. And we need more friendship, more contacts, and I'm sure in the next several years, thanks to our partners, we will have them all. This year, once again, we plan to run this forum in December. I hope that some of the leaders of the African organizations will be able to come, and local representatives and head of the Pan-African Youth Union, and we hope to have also a bigger forum next year offline to discuss all these problems that we've had in the last decades and try to catch up with the situation. Thank you, Mr. Gurov. Our next presenter is Benin Ahmed, Secretary General of Pan-African Youth Union. We met in Sudan this year when we visited the headquarters of this Pan-African Youth Union. Ahmed, good afternoon. You are online.
Ждем подключения тогда. Бенин Ахмед. Понятно. Татьяна Селиверстова, Росмолодежь.
Then we give the floor to Tatiana Seliverstova from Rosmolodezh.
Дружба, сотрудничество и
Friendship, cooperation,
полезное созидание Всемирной ассоциации выпускников и Росмолодежи вкладывается уже 5 лет.
association, Global Association of Alumni, has been working for 5 years, and we've known each other by our previous projects. And what are the new prospects for foreign students who would like to attend youth forums? I'd like to hear from you what Rosmolodezh has prepared for our colleagues in Africa. Good afternoon, dear colleagues and friends. Thank you for inviting me to take part in this important forum. First of all, let me say that
с африканским континентом произошло после проведения всемирного
after the International Youth and Students Festival in 2017 in Sochi, our efforts of cooperating with African youth became more active. Actually, 1,100 young people from Africa came to that festival, and there are still informal groups of those who visited that festival, and they are active in their own continent. Speaking about the plans of our agency, here we have to mention our cooperation with African countries. In terms of our cooperation with BRICS and the Federal Agency of Youth, our countries actively cooperate with South Africa and all youth agencies.
And biggest NGOs. We are participating in different BRICS events. Last year, it was the International Youth Festival between BRICS and SCO countries. And this year, our peers and colleagues took part in all the youth activities, including, quite recently, we had an online 2-week-long program, Business Incubator of BRICS Nations. Naturally, I'd like to note that end of November, we'll have the 6th Youth BRICS Association with the participation of South Africa. Ulyanovsk will host a summit meeting, and as Vladimir said, bearing in mind the restrictions on the travel, we'll invite Ulyanovsk for offline participation in the event which will bring together the African students who are spending their time here amid the COVID-19. Several days ago, we held a meeting, an official meeting with the ambassador of Egypt and Russia. We discussed the year 2021 as the year of humanitarian cooperation between Russia and Egypt. In terms of the Russian-Egyptian cooperation, we will hold a number of other youth events. And finally, to conclude my remarks, I would like to speak about a very important systemic project launched by Rosmolodezh this year. This is the work of the Project Office of the Youth Cooperation within the Islamic Cooperation Organization and Russia. A lot of countries from North Africa and Sub-Saharan region are part of the Islamic Cooperation Organization. This project was launched in the city of Kazan. The project office is aimed at performing several functions. The very first one is about the systematizing of the youth cooperation with the Islamic Cooperation Organization. We offer opportunities for extending cooperation for the youth, and certainly would like to act as a resource and contact point for all the organizations which aspire to develop cooperation in the area of economy, humanities, and culture with the Islamic Cooperation Organization. And certainly, now we do our best to work with African nations, including the students' body inviting colleagues from African organizations. Eurasia Global is one of such events. It was held in the city of Orenburg for the 5th time, and certainly I would like to note that we have to get away of the standing forums. We'd rather actually proceed to a new format, which no longer includes different blocks. But we should focus on the youth entrepreneurship, develop the necessary potential for our young businessmen. Holiday camps bring together the youth from Russia, from Africa, etc., proceeding to more systemic projects, which will finally allow us to achieve specific results, which will have a say on the humanitarian and economic cooperation between our nations. I wish every success to all of us in achieving successful cooperation with our African colleagues. Thank you. Thank you so much, Tatiana. I think that we'll continue our cooperation. And certainly it's a great pleasure that Yelena and Yevgeny mentioned raising skills. And you said that employment in all the ministries and departments, employment of the foreign students and graduates is regarded as a top priority. I, as the president of the World Alumni Association, am pleased to hear that, and because this is what is demanded for by our interlocutors. This is a great pleasure for me to cooperate with the coordination center of our fellow citizens. And Michel Mgibana is present here. Michel? I apologize. Ahmed has joined us. Bening Ahmed, Secretary General of Pan-African Youth Union. Ahmed, can you hear us?
Yes, I hear you clearly.
Да, спасибо, дорогой, что присоединился к нам.
Thank you so much for joining us. We met in Sudan in the headquarters of Pan-African Youth Forum. Thank you for accepting our invitation. Thank you for connecting to us. We see that all Africa is with us. What plans do you have for the Russian African Youth Forum, the one which we are going to hold in December with Grigory?
Thank you much, Vladimir. It's a pleasure to be joining you for this discussion. It's exciting to engage our counterparts. Let me say, the Russia-Africa Youth Forum is an exciting event looking forward to. And from our side, we have been discussing with the Russian National Youth Council and then the preparatory mechanisms in order to have a successful activity. However, for us, continent, one of the final issues that we are looking at is joining forces with our Russian colleagues contribute significantly, one, to improving the relationship between Russia and Africa, two, to harnessing the potential of both sides. Because like the President Youth Council of Russia said, President Grigory stated, Africa has the benefit of a demographic dividend. That means that in excess of 67% of our population are young people, coupled with our enormous natural resources. Because if you know, the African continent possesses about 37% of the essential natural resources that's required for global development. You also that Russia is played a very instrumental role in the decolonization process, and then continue to play a central role in the economic development and political development of many of the continent. So we are actually excited about the Russia-Africa Forum because it allows us to build a more robust political social, allow the many young people from Africa that are studying in Russia to as my other colleagues said, be able to fuse effectively within the Russian community and be able to then bring that positive energy and results back to the continent. So from our side as the Pan-African Youth Union, we are looking forward to an engagement, and we are committed to contributing in whatever way possible to ensuring that we have an effective, constructive, and positive engagement along this forum. As you know, we have been part of the process, and the Russian National Youth Council has engaged us very effectively. And I even want to use this opportunity to thank the president, Grigory, Valeria, and the team, because we've been working quite closely with them to ensure that the content is properly developed, too, that the discussions that will take place come December would be one that resonates and echo the aspirations of the young people of Africa, the aspirations of the young people of Russia, and then creates a middle ground, a rallying platform for all young people on both sides to identify with the outcomes of the forum, as well as be able to contribute significantly or meaningfully to building a much more robust relationship between our two sides. So I think that basically this is what we have been doing over the last couple of months since we met at the PYU headquarters. And I'm positive that this forum would actually be the foundation that our countries would build economic cooperation on, because the future of Russia and Africa is anchored on the understanding of young people of the kind of relationship that Russia has had with Africa over years. It's important to recognize that in the future of the Russian Federation, of the African continent, be it political, be it economic, even in dimensions of global activity, is intrinsically linked. And it's important for us to look at it from that perspective. And I'm confident the successful Russia-Africa Forum that will re-echo the aspirations of young people on both sides and be able to build a society or a world that is willing to rally around one common purpose.
Ahmed, спасибо большое. Я очень рад, что все-таки получилось.
Ahmed, thank you so much. I'm very glad that still you managed to get connected to us. We are looking forward to you and your whole delegation in Moscow. As soon as the opportunity pops up, we are ready for cooperation. Certainly, together with Grigory and with the National Council, we'll continue this work. Send my best regards to the African Youth Union. And you see that we have very good staff who we train. I think that Pan-African Union also has our alumni, our graduates. Adine Debayo, graduate of Kazan University, born in Nigeria. Adine, I have a very simple question. As far as I know, you studied not only in Russia. Can you please compare, in your opinion, is the level of education which you got in Kazan, is it level enough to be competitive against those who got education in other countries? Thank you so much, Vladimir. I will try to disclose this question a little bit broader, and we'll compare the Russian education with what actually you may get in other countries. For instance, I graduated from chemistry faculty of Kazan University. After that, actually, I started in MIT, one of the best universities of the world, and then I partially worked in Houston before I started my own project. The basic fundamental engineering education which I received in Russia, at least as I can judge, is very competitive. It gives you some understanding and prepares you for analytical thinking, which I think is clearly very important and which is quite rare compared to other educational systems. I'll tell you why. For instance, if you get educated in the United States or in Europe, usually you will have some written exams and just get prepared for that, and will be a big part of just remembering certain or drilling. Whereas in Russia, you have a lot of discussions with the lecturers, so with the teachers, and such an approach has a lot of advantages for the people who got trained in Russia. They just think differently, they look differently at many issues. As concerns, for instance, the comparison between the Russian education and the other countries' education, there are lots of cases, lots of examples of people graduating from the Russian universities who were then employed by Harvard, Oxbridge, etc. And the foundation laid by the Russian education, regardless of what university we're speaking about. Traditionally, we keep thinking that if you graduate from Moscow State University, you can be then continuing your education in Oxford. But there are students who graduate from Krasnodar State University, but still then would get to the top universities and would do their research at a very high level. In my opinion, what is good about Russia is about the basic academic education. The approach to the education is very much different from what you may find all over the world, and it helps you to have analytical thinking. I would disclose this question like that. You know that actually you are a real product of the Russian education, and you even launched your own startup. I already told you that actually the analytical thinking has been developed by the Russian education. I got educated in the United States, then I worked in the oil and gas industry, and after that, it happened so that I got a lot of friends here in Russia and elsewhere who I worked with.
Artificial intelligence, компьютерное зрение, который сейчас как бы на рынке является одним из лидеров. Проект называется
computer vision or digital vision and AI. Things which are clearly very important for the today's world. And within 3 years, actually, we managed to develop very well. And in addition to the Russian education, within a very brief period of time, we managed to make a product which can compete against the global products, such as personal view, something which is very, very costly. And now we are developing a different project. This is about advertisement to make education more affordable to the school students, and we are promoting the IT education for the Russian school students.
то, что в России можно реально найти тех людей, с которыми можно идти по жизни.
And we try to ram it home to the potential clients. I keep saying that you can always find people who you can cooperate, long-term things in Russia. And probably this is another advantage of the Russian education system. The university may be regarded as a place you find people who think alike. Like that. Thank you so much. I think that Adini example shows that he was a grade A student. He is very much fluent in Russian. Certainly would like foreign students, and this is my personal opinion, would like the foreign students to be trained in Russian, because be instructed in Russian, and it will help them integrate into the Russian culture. There is a lot of books in Russian which provide fundamental education. Yes, speaking Russian actually helped me get an access to a totally different cast of mind. Everyone who wants to come to Russia to study, I keep saying that you have to study Russian because this is very important. This is the preparatory stage. And in addition to what I have said, in this format of Russia-Africa cooperation, I think what we have to develop, this is what we are missing. This is what Tatiana spoke about. This is the economic ties or economic bonds question. If we have to develop the economic bonds, very often when we speak about the youth, we speak about this part of the youth who study in universities, but in essence, we have a different kind of the youth. And we have to develop business connections, business ties. This is very much relevant not only for Russian-African cooperation, but when I see, for instance, people improving their lives, setting up their companies, launching their own business, and certainly I don't need anyone to convince me to go to Russia to get trained. So you see the result immediately and you go there to get trained. I think that idea everywhere. And thank you so much. Thank you so much. Sergei Mazov connected to us from African Studies of Institute of General History of the Russian Academy of Sciences. Can you hear us, Mr. Mazov?
Является приоритетом в области на африканском направлении.
What is the priority in the African continent, working with the youth? Can you hear me? In essence, I represent Center of African Studies Institute of the World History. It was created in 1970s. It is headed by Professor Levinson, and we specialize in the history of Africa and sub-Saharan region. We are not doing any political profiteering. One of the results of our work was, I'm not sure whether you see that or not, a book, Africa in the Fate of Russia and Russia in the Fate of Russia. So we speak about the Africans who got educated in Russia in 1960s. And the problems are the same, although it may seem that this is the long ago past. We spoke about the experience of the Youth Organizations Committee. But we are still ignorant of most of that experience when you study archives. You may see so interesting projects that you will not believe your own eyes. I'd like to tell you about one project which the Youth Organizations Committee participated in, which unfortunately was not organized. The Komsomol and the Youth Organizations Committee decided to combat against the activity of the Peace Corps of the United States. The then first secretary of the Central Committee of the Young Communists applied to the Central Communist Party of the Soviet Union, asking to dispatch Soviet volunteers to Africa, who would do the same as the Peace Corps would be doing in Africa. So the Soviet volunteers had to meet very high requirements. I will quote from the book. So the volunteers had been recruited from the young experts from agriculture, healthcare, Komsomol workers, athletes who would be physically fit and ideologically solid and ready to do propaganda among the people. In order to improve the political and language fluency, it was suggested to arrange for a 6 weeks long course. They were to do propaganda about the Soviet reality in Africa and to provide fraternal help in setting up hospitals, factories, doing injections, and getting in touch with the leaders of the African youth organizations, studying political and economic situation on the continent and the rights and customs of these people. So the Soviet youth got an excellent opportunity to study Africa, from inside out. It was not a very costly project. It was planned to bring them in groups of 15 to 20 people on cargo vessels, and the bulk of the spending was to be done by the Central Committee of Komsomol and local youth African organizations. But as usual, the lack of funds put an end to that initiative. The Africans agreed only to pay the rent. So the negotiations were kick-started, and the Second Secretariat asked the Ministry of Finance to extend necessary funds in hard currency to support that project so that their payroll could be maintained. But the Ministry of Finance denied this, or turned down this application, and it said that the proposition is abandoned as far as the calculations have shown. It would incur too much spending from the Russian side, $200,000, which used to be a very big sum of money at that time. I think that this investment would pay off very easily. I studied lots of documents, and I could see that actually Soviet Union invested heavily into different countries, but most of them were just embezzled by corrupted officers. I think that the economic losses would be much bigger. But this project was quite feasible, quite good. And this is what could strengthen the positions of the Soviet Union in Africa. and bring together the Soviet youth organizations and the African youth organizations. I have numerous cases like that. We are running out of time, but we can find lots of such documents in the Soviet archives. That's a negative experience, but in terms of the Soviet Union, it was quite a positive experience. I think that this experience is good in terms of studying our flaws and our ups and downs. Probably we can think of resetting that idea once again. Thank you so much, and Sergey, thank you so much. And we're looking forward to you in December at our Youth Forum, where we will continue this topic. I would like to pass the floor to Duke Michel Ngimbana from Congo. Michel.
Почетная миссия, занимаетесь общественной деятельностью.
You're also involved in some civil society activities. So fellow citizens and alumni or graduates, is it the same thing or not? Yes. Thank you so much, Vladimir. Thank you for the opportunity to speak up. They were very bright and outstanding presentations with good propositions, especially I will have some propositions to Yevgeny. Personally, I will have to talk to him one-on-one. But in essence, the rapprochement, the fellow countrymen and graduates. Actually, we start with the graduates, and then it translates into fellow citizens. Because the graduates actually would go to Russia or to the Soviet Union to study. Some of them would go back, others would get married, and certainly it will translate into fellow citizens or fellow countrymen. But fellow countrymen, these are not just those from the former Soviet republics, but these are everyone who speak Russian, who love the Russian culture. These are the people who are part of that history of Russia, etc., etc. These are the same fellow countrymen, because they take a very big part in the work of the coordination councils of the fellow countrymen abroad, and they are all together, and they are considered to be fellow countrymen. I know that with you, you have several representatives of the Coordination Council. Olga Bogacheva is right next to you. Olga, good afternoon. Olga, I know that you are just from Mauritius, on your way to St. Petersburg. First of all, be brief, please, but still, can you tell us about the mission, the fellow countrymen movement done in Mauritius? Thank you so much for your kind invitation, for an excellent opportunity. Unfortunately, the pandemic introduced its changes to all our plans and conferences and the forums, which were cancelled or are held online. I'm very glad that this forum, which is very much needed by our community, took place. Certainly, the pandemic introduced changes to everything. The negative impact of the pandemic is of no secret. But many countries, they look for new ways to interact. And probably I see some opportunities opening up there. At least several days ago, I talked to the representatives of the Embassy of Mauritius, and they see some silver lining in the pandemic, the opportunities which may open up, because the Mauritius, this is an island. Speak about my country. It's a closed island, and today it is closed at all. So we stopped the air communication, the island is just like under a siege. And now the air traffic has been relaunched, and Mauritius actually is an island without COVID, without the pandemic. And anyone who works remotely, you are free to come to Mauritius. After 2 weeks lockdown, you actually can get a 1-year-long visa and stay with us to work. I think that similar solutions can be used by other nations, including African nations, and Russia can act as an initiator of new interactions, of new projects. As a person who is promoting the Russian world globally, I would like to appreciate the presentation in Russian. Actually, I would like to say bravo as a teacher of the Russian language. We'd like to have as many students as possible like that in Russia, in the United States, everywhere. That we have more startups like that, that we could have more quotas. Because at least the quotas are minimum. Russia should be present at different educational forums. We'd like to promote ourselves more actively, that we have new projects, new ways to interact. Сотрудничество made us happy. You said, please bring your projects to us. I think that we'll follow your advice and we'll turn to you in order to have such students, at least in Mauritius. We see what we need at the level of the Russian schools, at the level of teenagers, children. We have to promote our culture. You cannot just sell our universities like that. The competition with Europe is tough. The competition with Australia and the United States is tough. We have to compete against continents and countries. We have to support our Russian schools, any initiatives, any ideas, and I hope that Россотрудничество will help us.
На уровнях и министерствах наши проекты будут поддержаны.
And I hope that it will be supported. We are working with Россотрудничество for quite a while. Lykova Natalia is with us from Uganda. Tell us a couple of words about the project. This is the project which brings together Uganda's fellow countrymen and graduates. Just a couple of words. Tell us about that. Thank you so much, Vladimir. Well, a couple of words that this is too brief. I need an hour. Look, everything is just simple. Uganda has a lot of Russian-speaking people, the ones who are actually not only the ones who are working there, but the ones who got graduated in Russia. Some students who spent 5 to 10 years studying in Russia certainly would like not to lose this culture. They'd like to speak Russian. Some of them got married to Russian ladies. My association has an association of Russian-speaking language women, which brings together doctors, medical doctors, and African women, members of that association who are showing this culture not only to the children, but also to adults who would like to remember their youth, young years, or would like to be part of that, because Uganda, people like holidays and celebrations very much. Last year, we arranged a Russian festival held in Uganda, bringing together several thousand people on a big land plot. We arranged for the Russian traditional games, concert, trading in traditional Russian handicrafts. I also sang some traditional Russian songs. It was an experience for me. But the reaction which you see from the room, from the floor, this is the reaction, the feedback which you get immediately. I'm very grateful to the people who shared their experience. I did not remember their names, but actually we have to proceed from the grassroots, from the people who actually work locally. If these efforts can be joined, then we'll do everything. You can trust my words. In Kimala, in Uganda, when you walk in the street, you never know who of them is fluent in Russian. I liked very much all the presentations on education. We are training Russian, and African children and adults come to us to study Russian. They would like to understand our mentality. Even if they cannot come to us, not all of them can somehow afford it, but in terms of the business and business contacts. I used to work in Uganda since 2006, and I'm working there until now. I can tell you that the people who started there, when they see a Russian business owner, they would immediately approach this businessman or businesswoman in order to start cooperating. But when a person doesn't know Russian, there is an anxiety, concern who you are, for instance. So Uganda used to be a British colony, so Uganda knows everything about the UK, but they know nothing about Russia. But when they come to our celebrations, when they see Russian blinis, pancakes, or Russian vodka and herring, so they would immediately somehow come to us. And the Africans would come to us. They remember their youth, for instance. They spent their childhood there. Can you understand how much they are missing the Russian years? They need someone to speak Russian, and people just aspire to join the Russian community. And the Association of Alumni is also quite good. Thank you so much, Natalia. We have to wrap it up. Joshua, we're looking forward to see you at the next session, where we'll hear what you may tell us about setting up of the new organization. It's too premature to sum up our work. We'll continue our conversation. Thank you for being with us. Some break, technological break, and we're waiting for you at our next session on the civil society institutions for the sake of the African continent. Thank you so much.
La SOMITA a décidé d'apporter son soutien à nos frères et sœurs qui ont quitté leur localité pour venir à Yalgo pour des raisons d'insécurité. Nous leur avons donné des vivres, des vêtements et du matériel de couchage pour leur apporter un peu de confort. Nous avons offert 500 kits scolaires aux élèves afin de les encourager à mieux étudier pour être les leaders que le Burkina aimerait avoir.
La mine nous a octroyé aujourd'hui au niveau du coprosu plus de 23 tonnes de céréales, des lots de vêtements, de nattes et autres matériels.
Nous avons reçu 15 tonnes de maïs, 15 tonnes de sorgho et 13 tonnes de mil. Nous remercions Bissa Gold.
La mine est vraiment un partenaire clé et qui a toujours accompagné la commune pour vraiment des résultats positifs comme la réhabilitation de cette école qui fait environ 14 millions. Au cours de l'année 2017 aussi, il y a eu 3 salles de classe qui ont été réalisées au profit des carrières qui relèvent de la commune à une valeur de 30 millions. Il y a eu aussi 3 salles de classe qui ont été réhabilitées dans un village de Gouengo à une enveloppe de près de 16 millions.
Nous parlons du coronavirus. C'est une maladie respiratoire.
Et notre travail, c'est d'aller vers la population, faire connaître d'abord la maladie. Comment faire pour se protéger?
Lorsque nous toussons ou éternuons dans un mouchoir, jetons-le soigneusement dans une poubelle.
Dès que nous avons appris qu'il y avait cette maladie en Chine, nous avons mis en place un plan de riposte. Le gel hydroalcoolique, mettre en place les thermoflages, la communication à l'endroit de nos employés.
Nous avons bénéficié de la mine de financement, d'abord des activités de communication à travers les émissions radiophoniques.
Nous exhortons la population à observer strictement les mesures d'hygiène recommandées.
Il y a également l'apport de la mine pour les communautés locales, mais également une formation des acteurs.
La mine nous a doté de dispositifs de lavage de mains, de gants, de masques, de gel hydroalcoolique et de banderoles et de savon.
Nous prévoyons faire des tests de dépistage de tout le personnel qui quitte Ouaga pour le site et les dispositions sont prises.
Российско-Африканский общественный форум – это действительно очень важное событие, где мы обсуждаем большое количество насущных стратегических вопросов сотрудничества России и Африканского континента. Но, пожалуй, первый раз, когда тема форума – это общество.
Считаю предельно необходимым сегодня по максимуму задействовать возможности народной, культурной, бизнес-дипломатии в интересах углубления и расширения традиционно дружественных, взаимовыгодных связей между Россией и государствами Африки. Хотел бы также искренне поблагодарить организаторов нынешнего форума, НКО «Союз Африканская деловая инициатива», Всемирную ассоциацию выпускников российских вузов. Желаю вам успешной работы и спасибо за внимание.
Ici, nous sommes à la maintenance mobile de Bissagol SA, au département Loup. Notre rôle principal ici est d'assurer une bonne disponibilité et une bonne fiabilité des équipements pour l'exploitation. On peut aller sur le terrain. Bonjour Konaté.
Ouais, bonjour.
Comment allez-vous?
Ouais, ça peut aller.
Ok. Ça se passe bien ici ce matin?
Ouais, tout va bien opérationnel.
Ok. Je travaille pour Norgol depuis 2012. Je suis arrivé dans la boîte en tant que chef d'équipe mécanicien. Actuellement, je suis superviseur senior formateur à la maintenance mobile. Tout ça grâce au concours de mes supérieurs qui ont quand même vu du potentiel en moi et qui ont misé sur ma formation et mon développement personnel.
Si tu fais bien ton travail, il reconnaît que tu fais bien ton travail. Si tu ne fais pas bien ton travail, il risque de ne pas t'en parler, mais venir prendre le travail lui-même.
Avec lui, l'homme est infatigable et doit gouiller, finir le programme.
La mécanique même déjà, c'est une passion. Moi, c'est une fierté d'appartenir à cette équipe de la maintenance mobile de Bissau, vu le rôle capital qu'il joue dans ce système. On n'entreprend pas de tâches ici sans l'avoir analysé au préalable et s'assurer qu'il n'y a pas de risque avant de travailler. La société y veille et met les moyens nécessaires pour que tous ses employés puissent travailler en toute santé et sécurité et retourner voir leur famille en santé et sécurité également.
Ladies and gentlemen, we need to continue our second Russia-Africa Public Forum, and this session is devoted to business institutions of the civil society, innovative technologies of Russian companies for the benefit of sustainable development of the African continent on the one hand. This is a public forum. We don't usually discuss the economy or business as some of the key topics. At the same time, I understand that civil society is very closely connected with the economic component. A lot depends on how successful we are as we implement economic strategies for the benefit of the population of all countries, including the African continent. That's why we're going to talk about economic interaction from a different point of view. We're going to talk about sustainable development. That's already an important agenda in some of the government companies. And we're going to talk about how Russian technologies and Russian business, in partnership with their African colleagues, can develop this agenda successfully. I'm glad to introduce to you our speakers for this session. Evgeny Tulubensky, Head of Legal and Strategic Department, member of the board of Nordgold, Deputy Chairperson of the African Business Initiative Union, Viktor Polikarpov, Advisor to Rosatom International Network, Director of Rosatom Central and South Africa. Some of us are joining us online, some are here offline. Pavel Volosov, Head of the Africa Department from the Ministry of Industry and Trade of the Russian Federation. Igor Shervarli, Advisor to the Executive Directorate of the Russian Federation at the World Bank Group. Dr. Lubinda Hamazoka from Zambia. Valeria Bien, Special Representative of the President of Burkina Faso for the CIS, co-founder of AgroPro Burkina Faso, board member of the Africa Business Initiative, and Olga Gogolnikov of the Russian Business Center in Cameroon, head of the representative of Office of the World Business Alliance of Russian-Speaking Women, chairman of XORS in Cameroon. Colleagues, let's talk about how, in the economic sense, we can interact with African countries, our African partners, and what are the key resources of Russian businesses and companies that already successfully work in the African continent and then can give us this agenda of positive sustainable development and help African countries in that direction. Let me first give the floor to Mr. Tulubensky from Nordgold. And Nordgold has been working in Western Africa for more than 10 years, quite successfully, but different situations happen. The crisis sometimes happens, and we faced the pandemic this year. How is your company, your successful company, in interacting with Africa in the area of sustainable development? What kind of innovative technologies do you use to contribute to the social and civil agenda in Western Africa?
Добрый день. Спасибо большое за возможность выступить на этом форуме. Но прежде всего...
Good afternoon, and thank you for this opportunity to speak at this forum. Let me start by saying that Nordgold is a part of the UN Sustainable Development Goal process. They are an integral part of our business model. Of course, as a company, we can contribute to the development of the countries of our operations. In Western Africa, we focus on the following three areas. Number one is creating jobs. Number two is about education and healthcare. When we talk about creating jobs, it's not only about new enterprises or factories. It's a large-scale project as we develop local employees and train them, and we also ensure they go up the career ladder. That gives us a pretty good result. Currently, 95% of our employees in Burkina Faso and New Guinea are local employees. If we talk about education, I think all participants in the forum understand that the development of education in Africa is an important component of the future development of the region. Let me talk about two numbers here that show very well how we work in this area. Over the time that we worked in Africa, Nordgold has built more than 100 schools or reconstructed them, and more than 15,000 kids got educational opportunities. In terms of healthcare, we are making sure the population gets access to high-quality education. We pay significant attention now to the coronavirus. Until that, before that, we also made a significant contribution to fight against Ebola. Also, it's anti-malaria efforts, it's access to medical services in New Guinea. Local employees and their family members have access to free health care. Now, a few words about innovative technologies that Natalia mentioned in the past. We use them not just in production, but also in sustainable development issues. For example, currently, we are launching a satellite system that would allow us to get data about the development of rural settlements around our mines and
обработка информации с помощью человека.
First, it will be processing information using human employees, and later on, the AI will join in, and it will give us data about the community development around our mines. Satellite services will be used as we observe the activities of illegal miners around our mines and license areas that stretch for thousands of kilometers. And if we talk about protection of environment, we will use satellites to monitor tail dumpings, and we can have visual observation, but we also can use satellite to control tailing dumps. And in the areas as healthcare and education, it will be interesting to consider online education and telemedicine. We're already thinking about those issues in Russia. It will be interesting to use the same approaches in Africa. Thank you, Natalia. That's it about what we do in general and about new technologies as we see them in light of corporate and social responsibility. Thank you. What you mentioned, you really collected all latest innovative trends in the company. You're talking about telemedicine, we're talking about satellite communication, which is used both for the company and for the monitoring that will be helpful to African countries. We are impressed by your earlier indicators that you mentioned, the amount of social support that you provided in Guinea and Burkina Faso, all these hospitals and schools. This is an important resource. You're giving Africans an opportunity to get education from the moment of entering regular schools, and you have both the desire and opportunities to train African students in Russian universities, and then you get high-quality labor resources that can also transfer their knowledge to the industry in their own African countries. It's an important component indeed, and I'm glad that you are an example of this company, which is also socially responsible. You work in mining, and it is believed that this is the main area where we cooperate with Africa. But you diversify your approach. You find other components in the African sustainable development processes. Please stay with us if you can. We'll be happy if you listen to other presenters. Now let me give the floor to Viktor Polikarpov. my colleague and partner in this session. He is advisor to Rosatom International Network, director of Rosatom Central and South Africa. You have a huge experience of working in Africa. We, of course, know Rosatom as a state corporation and understand what kind of technologies it uses. We understand that on top of the nuclear energy and building a nuclear power plant in Egypt, Rosatom has a significant portfolio of innovative technologies that can be scaled up in the African continent. But these technologies require investments and co-investments in radio medicine. And we understand that this is what Africa really needs. Let me give you the floor. Tell us, what tasks does your company face? What kind of projects do you consider? Again, in the situation that the pandemic crisis led us all to the economic recession, maybe some of your strategic plans were changed, but nevertheless, it's still moving on, and we need to keep on working. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me great pleasure to represent here Rosatom, a state corporation. First of all, let me express warm greetings to our African friends. We are aware of the situation in Africa. We know it's not easy. The media don't write a lot about it, but we know there are problems. I don't have much time. That's why I can only briefly tell you how innovative technologies of the Russian nuclear industry that recently celebrated 75th year of its existence can become the locomotive, the driver for the development of Africa. Let's start with the key problem, a huge shortage of electricity. 620 million people living in Africa have no access to electricity. The level of supply is around 120 kilowatt per hour per person per year. In Russia, we have 7.5 thousand kilowatts. In the US, it's 14,000 kilowatt hours of electricity per person per year. You can imagine the level of electrification of Africa today. And another thing is that Africa cannot become independent without industrialization. And industrialization is impossible without the so-called basic generation. Africa uses wind, solar energy. All countries need to use their own resources. But wind and sun don't give you basic generation as renewable sources of energy. They don't give you the basis for economic development and industrialization of Africa. And for that, they need to use their own resources, process their own resources, and eventually a significant rise in the development of African nations. All right, you may ask a question. Why would Africa need nuclear power today? Let me give you a few factors. Africa's GDP is growing as opposed to other continents. Africa's GDP is growing steadily, 5 to 7% per year. The population of Africa by the end of 2050 will double, will amount to 2.4 billion people. That's 1 billion consumers, and by 2030 we will have 500 million people in the middle class. They want a different life. They want to consume different products and services. They want goods that consume electricity, such as refrigerators and washing machines. The nuclear energy today is an inexpensive and environmentally friendly source of energy. It's innovative in that sense, and there's progress and innovations there. The fossil fuels pollute atmosphere, lead to chronic diseases, and contributes to the greenhouse effect. There are many problems in Africa because of that, because they use lots of fossil fuel. I lived in Africa for 15 years. When in one of the countries you go outside and you see how everyone starts cooking using their coal stoves, it's a disaster. Renewable sources of energy are green, but they don't give you basic generation because sun doesn't shine 24 hours a day, and the same about the wind. You cannot have a powerful industry when you have wind generation. But Rosatom is not against solar and wind. In our solutions, we focus on wind generation. We have a company, our wind, that supplies wind generators and build wind parks because we believe that renewable energy is a good contribution to the nuclear energy. Rosatom is an innovative company today. We produce 3+ reactors. Chernobyl was generation 1, Fukushima generation 2. We have a serial production of 3+ generation reactors. We are building dozens of energy units in about a dozen countries of the world. In Russia, we operate 38 units with a total capacity of 30+ gigawatt of installed capacity. That's 30 gigawatt of electricity. That's more than in all countries of Africa to the south of Sahara, except South Africa. Rosatom alone has this installed capacity. A decision about building a power plant is a decision towards an economic breakthrough to give rise to your industry. According to the IAEA, every gigawatt of nuclear generating capacity gives you 200,000 new jobs. And in conclusion to this energy topic, I have to say that Africa cannot stay outside of nuclear energy. That's why our African colleagues understand that very well. We are present in Africa today. We interact with 14 countries of the continent as we signed agreements with them. We train local labor force at our expense, and we hope that it will bring its fruit. Of course, to build a power plant, you need about 10 years. And we understand that Africa is getting ready to start using nuclear energy. And of course, we hope to be part of all these projects. Briefly, a few other points. It's nuclear medicine. I know next session will be about medicine. Let me just give you 2 numbers. In sub-Saharan Africa, 750,000 people get sick with cancer every year, and 500,000 die of cancer. There's cancer among women and children. Our solution is a specialized nuclear medicine center. We're willing not just to provide isotopes for treatment, but we offer them to start local production of such isotopes in large African countries based on small power research reactors. That would be the foundation to train experts to operate big nuclear power plants. We had such negotiations with a number of countries, and we signed agreements on establishing centers of nuclear science and technology. In some of African countries, agriculture is another area. Around 60% of arable land of the world is in Africa, but there's hunger there, starvation, lack of electricity is one of the reasons, because you cannot have agriculture without irrigation. You need powerful pumps to supply water to the fields. You need processing plants to process products. It's not enough to grow the harvest. You have to preserve it. More than 40% of agricultural products produced in Africa gets rotten within a few days, and there are innovative technologies based on radiation that increase shelf life of products. It's absolutely it's not dangerous or hazardous for anyone's health, and you radiate these products in special units that Rosatom is ready to supply even now. The certification of such radiation treatment is the best safety certificate recognized all over the world, and it's a good opportunity for African countries to increase the export of their agricultural products. I visited a number of countries. They treated me with good pineapples and mango fruit. They are very good. We never have them in Russia as good as they have them. If Africans would load it on a ship and deliver it to Europe, within 20 days, they will be absolutely fresh. And finally, pure water. 40% of African population in sub-Saharan Africa have no access to this important source or resource, vital resource. And that's one of the reasons for poverty and diseases. Rosatom has special solutions for water treatment and water purification. For the littoral countries, we offer solutions for producing potable water out of the seawater, and this unit allows us to make clean and pure water up to 170,000 cubic meters per day. And that's a good solution for Africa to use this kind of desalination. And in Rosatom, there are around 400 companies, 250,000 employees, and each one of them is involved in some kind of innovations. As we're present in the continent, we understand all the problems of Africans. We're willing to deal with them. We're on the way of dealing with them. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Mr. Polikarpov. Quite right. There are solutions and opportunities. There is demand, a huge demand, but there are also problems. When we talk about nuclear energy, it's costly, you're right. It requires serious financial resources. Also, it's a lengthy process when you break ground until you are ready to operate the power plant, whether it's a smaller or bigger plant. And as for other technologies that you mentioned, even though nuclear energy has many different areas of application, still nothing can work without electricity. And you were right when you were saying how they need pure water, how they need food security. safety using desalination technologies and radiation technologies. Let's hope that we will be able to deal with the pandemic and the situation will improve. I wish that you have more chances to implement in practice all those solutions that we have today, because these technologies are in demand, and Africa suffers from cancer, from death rate, from lack of water, electricity, and so on. But with its billions of people, it's content of the future, and such content of the future needs everything that you mentioned. Moving on to Igor Shervarli, advisor to the executive director of the Russian Federation at the World Bank Group. Good afternoon. And the World Bank, as you know, pays special attention to sustainable development and to the African agenda, and allocating funds to other international organizations to finance certain projects. You represent the Russian Federation there. Do Russian companies have any prospects to interact with the World Bank on Africa? And what are the trends in the World Bank regarding Africa? The situation is hard economically. What is going on? And thank you for joining us. You may have the floor. Good afternoon, distinguished colleagues. I'd like to thank you for inviting me to speak at this Russian-African Forum. Let me give you a brief overview of what our organization does in Africa. Our main goal is fighting poverty. In other words, increase the well-being of the vulnerable layers of the population all over the world. And in that sense, Africa is the priority region, because in sub-Saharan Africa, we have most of the poor people. Out of 1 billion people living in sub-Saharan Africa, 40% are in the state of utter poverty. They live on less than $2 per day. In Latin America, they only have 4% poor people. It's only 1/10 of what they have in Africa. Now the situation is even worse with the coronavirus. According to the estimates of the World Bank, additional millions of people, more than 100 million people, will be beyond the poverty threshold and beyond the poverty line. In other words, Africa is the continent where the World Bank runs most of its projects. Last year we approved $77 billion worth of projects, and a significant portion of that, over 25 billion, much was allocated to Africa.
And there was the very first economic recession in Africa, the first over the last 25 years. So it means that Africa would be a priority region for the World Bank. And proceeding with the Russian companies, I'd like to note the fact that Russia is one of the biggest shareholders in this bank, and we're ready to support our companies which enter the African markets. We do believe that the potential of the Russian technologies is huge as far as the bank, in terms of its strategic activity, tries to facilitate the economy, transport. And our colleague from Rosatom has already highlighted this topic. The bank cannot fund nuclear power, but everything related to wind, mills, radiation of grain, water treatment. These are our top priorities. As the Directorate, we are supporting major projects in Africa which contribute to its economic transformation and industrialization. We know that Russia provides a major bilateral support to different African nations, that many Russian companies are cooperating with Africa on a bilateral basis, but in part of engaging the World Bank and other global institutions, there is a big room for improvement, especially if we speak about Africa. Speaking about the World Bank, the purchases from the Russian suppliers actually is not huge, whereas the Western companies are present in almost all the projects. Therefore, we are very much interested in calling on the Russian companies to more actively use the opportunities offered by the World Bank and its funding.
Африканцы со своей стороны нам не раз заявляли, что
African nations more than once told us that they would like to see more Russian technologies and Russian specialists in the projects of the bank, because the costs really matter. And this concludes my remarks. Thank you so much. Igor, thank you so much. I think that there are several questions which we have to address altogether. And we, as the African Business Initiative, are ready to assist the Russian business in that, because we are cooperating closely with the Executive Directorate of the Russian Federation and the World Bank. Not always the Russian business understands how to use the instruments offered by the World Bank, and we're ready to help you in a kind of enlightenment, what is needed and how we can act in order to implement projects in Africa. Second thing, really, the areas of cooperation which we can define, this is what you have correctly outlined in terms of the World Bank's policy. The World Bank doesn't fund nuclear power, but as you have correctly said, but at the same time, water treatment, food security are top priority for the World Bank. And there is always a kind of a conflict. Rosatom, this or the other way, is using nuclear-based technologies. And here, I think it would be very important to take joint efforts, Rosatom and World Bank, in order to convince the administration of the World Bank that they should not perceive nuclear technologies seen only through the prism of nuclear power generation. But nuclear technologies can help to provide necessary access to potable water, to ensure the food security. The pandemic has introduced a lot of changes. And certainly Africa, being still quite dependent on the European donors and on the assistance of the global organizations. If this funding is revised due to the economic global recession, then the African nations, even with the GDP which they have accumulated until 2019, they would be pushed 10 years back. We as the Russian Federation don't want that to happen, because these are our potential markets. And a lot's been said about that at the Russian-African Summit. We have to pull our efforts together with the World Bank, for instance, and we can achieve great results. So thank you so much, Igor. And I hope that will stay with us. And I would like to pass the floor to Africa, giving the floor to Valeria Bian, special representative of the President of Burkina Faso for the CIS countries, co-owner of YELI Technology Africa, co-founder of AgroPro Burkina Faso, board member of Africa Business Initiative. Valerie is a person who works in Africa and with Africa. For instance, Burkina Faso Tell us, please. You have a multifaceted experience. On the one hand, you're a member of the board of directors and you are managing the companies which are operational in Africa. On the other hand, you are setting up a cooperation with the CIS countries. What is going on the continent? How can we integrate into that sustainable development? What is required? Over to you. Thank you so much, Natalia. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm glad to be present at that August meeting, although I'm present online. Today, we mark a big step in the development of the Russian-African relations, and with no exaggeration, this is a little leapfrog. A forum arranged amid the pandemic. This is really a big step forward, and this happened after the summit meeting in Sochi, after the rise of hopes and aspirations in Africa, African businesses, and the youth. I will speak on behalf of the African business. Just like 2 years ago, I'd like to stress once again the relevance of the topic at hand. In Sochi, we spoke a lot that Africa needs specific actions. I liked very much the call of our colleague, Gabriel Kachoba, who called on triggering specific mechanisms in Africa. This is really very important. In that case, I would like to stress the importance of integration of the Russian technologies for the sake of the sustainable development of the African nations. As is now, African nations are interested in the development of the local companies. And we are limited by the education. As a person who is working in an African company and with African companies, we have a shortage of skilled workers. As far as smart and business-minded people cannot get high-quality education. We speak about internet and access to internet. This is something we can discuss for hours, and certainly we are very much interested in the development of the local business. I'd like to extend an appeal to the Russian companies and institutes which may support the available African businesses, providing necessary technologies, transferring the technologies. I do believe that it will help to set a good foundation for the Russian-African relations, and therefore the African businesses would find it easier to go hand in hand with Russian business. And today, everyone realizes that the real assistance to Africa, this is not about humanitarian aid, but rather perception of or treating the continent as a partner. You'd rather provide us with the necessary technologies to support the businesses, bearing in mind the cultural features of certain countries there. As been said, at the Sochi summit meeting, Russian-African relations should be a win-win. I'd like to stress a very good phrase said at the first session, that development rests on the communication. In the context of the Russian-African relations, this phrase is very multifaceted. Communications are really very important for the efficient work of the business in Africa. We can see the difference in the mentality, even within one country. There are multiple historical reasons for that. Certain tribes are belligerent, but other, for instance, tribes can be quite friendly. Understanding of the situation and a conscious approach to selection of the staff may be the key behind the success of your work. And there is a lot of pessimism about Africa that's been voiced more than once today. This pessimism is due to several factors, but despite that, in the context of our topic, I'd like to stress the importance of a strong local partner when you work with any country as a representative of the party which works in Africa, with Africa as a representative of an African company, I can only reiterate that. What I want to tell you, this is a question not of global relations. This is a quite practical issue. I'd like to draw one example. My company, Agroprom, in the framework of supplying goods to Burkina Faso, and you know that this is a landlocked country, our country received cargo in different port countries. For instance, Ghana, according to an agreement between Ghana and Burkina Faso, 80% of the trucks and lorries have to be registered in Burkina Faso. This has been regulated by the local trade unions. No logistics company in Ghana, as of 2 years ago and as of 1 year ago, notified our workers about that. But when we asked the question, really, 70% of trucks and lorries have to be registered in Burkina Faso. Actually, they confirmed that, but they did not assure us that it would be like that. Certainly, the cost of Ghanese trucks and lorries was exaggerated, although it can be lower amid the pandemic. Without a strong communication with the local representative and a strong local partner, a company may face huge problems at the border between Ghana and Burkina Faso, because usually this would be the pricing policy which would matter mostly. And as a result, we had a lot of problems with lots of Ghana trucks and lorries, and there are lots of such cases as well. I can speak hours about them. But my message is, it is very important to have a strong local partner who is knowledgeable of all the factors in this or that region. Russian and other businesses usually look at the legislative base and regulations. Africa has its own specific features, and you do not have to be afraid of that. But you have to know that in order to work on our continent. Thank you so much for your time. Natalia, over to you. Thank you so much, Valerie. In essence, you have touched upon a very important question. Why I like it very much that we have such a multilateral conversation, because, for instance, you mentioned several very important things. First of all, this is about partnership. Partnership, one of the key things at the Russian-African Summit, that Russia looks at Africa as a partner. And certainly would like that in this partnership, we see the aspiration to create something. Africa needs more or less, but less needs humanitarian aid or some donations. Africa has to develop. Africa has to develop its domestic resources, human resources, resources of the domestic economy, and quite recently, a free trade, Pan-African free trade agreement has been signed. And unfortunately, right now, it's been affected by the economic crisis. But I'm sure that the African nations will manage to promote that agenda. At the summit, at the Eurasian Economic Commission's session, we said that we have an experience of integration processes, integrative processes. We're ready to share this case with you. We're ready to share the resources with you. You're absolutely right. And this partnership implies interaction between skilled Russian partners and African partners who know everything about doing business in Africa. I think that on the basis of this win-win cooperation, such business has to be developed. And I know that this is very much required by Africa, and there are lots of companies willing to do that. We are not looking at Africa as we used to do 20 years ago. There are companies which are ready to be co-partners, core founders in any area such as agriculture, for instance. Stay with us, and I would like to pass the floor to Mr. Volosov from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Russian Federation. From the Ministry of Industry and Trade of the Russian Federation, head of the Africa Department. So the Ministry of Industry and Trade does a lot in Africa. Lots of fora has been arranged, and certain turnover is on the rise between Russia and African nations. But tell us, please, how do you see this trend? Because everyone speaks about the next summit meeting in 2022, but the year 2020 is almost over. And with that pace, we have to understand what we would approach the summit when developing the public policy in our cooperation with Africa. Over to you, Mr. Volosov. Thank you so much, Natalia Zeiser. That's a very interesting panel, very interesting contributions. And I'm opening up, discovering some new things for me, although I'm dealing with Africa for quite a while. What I'd like to tell you, we, Russia, have certain competences and we have certain technologies. We have to compete against stronger stakeholders. But what our strength is about. At the Russian-African Summit 2019, we made a focus on building on industrial cooperation. Industrial cooperation, this is the only prerequisite for the implementation of joint projects, for the work of our Russian-African projects. The industrial development can become one of the vectors which will discover the huge potential of the African continent. And Viktor Polikarpov correctly said that this project will be connected to nuclear projects, and Russian companies will be able to use their innovative technologies there. But first of all, first and foremost, I'd like to speak about the need for upgrading of the existing infrastructure in Africa. This is about the industrialization which we spoke about. Therefore, we are supplying the state-of-the-art Russian technologies and equipment for the smelters and metal works in Africa, with a special attention attached to the participation of the Russian companies or a whole pool of the Russian companies in the modernization and reconstruction of a smelter in Nigeria. At the time, this smelter, which produced 1.3 million tons of steel per annum, rested on the Soviet-made equipment, but unfortunately, it did not kickstart. But at the same time, the Russian engineering companies have necessary experience and excellence in order to implement that project to relaunch that smelter using the modern technologies. The Russian business also is widely present in the mining industry of Africa. As Evgeny said before, quite correctly, Burkina Faso and Guinea, they see Alrosa being operational there. Zimbabwe sees the Russian companies present there. Rusal is developing bauxite deposits in Guinea. V Holding is tapping platinum in Zimbabwe. Also, they produce bauxite ore in Sierra Leone. All these projects won't be possible without the use of the innovative technologies, because otherwise we'll not be able to compete with the strong stakeholders and players. Next, quite important area, this is the development of the logistics infrastructure and of transportation. I mean, the rolling stock supplies for the railways, supplies of helicopters and aircraft, security systems, and managing of all the transportation systems. Russian companies have necessary expertise there, and they may compete against the Western stakeholders. As concerns modernization of the energy infrastructure, apart from what's been said before, we can upgrade the generating facilities and capacities in hydropower plants. There might be some projects in the renewable sources area. Our African colleagues probably remember that Russia built several hydropower plants in Africa. As concerns one more important area, that's the food security issue. Apart from supplying grain to the African market and mineral fertilizers, we see some extra opportunities to service and maintain agricultural equipment, supplies of the Russian technologies. Rossellmash, for instance, is keen to develop the African market. As for the pharmaceutical industry and medical industry, I said that there will be a whole session dedicated to that. But I do believe that amid the pandemic, this is one of the key sectors which is of interest for our interaction. And we could participate in the development of healthcare system in Africa, providing necessary drugs and medicines. As is known, we have registered 2 vaccines against COVID-19, and the third phase of clinical tests is almost over, and the clinical tests in a number of countries is being launched. The longevity, the lifespan in sub-Sahara increased 10 years, so the average lifespan is 60 years. So it means that will be a bigger demand for drugs and medicine. So therefore, some Russian companies are already working with the African partners. It should be mentioned that Rusal, with the support of the health ministry, developed Ebola virus vaccine and completed fully the vaccine distribution there. So it means that the Russian vaccines got Pan-African acclaim. We'd like to note that we offer not only some singular transactions as you sell and forget about that, but we are more interested in the comprehensive projects. Selling the products, equipment supplies, training of experts, potential technology transfer, partial localization. This will help African nations to build up their own competences in different areas, becoming more independent. Naturally, one of the key factors behind the success is a systemic support from the state, and in that respect, we built a whole series of measures. We now identify opportunities and promising areas, the ones which we're going to fund and support. Our trade and commercial centers are working all over the world, and we administer financial, non-financial support for our products. In 2018, Russia has become a shareholder of the African Export-Import Bank, and we are aimed at engaging that into the Russian-African relations. As for the World Bank is concerned, certainly we'd like, as Natalia has said, to identify where we can employ the funds of the World Bank for the Russian companies. Because in essence, many projects, they just are stalled because of lack of money. Once we employ all the instruments, we can achieve good results and take the opportunity of the existing possibilities. And we do hope that this window of opportunity is not closed yet. Pavel, thank you so much. It was a very important thing for us. Let me support three main messages which you have mentioned. First of all, really, this is about the Soviet legacy. We have lots of facilities in Africa which were built in the framework of the military cooperation or scientific cooperation in Africa. We have refineries which are still there, which are not working yet, but which were built by our companies, by our experts. As you have correctly said, we have hydropower facilities which would require upgrading and innovation. We have airports which were built under the Soviet Union. Therefore, in essence, Russia has a unique opportunity. The technologies are totally different. Who but us can modernize what we have built? Because it was based on a very solid foundation. This is what we have to pay attention to. This is one of the resources which we have to use. Because Africans very often ask Russia to come back in order to modernize the existing facilities. No one can modernize that better than we do. Back to the localization. Localization of the industry is very relevant for Africa. This requires certain funds, but not always the investments have to be heavy. It would necessitate training of well-trained and skilled workers within Africa. They will later on open up new opportunities to develop certain industries. And number three, today, in the age of new technologies, especially in the industry, this may boost our industry. There will be a demand for the industrial products. When we see the demand and new markets for the industrial production in Africa, it will generate more resources to extend our own capacity and to modernize our production facilities. Therefore, thank you so much. Always glad to interact with you. Lubinda is with us. Let me pass the floor to one more our speaker. Olga Gagulina, head of the Russian Business Center in Cameroon, head of the representative office of the World Business Alliance of Russian-speaking women. Ms. Gagulina, you are a representative of Russia in Africa, first of all. Secondly, you are heading non-commercial organizations, which are very relevant for the topic of today. We have a public forum, but at the same time, you are participating in the economic components. I remember our interaction prior to the summit meeting. In Sochi, you received economic delegations in Cameroon, and you're also heading the World Business Alliance of Russian-speaking women. And this is of a big and important factor for the relations between Russia and Africa. As a person speaking from the field, tell us, please, about the realities at hand. Over to you.
Благодарю за приглашение на этот форум. Большая честь участвовать, особенно в сессии, которую возглавляет Наталья Гердовна.
Thank you for your invitation. A special thanks to you, because it was thanks to your initiative and efforts that we were able to be present in this conference and discuss our cooperation with the African continent, because a few years ago, this was a closed topic, and it gives us pleasure that we were able to get to this level. Let me also say this. Of course, African countries are very different from one another in terms of their experience, in terms of their industrial development strategy, and whether they can introduce innovative technology. We have to consider that. I represent Cameroon, and I work with Chad. These are two very different countries. Cameroon is one of the most developed countries of Central Africa, and Chad, unfortunately, is not in a very good economic shape, and compared to Cameroon, even though they are neighbors. The economy of African countries largely depends on the overall trends in their development and also on the primary sector of their economy, which gives jobs to the population, ensures there's hard currency coming into the country. And if we talk about innovations, it's important to understand that there are innovations of different sorts. Rosatom, for example, is a very serious case that can significantly change the economic situation in the country, giving a significant push to the development of the industrial sector and other industries. This type of innovations requires capital and time, because you have to consider that there are obvious cultural peculiarities and features of individual regions. There are educational aspects that we mentioned a lot. Other innovative projects, they can be less costly, but they can affect the development of relations. Let's say it's some joint production of biological fertilizers or development of R&D sector that will later give more practical results. Another important aspect here is adjusting these technologies to the specific conditions of every country. If we continue this classification, there are technologies that are less costly, but they are also of breakthrough nature, that they can make their own contribution. Let's say in Cameroon, all young people are online. They do everything through social networks, through mobile applications. And this is another interesting topic. Currently in Cameroon, there's a conference on cyber security going on. They use blockchain, cryptocurrencies, attracting investments, because the projects offered to Africa require financing, and African countries depend on their donors. And what do I want to say here? Let's say there's a foreign company that made a decision to invest into infrastructure or construction. There's interaction with authorities, and when there is financing of those projects, they will be implemented.
бизнеса.
But Russian businessmen don't always understand the mechanism of financing such projects. There are special features of how innovative technologies can be used in Africa. There's more interest of Russian companies to our region. Representatives of companies come here and they analyze the situation. We've had a number of negotiations on future cooperation, and the interest is there. There are significant prospects of using new technologies in Africa. Paradoxically, Africa has the great potential for development. It has natural resources. It has summer all year round, and there may be innovations in agriculture. That's a very promising area. But at the same time, African countries are among the poorest in the ranking of countries. They are not even developing, and that's the paradox. And the conclusion is that you need to find mechanisms of financing of these Russian technologies. What are the advantages of offers from Russia and Russian partners? They are willing to share these technologies and not just sell products and finished goods. That's how I see the situation. And I'm speaking on behalf of the Business Alliance of Russian-speaking women and as head of the Russian Business Center, which offers negotiation platforms regularly to organize a dialogue and to find the mechanisms to use Russian innovative technologies in the African situation. Thank you. Thank you, Olga. You mentioned digital economy, and I know in Cameroon, a few years ago, they were building electronic government. I believe it's doing pretty good. Cameroon is one of the few countries which uses digital technology a lot, and that's another area of our potential interaction between Russia and African countries. We're all part of this process. We talk about blockchain and e-commerce, digitalization of economy, and our platform for interacting with African countries is quite promising, and there's good ground for mutual testing of these technologies because Russia is only beginning to develop some of those technologies, and then we could scale them up in Africa. Distinguished colleagues, one other guest has problems with connection. In any case, we'll be welcoming this other expert at all our events. And now I'd like to thank all of you for participating in this session. I think we had a very good and diverse dialogue. We spoke about energy, nuclear energy, we spoke about business, sustainable development, what kind of mechanisms the government should use to help Russian business work with Africa in innovative tech. And I thank all participants once again. I thank Viktor Polikarpov for coming here personally, and see you later. Have a good day and goodbye.
La Somita a décidé d'apporter son soutien à nos frères et sœurs qui ont quitté leur localité pour venir à Yalgo pour des raisons d'insécurité. Nous leur avons donné des vivres, des vêtements et du matériel de couchage pour leur apporter un peu de confort. Nous avons offert 500 kits scolaires aux élèves afin de les encourager à mieux étudier pour être les leaders que le Burkina aimerait avoir.
La mine nous a octroyé aujourd'hui au niveau du coprosu plus de 23 tonnes de céréales, des lots de vêtements, de nattes et autres matériels.
Nous avons reçu 15 tonnes de maïs, 15 tonnes de sorgho et 13 tonnes de mil. Nous remercions Bissa Gold.
Vous savez qui a réhabilité ça dans Somita, un banque.
La mine est vraiment un partenaire clé et qui a toujours accompagné la commune pour vraiment des résultats positifs comme la réhabilitation de cette école qui fait environ 14 millions. Au cours de l'année 2017 aussi, il y a eu 3 salles de classe qui ont été réalisées au profit des carrières qui relèvent de la commune à une valeur de 30 millions. Il y a eu aussi 3 salles de classe qui ont été réhabilitées dans un village de Gouengo à une enveloppe de près de 16 millions.
Nous parlons du coronavirus. C'est une maladie respiratoire.
Et notre travail, c'est d'aller vers la population, faire connaître d'abord la maladie. Comment faire pour se protéger?
Lorsque nous toussons ou éternuons dans un mouchoir, jetons-le soigneusement dans une poubelle.
Dès que nous avons appris qu'il y avait cette maladie en Chine, nous avons mis en place un plan de riposte. Le gel hydroalcoolique, mettre en place les thermoflages, la communication à l'endroit de nos employés.
Nous avons bénéficié de la mine de financement, d'abord des activités de communication à travers les émissions radiophoniques.
Nous exhortons la population à observer strictement les mesures d'hygiène recommandées.
Il y a également l'apport de la mine pour les communautés locales, mais également une formation des acteurs.
La mine nous a doté de dispositifs de lavage de mains, de gants, de masques, de gel hydroalcoolique et de banderoles et de savon.
Nous prévoyons faire des tests de dépistage de tout le personnel qui quitte Ouaga pour le site et les dispositions sont prises.
Российско-Африканский общественный форум – это действительно очень важное событие, где мы обсуждаем большое количество насущных стратегических вопросов сотрудничества России и Африканского континента. Но, пожалуй, первый раз, когда тема форума – это общество.
Считаю предельно необходимым сегодня по максимуму задействовать возможности народной, культурной, бизнес-дипломатии в интересах углубления и расширения традиционно дружественных, взаимовыгодных связей между Россией и государствами Африки. Хотел бы также искренне поблагодарить организаторов нынешнего форума, НКО «Союз Африканская деловая инициатива», Всемирную ассоциацию выпускников российских вузов. Желаю вам успешной работы и спасибо за внимание.
Ici, nous sommes à la maintenance mobile de Bissagol SA, au département Loup. Notre rôle principal ici est d'assurer une bonne disponibilité et une bonne fiabilité des équipements pour l'exploitation. On peut aller sur le terrain. Bonjour Konaté.
Ouais, bonjour.
Comment allez-vous?
Ouais, ça peut aller.
Ok. Ça se passe bien ici ce matin?
Ouais, tout va bien opérationnel.
Ok. Je travaille pour Norgol depuis 2012. Je suis arrivé dans la boîte en tant que chef d'équipe mécanicien. Actuellement, je suis superviseur senior formateur à la maintenance mobile. Tout ça grâce au concours de mes supérieurs qui ont quand même vu du potentiel en moi et qui ont misé sur ma formation et mon développement personnel.
Si tu fais bien ton travail, il reconnaît que tu fais bien ton travail. Si tu ne fais pas bien ton travail, il risque de ne pas t'en parler, mais venir prendre le travail lui-même.
Avec lui, l'homme est infatigable et doit gouiller, finir le programme.
La mécanique même déjà, c'est une passion. Moi, c'est une fierté d'appartenir à cette équipe de la maintenance mobile de Bissau, vu le rôle capital qu'il joue dans ce système. On n'entreprend pas de tâches ici sans l'avoir analysé au préalable et s'assurer qu'il n'y a pas de risque avant de travailler. La société y veille et met les moyens nécessaires pour que tous ses employés puissent travailler en toute santé et sécurité et retourner voir leur famille en santé et sécurité également.
La SOMITA a décidé d'apporter son soutien à nos frères et sœurs qui ont quitté leur localité pour venir à Yalgo pour des raisons d'insécurité. Nous leur avons donné des vivres, des vêtements et du matériel de couchage pour leur apporter un peu de confort. Nous avons offert 500 kits scolaires aux élèves afin de les encourager à mieux étudier pour être les leaders que le Burkina aimerait avoir.
La mine nous a octroyé aujourd'hui au niveau du coprosu plus de 23 tonnes de céréales, des lots de vêtements, de nattes et autres matériels.
Nous avons reçu 15 tonnes de maïs, 15 tonnes de sorgho et 13 tonnes de mil. Nous remercions Bissau Gold.
Vous savez
La mine est vraiment un partenaire clé et qui a toujours accompagné la commune pour vraiment des résultats positifs comme la réhabilitation de cette école qui fait environ 14 millions. Au cours de l'année 2017 aussi, il y a eu 3 salles de classe qui ont été réalisées au profit des carrières qui relèvent de la commune à une valeur de 30 millions. Il y a eu aussi 3 salles de classe qui ont été réhabilitées dans un village de Gwengo à une enveloppe de près de 16 millions.
У нас Патрик появился?
Нет. Мы пытаемся его поймать, он предупредил. Ждем сигнал.
Да, хорошо, спасибо. Добрый вечер, дорогие друзья, коллеги. Мы
Good evening, dear friends and colleagues. This is our final session of our second public Russian-Africa Forum. And this discussion is all about pressing health issues, public health, welfare, and the pandemic shock. We have gathered many different experts and speakers who would want to share their vision of that situation. And it gives me pleasure to introduce my colleagues, Olga Bashkina, President of Astrakhan State Medical University. She will be joining us online. Anna Kuche, Medical Advisor of Doctors Without Borders, and Natalia Alshuk, Vice President for Foreign Students and International Relations of Volgograd State Medical University, Vladimir Sebastianov, Professor of Biomedical Safety Department from the Moscow State Technical University, named after Bauman, Elena Bongo Charlie Lemard, endocrinologist from Point Noir, and assistant of Department of Endocrinology, University School of Medicine, Marian Guabi from Congo, Brazzaville, Victor Puzarov, Dean of the Faculty for Work with Foreign Students of St. Petersburg State Pediatric Medical University. Good afternoon. And Igor Yegorov, candidate of Economic Sciences, entrepreneur, head of the working group of the World Coordination Council of Russian Compatriots on Trade and Economic Cooperation, founder and honorary chairman of the Russian Council of Entrepreneurs in the UAE. Good afternoon. And here in the studio, we still have Joshua Rabi from Nigeria, graduate from the People's Friendship University here in Moscow, and Duke Michel Ngibana, honorary consul of the Republic of Congo, deputy chairman of the World Coordination Council of Russian Compatriots, and
Юрьевна. Ольга Юрьевна, председатель Координационного совета соотечественников.
Olga Юрьевна from Mauritius.
Был в эфире. Спасибо
and representing the Compatriots Council there. And we have selected this topic on purpose. Pressing health issues are, of course, important today, and the pandemic has made its changes. We would like to find out the following. Olga, what about your university in Astrakhan? How do you support foreign students, and how we as graduates can help universities today who are in this difficult situation? We already thanked the ministry represented by Deputy Minister of Higher Education for helping Russian universities be very active in helping foreign students, provided them help during the pandemic. And what about the situation today, and what we can do for the universities?
Good afternoon. Dear participants in that forum, Mr. Chetty, in the framework of such an important meeting, a lot of very important questions have been raised related to our countries, to the Russian Federation, to African nations. But naturally, amid the pandemic, there are no more important questions rather than one related to healthcare and to protecting the health by doctors, the people who are well trained for that. May I have my presentation, please? I'd like to remind you that the federal project of healthcare, this is a strategic objective of the Russian Federation, and we continue to implement these objectives. This year, COVID-19 pandemic brought new challenges to the healthcare system and to the experts of the medical education. First of all, we see even more shortage of skilled doctors in the countries and regions which could not boast the high level of skills among the doctors and nurses. We see a wide interest to the medical education. Unfortunately, closing of borders did not contribute to retaining the necessary educational level and necessary number of the applicants to the Russian universities. At the same time, those who are already studying in the Russian universities, the lockdown was a necessary measure, and therefore the instruction now goes on online, but still necessary quality of the curriculum has to be maintained. Quite recently, a couple of weeks ago, we had a workshop arranged for the professors which was attended by the Deputy Minister of the Healthcare, Minister Ms. Semyonova, who spoke about the necessary extra courses for the foreign students in the light of anti-pandemic measures. And she spoke about the fact that the education has to be accompanied by necessary equipment and PPEs, that now checkups have to be done in that period of pandemic. It goes without saying that online training is necessary, but at the same time, the quality of the education has to be maintained. Practical skills have to be delivered, which is clearly very important for all the doctors and for the general practitioners in general. Another deficiency which was highlighted, now online courses for the students who have to stay abroad. For instance, the student went on vacations in summer and could not return to the beginning of the academic year. Or, for instance, they were there on an internship and had to stay there during the pandemic. These problems we know for sure. For 10 years, we are enrolling foreign students in our university. We have more than 2,000 foreign students out of 56 countries of the world, representative of the Caspian region of the African continent, students from Asia and Europe. Therefore, the problems highlighted by Ms. Semyonova are very well known to us. We are doing instruction in 3 languages, Russian, French, and English. And therefore, we are facing the necessity to retain the instruction in all the 3 languages, keeping up with the quality of the educational process, and naturally, we have to provide for safety for our students. Therefore, we bet on the prevention of the spread of COVID-19. Starting from March 21st, we shifted to the online instruction for the postgraduates, postdoc, and extracurriculum students. And starting from October, we are sticking to the social distancing, whereas the education immediately shifted to offline. We are disseminating PPEs using volunteers. We raise the public awareness of the dangers of COVID-19 so that our students could understand that it is not so scary to live amid COVID-19. Certain checkpoints with temperature measurement units were arranged. Air disinfection is being done, and these measures are being taken until now, because I would like to stress, top priority for us is to provide safety and quality of education. But again, let me reiterate that we have to stick to the necessary quality of the education. Certain measures were taken. In the shortest period of time, we had to set up a digital environment in 3 languages, Russian, French, and English, using simultaneous and asymultaneous education, especially for the students who remain abroad. Bear in mind the time zone, still we have to combine different formats of education. Next thing I'd like to draw attention to, we understand very well the social role that doctors and nurses have to play amid the COVID-19 pandemic. Therefore, the Scientific Council introduced changes to the curriculum of the higher education. We added some optional courses, 1 or 2 credit units in terms of diagnostics and treatment of COVID-19. Our graduates this year also have the questions related to COVID-19 included into the state exam, the final exam, which the would-be graduates have to take. And therefore, actually, our students would be attested as to the treatment of the COVID-19 as well. With no prejudice to the instruction process, for the foreign students, we arranged a module-based approach. Therefore, the foreign students had an opportunity to work on a high-tech equipment, and we arranged for a number of webinars arranged in Russian, French, and English on all the courses of the curriculum, of the syllabus. Therefore, we addressed the objective of maintaining the quality of education, whatever format it may take. Social and cultural environment is very important. Understanding that we have to deal with the young people who are detached from their home country and who have lots of everyday issues. Therefore, the hostels and dormitories where foreign students live, we did public awareness. So we told them about the personal hygiene, necessity of wearing masks and gloves. The students were provided by PPEs. Daily monitoring of their health was done in places where they were accommodated. In case of quarantine and lockdown, every student would be provided with the food sets. During the summer vacations, when the crisis-proof measures were lifted a little bit, as the prevalence of COVID-19 was not so high, we had to deal with the students on a daily basis very much, because they had lots of questions how they can spend their vacations. Can they spend the vacations in Russia, in Astrakhan region, or they may go abroad? We tried to address all these questions. Working in a video conference, we held a number of cultural events of informal nature, some poetic contests and video clips have been published, etc., etc. Offline format was used for sports and different sports events. Our students from different regions took part in the decoration of the sports camp, which is quite useful for all of them. And we always remember that our students are people of culture, people who value their traditions. And therefore, we would sponsor their playing national instruments. As an example, I'd like to introduce you to our students from Tunisia, Anesh Gabish, who took the first place at the contest of the Russian students spring. He chose Astrakhan Medical University because he wanted to be instructed in French. Finally, I'd like to say that for our university, retaining the quality of training for skilled specialists from among foreign nations remains one of our strategic goals. Back to the topic of our today's forum, of our today's symposium, I'd like to draw attention to the definition of a pandemic shock. Probably we all were affected by this pandemic shock from the outset of the pandemic in March, May, and April. Shock this is about the fall in the blood pressure. You cannot live long in such a condition. You have to consolidate all the efforts in order to overcome that challenge as well. Medical universities are ready to continue training of skilled doctors. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Olga. What do you think, online and offline? Is it forever, or this is a temporary measure and we'll be back to our normal education process? Well, we are doing training remotely or distantly and offline. The online education is provided to the students who are staying abroad or the ones who remain on quarantine, who got in touch with the COVID-19 positive patients. They spend 2 weeks on quarantine and they then return back to the offline education. If it is not necessary, so we may use online technologies. For instance, the educational portal was quite efficient. Thank you so much. Very much agree, very much satisfied with the signing of an agreement. All the organizations which are part of the World Alumni Association are ready to provide the premises to you for enrolling your students and to advertise your academia. And the previous speakers also joined that initiative. I suggest that next year we can have a kind of a forum, a congress of graduates and fellow countrymen who actually graduated from Astrakhan University, and therefore we may do an education platform on site in Astrakhan, if you don't mind, and we'll start preparing for such an event. Yeah, that's a very good idea, the one which we support very much. Thank you so much. And now we are joined by Patrick Youssef from the International Red Cross Committee in Geneva. Patrick, good afternoon. Can you hear us? Patrick?
Yes, can you hear me?
Да, здравствуйте. Патрик, скажите, пожалуйста, каким образом Международный Красный Крест сейчас оказывает поддержку в той или иной степени, консультационную поддержку, в той или иной степени людям, застрявшим в разных странах, и у которых нет возможности вернуться на родину?
Hello, can you...
How does the Red Cross provide assistance to the people who are stuck abroad, who cannot get back to their home countries?
Well, first and foremost, thank you very much for having the International Committee of the Red Cross present at this very important forum. And zooming in on health issues related to COVID is indeed the most timely subject matter that we indeed share the concern of, especially for the African continent. As has been the case since a while now, we know that beyond the predicted fatalities directly caused by COVID-19 lies a very strong concern over what we consider as the knock-on effect or the secondary effect, the reverberating effect, impact on people's lives, be them in the continent, in Africa, or abroad. And indeed, when it comes to the support that ICRC provides outside of specific countries, this comes in a form of support to our partners in these respective countries, be them the Red Cross or the Red Crescent societies. and having indeed a support depending on the situation and the context, a support that we provide to those indeed of need. And most importantly, the support that we provide is really in places where we operate, where we focus on, most importantly, areas affected by wars and violence, and where indeed what matters for us is the impact on people's welfare and security at large. We understand, and what we perceive in Africa is indeed that a political and economic shakedown is certainly anticipated and will certainly take shape and form as we come to understand more the impact of the pandemic on the continent. And it's certainly the impact will be even further and stronger in areas affected by wars and violence. This is our experience in the Sahel, in the Republic of Congo, in Somalia, in South Sudan, and so on and so forth. And if I may just say a few words on the health impact of COVID-19 as we see it, which brings even further strain on systems' ability to deal with normal pathologies and morbidity. As we witnessed, for example, we witnessed that in the north of Burkina Faso, where over 100 health centers have been closed due to the recent impact of violence and war, and I would say the same number operating at minimum. So in addition, indeed, to the work that we do with our partners, the Red Cross and Red Crescent, meaning the tens and thousands of volunteers operating in their own countries, our response was not at the cost of other equally important health programs in Africa. While we stepped our response to COVID, we also maintained the support to over 130 hospitals, over 300 primary healthcare centers, first aid, mental health, and other programs that are indeed linked to that secondary effect that we see today operating on the continent, where indeed what we see as well is that many of our programs have continued and even reinforced because they address indeed the socioeconomic fragilities that I mentioned, like, for example, the support to young entrepreneurs in war-hit areas, in collaboration with foundations like the Tony Elumelu Foundation or other partners like the Africa CDC, but also other states where we understand that working in complementarity amplifies the impact and brings it to another level. I would like to maybe conclude, and again on your question of those affected by the crisis, which is just to highlight the impact on the level of household welfare, which has indeed been constrained even more, which, as you see in the numerous studies by the African Development Bank and other partners on the ground, which remind us that Africa is indeed a very resilient continent, but also kind of flag the concern over people that we call off the grid, those who are refugees, those internally displaced, or people in prisons whose welfare is also affected, where indeed social or physical distancing is quite impossible. And that's really where the ICRC, the International Committee of the Red Cross, and the movement of the Red Cross and Red Crescent are really reinforcing their response to ensure that the response is really equal and has the same speed on the continent when it comes to the civilians or those affected by wars and violence.
Спасибо большое, Патрик, за очень...
Thank you so much, Patrick, for a very ample presentation for your story. I hope that in future there will be a lot of work to be done, and I hope very much that eventually this pandemic would be over and we'll get back to the business as usual, to our life as usual, so that we could come to Geneva to visit different countries, including the African nations. And we're looking forward to see you in Moscow. Always welcome. Be with us. Stay tuned. There'll be more very interesting keynote speeches.
Thank you very much. And I'm again honored to be on this panel. And thank you. And I think the essence is to continue that discussion and see how we can work even stronger together. Thank you very much.
А дальше мы продолжим обсуждать...
We'll continue with the discussion With the Volgograd State Medical University, Natalia Alshuk, Vice Rector for Foreign Students and International Relations. Volgograd is where lots of medical doctors were trained, and now lots of alumni from your university that are working on different continents, including Africa. Quite recently, we held an alumni reunion. Doctors told us how they work in different areas of the world. Natalia, over to you. Tell us about the context. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues. Thank you so much, Vladimir, for your kind invitation. Thank you for the opportunity to participate in the second Russian-African Public Forum. I think that situation is just like elsewhere in the world. Olga said that she has to work in different formats so that the students are present both in Russia and at their home countries when they feel either detached of their motherland or of their group of students, and their communication skills are limited. So it means that psychologically, this situation is quite tough. But nevertheless, let me say that Z generation doesn't feel well without verbal communication. This is very important for them, but this is why we are sticking to them. We do everything possible so that they become doctors. This is why they come to Russia. Volgograd State Medical University celebrates its 85th anniversary this year. 80 years we are receiving students from abroad. We are training specialists not only targetedly, but we are working with the whole states. We are training professional doctors who then would be working on their territory. And we are ready to use the same programs to work with our colleagues from Africa. Let me remind you that quite recently we had the Public Diplomacy Forum, an annual meeting since 2014. One of the questions discussed there was the rehabilitation after COVID-19, I mean rehabilitation of the patients. And we, along with our partners, with our colleagues from such countries as Great Britain, Italy, Israel, and Arab Emirates and Uzbekistan, created a working group which exchanges its news, practices, tendencies in that area. Therefore, with great pleasure, we invite colleagues from African nations to join such our work, because clearly this is very much important. And I do think that with the time, the rehabilitation and recuperation of patients will become more efficient. I will continue with the science because the university, this is not just education, this is also about science. And let me tell you that we're working. We started working very closely starting from that year, mid-COVID-19, with our multiple partners. And the previous speakers also spoke about cooperation. We developed that cooperation today is the resource available for everyone, because everyone would get the very best out of that cooperation. This is a win-win cooperation. In early 2021, we will open a center for digital medical education, including 120 units of high-tech equipment, and we invite colleagues because we're going to actually do advanced training courses, and we will arrange some courses for the students. prior to letting them to the real patients. These are these simulators which can be helpful to try different clinical situations which cannot be done in vivo. In order to support the professors and the faculty, now that everyone is under stress, we are working remotely with our colleagues from the United Kingdom, from Belarus, from Italy. I'm in the universities who we are doing some joint projects, and starting from next year, we will start the double certificates program with our French colleagues. So it means that we are on the rise. The pandemic probably made us revise the approach to the education and made us international. We value every student, and every faculty member is our value, is important for us, because human life probably acquired utmost importance. Human life becomes the ultimate value. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you for the work which you are doing. Thank you for the attention paid to the international students. Anna Künne, advisor on international affairs from the Doctors Without Borders. What difficulties your organization is facing? I know that you have big geography, meaning that always you are the first to come to rescue, to assist. How do you see the current situation?
Well, first of all, thank you very much for the invitation. Can you hear me?
We can hear you very well.
Thank you. Okay. So my name is Anna Künne. I'm the epidemiological advisor for Doctors Without Borders. And so for your question, how do we see the current situation? So for many African countries, what we really need to say is that the situation varies from country to country. There's a very big heterogeneity in the impact of COVID. While we have globally about 48 million cases, there are currently, so to say, only 1.8 million cases in Africa, and they are not spread evenly. They are in some countries, particularly in some areas, and not everywhere. Overall, however, the case number is increasing. There are a few countries that have low case numbers reported, but they have a high case fatality rate, for example, Chad. There are some countries that have a very high caseload, like South Africa, affected with more than 720,000 cases. And there are also some countries who don't have a lot of cases yet, but that have seen a strong increase over the past week, like Cameroon or Sudan, who saw a more than 100% increase over the past week. On what we see of impact in healthcare facilities is that the COVID epidemic severely disrupted existing healthcare services, and also the colleague from the ICRC already referred to this. There was and is a big shortage of personal protective equipment, such as masks. Often medical human resources, so doctors and nurses, are prioritized for COVID care, which leave other essential health services without staff. There's very little surge capacity, so that is extra capacity like elective surgery that could then be dedicated to ventilate COVID patients. And also, as the other colleague has already said, we see a lot of secondary impacts due to contact and travel restrictions. People can't make a living anymore, but also people come less often to health facilities. In practice, for example, we have some projects like projects in Sierra Leone or South Africa, where we see less patients coming, not because we have less to offer, but because patients are afraid to come to healthcare. They're afraid that they could catch COVID. And in some places as well, because the movement restrictions, the so-called lockdown, is so strong that people are afraid to leave the house and to get a penalty for leaving the house and seek healthcare. In some projects, we had to reduce MSF services because we could not get staff or medication out to the project, for example. The global reduction in flights and trade also affected us in a way that we had to scale down our services in some places. And overall, I would say in most places we haven't quite seen the impact we expected, but still across the board, most countries have seen some impact. So what Doctors Without Borders did in this situation was that we tried to continue to provide healthcare as the other diseases are still there. There are still children with measles, there are children get malaria, women still have reproductive health needs that we try to address. And what we really tried, and also tried beyond just Doctors Without Borders projects, is to provide a safe workplace for healthcare workers and make hospitals places that don't spread infection but that contain infection. And this needs personal protective equipment and masks, and need hand washing points, and needs physical distancing and health facilities so to have less patients. And it needs interventions in terms of infection prevention, control. And this needs training for healthcare workers, but also communication with patients, of course. What we did in most countries, in all countries, was to go into the dialogue with communities to see what measures could be acceptable, what we can do, where our place can be, and did in many projects so-called community consultations. So that means to discuss with the communities what acceptable measures would be and why services in our health facilities changed. And in many places, we, of course, supported directly with the outbreak, mostly in collaboration with the Ministries of Health, to improve the infectious disease surveillance, to train healthcare workers, and to increase treatment capacities, which we did in many places. However, for how we see the future, while COVID didn't come in the massive wave that has been seen in many European countries, we do expect this to continue to cause infections and death in African countries, and we are preparing for a long-distance run. This is not going to go away anytime soon, and it will continuously need personal protective equipment, training, and improvements in response. And many African countries have really come a very long way and have increased their capacities. But there's still a lot to do. And what we also really need to do is to strengthen or even restart the existing healthcare, as a lot of essential services have been closed down, as I've mentioned earlier. And we need to make sure that those are restarted and strengthened to be able to provide the population with the care that they need. And no matter what service we speak of, everywhere personal protective equipment is needed to make sure healthcare settings don't spread COVID, but protect patients and heal them. And this needs global solidarity in the distribution of personal protective equipment, but also vaccines when they are available, and treatment, which will need to go to the people that are in the biggest need, and shouldn't be distributed based on the biggest financial interest. This is something we are really working on and advocating for, to ensure the treatment, vaccines, and personal protective equipment go where they are needed most. Thank you very much.
Спасибо большое, Анна. Прежде всего,
Thank you so much, Anna. Thank you so much to all the doctors who are now at the forefront of combating COVID-19. Those who are providing assistance.
Переходим к нашему
I'd like to extend my gratitude to everyone who is fighting against COVID-19. Let's proceed with our partner. St. Petersburg State Pediatric University. Viktor Puzyrev, Dean of the Faculty for Work with Forest Students. I know that in the premises of the Pediatric Medical University at the time, when
как медицинский педиатрический университет участвует в борьбе с ковидом.
Добрый день, уважаемые коллеги. Благодарю за возможность участия в данном форуме. Да, действительно.
For children. Tell us more, please, about that. How do you see this contributes to combating COVID-19? Thank you so much. It's been a privilege for me to be invited and
если они заболеют, соответственно, данной инфекцией. Немножко хотел бы сказать о том, что педиатрический университет.
I'd like to say that the State Pediatric University is one of the unique universities because we have 500 beds clinic attached to the hospital, one of the biggest clinics, and we all know that the children's health, this is one of the top priorities for every nation because the future depends on that. This is with pleasure that we enroll the students. Every year we've seen more and more applicants, and that's great that the students are interested in the main direction of our university, pediatrics. We're treating children. We are ready to cooperate with all the partners who may turn to us. We have a vast experience of treatment activity and training activity and post-graduation activity. Telemedicine is on the rise. We act as an R&D institute as well. Therefore, everywhere where we can help, we can share our experience. And probably you can also extend some experience with us. We are ready for full-fledged cooperation. As been said today, and there is a problem in the sense that when students graduate, they go back home, and probably some target agreements can be signed to train certain doctors in certain specialties so that people could know that upon graduation they would be immediately employed, or we can help them in their professional development. Thank you so much. Victor, I know that the Alumni Association has almost been set up at your university. How many graduates you were able to find, and how do you plan to interact with the alumni?
Владимир Александрович, если вы ко мне обращались, я вас не услышал, к сожалению.
If you talk to me, I couldn't hear you.
Сколько выпускников вы нашли за последние...
How many graduates, how many alumni you managed to find, and how do you plan to develop the Alumni Association? We are dealing with that issue in all seriousness. I think that we found more than 100 graduates, and we are very happy that they are working in their professions. They're taking leading positions in the healthcare systems. We do hope that the context would be extended. And really, the pandemic introduced a lot of changes to our life. And it made us communicate mostly online, but there are more opportunities to communicate to one another using digital tools. And the development of that format gives us a lot of opportunities for seminars, congresses, looking for some common interests. Thank you so much. Stay with us, stay tuned, we go on. And now I would like to pass the floor to our colleagues present here online. So if happens to the connection, we can continue the discussion in the studio. Our graduate, Hélène Gabon-Charlet Luman, endocrinologist from Congo, Brazzaville, head of department in General Hospital. Charlie, I think that you can remember something. The education which you got in the Russian Federation today gives you an opportunity to become a head of the department in a public hospital. What do you think? The Russian education, does it help you? And are you competitive against the graduates from other countries? Thank you so much. For me, this is a big privilege to be present at that forum. I'm now in Côte-Noire. This is a public hospital in Brazzaville, in the Republic of the Congo, and the hospital where I'm working. This is the biggest hospital in the city. It has 500 beds, and our endocrinology department is 10 years old. I graduated from Rostov Medical University, and I'm about obtaining my PhD degree. The postgraduate education is almost over, and I'm almost defending my PhD degree in Dagestan Medical University. Speaking about the education in Russia, I graduated back in 2005, and historically, Russia plays a big role in the life of the Republic of the Congo in terms of training the specialists in all the areas and professions, including doctors. My brothers and my uncles, they all were trained as doctors in Russia. What we get in return in terms of knowledge in Russia? Out of my own experience, I may tell you that I started my education back at home in the Republic of the Congo before I came to Russia. And we came to Russia. It was not very easy. There was a language barrier, first of all, but then we prevailed. We started well. We became fluent in Russian, and we were admitted to the first year, and our fellow students from Russia couldn't believe that we mastered the Russian language within 1 year. And we could listen to the lectures and answer the questions, doing that brilliantly. We studied very well. But there are some stereotypes which we can fight forever. Why? We usually would be asked back in the Congo where you studied, and I would say that, for instance, I got a Russian education. I got educated as doctor in Russia. And they would say, okay, you're a doctor from Russia. A doctor from Russia, when he comes back home, always would be received very well. Although I can compare different systems, and I can tell you that what we actually studied in Russia, we studied a lot. This is a very rich system, and the practical skills were trained very well. The bones, the nerves, the corpses, actually, this is what we studied, which is not the case abroad. We had a lot of practice. We had to deal with the corpses, microscopes. In some countries, for instance, in the Republic of the Congo, there are no such opportunities because autopsy is not mandatory, at least the detailed ones. So what we learned about Russia, for instance, I became an endocrinologist and I got back home and was employed by the main hospital in Congo, in Brazzaville. And I was asked, are you an endocrinologist? And actually, I was told, how can you actually act as an intern when you got trained only for 2 hours? And I said that I'm from Russia. If you compare different systems, we can speak about the basic, very good basic education, which lasts for 6 years. And if you include the preparatory department, it would be about 7 years. In the Republic of the Congo, the doctors would study for 8-9 years in total. 6 years, this is the basic education, just like elsewhere. 1 year is mandatory for the internship, and the 8th year, they have to write their diploma work. It means that when we get back home without that, then we have only to take our state exams. And actually, we would be told you cannot be regarded as a doctor because you have not obtained your thesis. That's a problem for me because actually I finished an internship. And again, I didn't defend my diploma or my thesis. And I had to enter the postdoc courses, but bear in mind that I was working in the principal hospital. I work with the professor who is reading the lectures, and he looked at me and said, "You are a very good endocrinologist." I was received very well, and means that Russia trained a very good professional. And it immediately opened to me new doors. And I was then sent to Myanmar, the city where I'm heading the department for 10 years already. This rarely happens. In Congo, there are lots of doctors who were educated in Russia. But many of them actually got their internship in the Republic of the Congo or in other countries. Immediately, they would be appreciated. But as soon as the person obtains the basic education and specializes in something in Russia, he is not respected for that, and we are finding out that stereotype. Why? Because some of my colleagues, they got their basic education in Russia, and they started working immediately as doctors in England, in the United States. And they're not working in Russia. Russia has a lot of doctors, and it doesn't need any trained doctors from other countries. I know one person from Cameroon who is working PERM, one of the best neurosurgeons in Tver. He's one of the best Russian neurosurgeons. But why are we treated like that? So I may highlight several bullet points. When we got specialized or when we had some practice, there was some surface attitude towards us. People didn't treat us responsibly because actually the professors would say that actually once you graduate you will come home, and so this is their own business. But I think that this is our common business, that we are training doctors who are going to improve the healthcare system anywhere, and the way the person is trained, it would make other people judge about the healthcare system. One student got educated in Russia and got specialized in Russian, is now reading lectures in Russia. Usually when we got educated in Russia, it means that you are a poor doctor, but this is not so, because in Russia now the quality of education is very high. Among us, there are some students who were flunking. These would be the doctors who are not respected anywhere. But speaking in that forum, I'd like to say that we have to support relations with our graduates, with our alumni. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak up and to help you further on. Conferences, fora, when your graduates come to us and speak up. I'm a member of the Endocrinologists Association where I got internship. And when I come to the city where I was an intern, when I submit my CV and people read that I got educated in Russia, and they would say that I'm a very good expert. And we have to protect the honor of our beloved Russia. Everywhere when I'm speaking at different international fora, when I'm asked where you got educated, and I keep saying that I studied in Russia. So I was asked, does it mean that you speak in Russian? Yes, I speak Russian. When I attend different congresses in Europe and elsewhere, sometimes I meet Russian specialists and speak Russian to them, and I keep saying that I represent Russia. Why? Because Russia is deep in our DNA. We have become good specialists, and we should not lose this importance. And our alma mater, our universities, should support us, and will support them. I remember that once I was speaking at an African conference, and me and my professor from Rostov had to take the floor, making a presentation on a research which was done on research in Rostov. And I was told, please bring to us your professor from Rostov, because I was speaking very well, and it means that he trained a very good doctor. We have to have more opportunities to protect our education. So a good professor from Rostov trained a very good specialist. Without us, people will never know the quality of education in Russia. And we are used to judge about the Russian education. My colleagues who are working in Canada, who are working in the United States, they do the same. They are believed to be the graduates of the Russian universities. It means that we are very glad to have such an attitude. And we can judge about how we can change our education. Our foreign interns and students are used to judge about the Russian education. And in order to conclude my remarks, we have a question to you. Brilliant Russian. Are you ready to get advanced training in Russia or obtain your PhD in Russia? So my PhD studies are not over yet because my supervisor, professor from Makhachkala, the only endocrinologist, and he died, and I'm his PhD student, and I'm left without supervision. And so this is with great pleasure that I could go to Makhachkala to obtain my PhD. You have a chance to turn to two universities at once, rector of Astrakhan University and director of Volgograd University. You may ask this your question to them. Are they ready to enroll you for doctor degrees courses? If we can discuss that one-on-one, I would be very glad. My PhD thesis is almost ready. If you may help me, just get in touch with me. And I will keep in touch with you in order to, in every detail, discuss this issue. We love Russia very much. Thank you so much for a very ample answer. Please turn to us, and I will resend that to the universities. And I think that will address your question. Olga Bashkina wanted to ask something. I have a question to you. I am from Mauritius, and we have the same problem, just like you do have. The recognition of doctors who got trained in Russia. Unfortunately, the students now cannot study in the medical faculties in Russia. As a specialist with 10-year-long experience, how you see what can be done, what can be changed in the system? Can we modify the system to adapt it for the international students? What can be done so that you have to prove all the time?
Есть ли у вас какие-то идеи конкретные?
Спасибо. Спасибо за вопрос. Очень хороший вопрос. Я думаю, что...
Thank you so much for a very good question. I think that we have to proceed with international standards. The healthcare education is the same everywhere. The basic education actually lasts for 6 years. And state exams actually are not enough for some countries. For instance, in the Republic of the Congo, people would obtain their PhD thesis after the 2 years of studies in the internship. So it means 8 years. We can think of defending some diploma work. And certainly you have to complete your internship. In the Republic of the Congo, we don't have such a format. The internship lasted for 2 years. And actually, the minimum requirement is 3 years. Otherwise, it could be 4 years. When actually I got specialized in Rostov, one of my Lebanese colleagues, he had 4 years of internship because this is their tradition, their practice. And I finish the internship within 2 years, and that's a problem. I'm not perceived as an academic, and therefore I cannot promote my academic career. If you obtain your diploma work, that would be of some help. 6 years plus internship and resident work, that would be very good for the students. And the same is true of the practice. I'm working with the children. I would like to work with the children as clinicists. And we are prevented from working with the patients. And I asked one of the colleagues who was doing some surgery in Russia. I asked her about what she did there. So did she administer the surgery? Did she do the surgery on her own? Because actually in the Republic of the Congo, you will not be allowed to do the surgery yourself. The practice is quite surfaced in Russia. The practice should be much deeper from the very first year, starting from taking care of the patients. And you have to be responsible for the patients. And the third year, the fourth year, we have to take care of the patients and treat them. Otherwise, it is regarded as a game, but this is a very responsible activity. Once we get GP diploma, we have to be able to come back and work as such there. And in Russia, you do specialization immediately, but in the Republic of the Congo, this is not the case. These are the nuances. And since the first year, you have to do more practical work. The resident actually has to study for 3 years, and postdoc, this is about the scientific work. I did that because I'm just very much fond of the academic work. Thank you so much. I think that we have a new project which, along with the World Alumni Association, can discuss with universities. Thank you so much, Charlie. And saying that, I would like to pass the floor to Igor Yegorov, entrepreneur, head of the working group of the World Coordination Council of Russian Compatriots on Trade Economic Cooperation from UAE. Igor, good evening. Good evening, Igor. Good evening.
Да, как можно найти connect, да, как можно сконнектить медицину?
How can we connect business and healthcare? What are the points of common interest?
Что сейчас можно сделать вот в этом?
What can be done in that area
успешным бизнесменом?
In order to be a successful businessman, but at the same time be useful for the society in general? Thank you so much for your question and for the invitation to that forum. Really, healthcare, this is a big business. This is a global business. And we see lots of major transnational corporations that are competing here. They're very competitive and the entry threshold is very high. I've prepared several slides. We are running out of time, so let me show the presentation. Taking a question, I would note the following. Russia traditionally is a major manufacturer of medical equipment, pharmaceuticals, and healthcare equipment. And I will speak about the production of the medical equipment. In terms of pharmaceuticals, the entry threshold is even higher. Russia is a part of the importers and exporters market. But as for the medical equipment is concerned, we have a lot of advantages. We still rest on the Soviet legacy. Representative Rosatom also took the floor. And Rosatom, unlike other companies, has a specialized direction, and Rostec has its own specialized medical arm. There are more than 160 different centers which are entering the international market more and more actively, according to the poll which was held last year, and it was prior to the COVID-19. More than 39% of the polled people said that Africa is one of the most promising markets for our products, and this is not by accident. According to the problems rating highlighted by my company when entering other markets, we have to speak about the competition from among other corporations and the regulators' requirements, which are being guided by the international standards. In Africa, our graduates and alumni got trained in the Soviet Union. Therefore, attitude towards our equipment is more loyal, more friendly than, for instance, compared to Africa's, Americas, or Europe. And only 11% of our Russian companies believe that pricing is a problem for entering the African market, which means that our products are very competitive in terms of the price, in terms of the cost. We know that there are traditional or conventional ways of supplying pharmaceuticals and medical equipment to Africa through the public channels and public purchasing, the work of different donor associations or charity organizations. This is a separate category. I will not deep dive into that. Speaking about the regular commercial sphere, I would recommend to our companies and partners in Africa to pay attention to the opportunities which have popped up recently thanks to setting up of the Russian Expert Center and similar organizations and centers which were set up in the regions. Mosprom, and I'm speaking about Moscow not by accident, because Moscow is the biggest exporter of the medical equipment. This year, actually, we see the rise of the turnover. The Russian medical equipment export amounted in 2020 to $673 million. For instance, there are some online sites where the Russian products can be sold. There are several such sites. Medfine is one of such sites because it was Russian investors sponsored. And I think that these opportunities will be on the rise yet. The potential buyers should be informed about these opportunities, and we can take advantage of fintech, the equipment leasing and insurance, as was said more than once today, is a competitive edge when you work in Africa. Let me remind you that I'm also a member of the World Coordinating Council, and we have set up a working group on the business cooperation in the Middle East and Africa. We have long-standing organizations which are helping the entrepreneurs which are working in Africa, or we're working the Russian companies which plan to enter these markets, the markets of African nations. Our compatriots, these are our ambassadors who are speaking Russian, who know brilliantly both cultures and may act as mediators or may act as business brokers or consultants when the Russian-made products are being brought to the foreign markets. Many of our compatriots would emerge there thanks to the graduates as family members. Some Soviet doctors would emerge there, starting from Soviet times through the exchange lines. This is a big potential, which we have to take advantage of while these people are still there, while they are participating in the economic life of their respective countries. As our colleague may have big respect in their countries, thanks to the high level of their education. As far as we're running out of time,
возможность, которую используют не только российские, но и многие международные компании, это посмотреть чуть выше, чуть шире на регион, который...
We can look broader at the region, which is located to the north of Africa. This is Middle East, the one where many Russian companies are using the springboard to enter Africa. And you know that the region would be dubbed by its proximity. So usually people are speaking about Middle East and Africa, which are associated with the Arabic language and the Gulf nations and Middle East are using the Middle East as the springboard to Africa. They are located very close to that continent, and it contributes to the export and delivery of medical equipment and pharmaceutical products to African nations, thanks to the ports which are located there, thanks to old chain channels to deliver the products which require low temperatures for vaccines or medical products. And now we are back to the topic of the pandemic and COVID-19, which is not forgotten at any single meeting. Russian vaccine certainly can be present at the market of that region, delivered to that market not only from the standpoint of the access, but also in terms of the physical presence of them in there. Therefore, we offer to use the airports, biggest ports, and the existing banking structures, and as said, the structures of the compatriots associations and unions when the geography is extended. Thank you so much. I hope that I managed to answer your question. Igor, thank you so much. I have a question. Mr. Sebastianov is here with us. He's professor from Bauman University. Mr. Sebastianov, tell us, please, what specific developments you have and what can you share with us in that area? I will do that with great pleasure. Although I'm a scientist. Give me just 10 minutes. 8 minutes. 10 minutes would be enough. Pandemic COVID-19, which was caused by SARS-CoV-2, showed that the systemic and organizational mistakes made by the modern healthcare reached the level that posed a danger for the existence and survival of the humanity. Pandemic COVID-19 turned out to be a very serious challenge to the healthcare security of the Russian Federation, undermining its stability and law enforcement. And therefore, we had to integrate the efforts of the Russian academia and officials, as well as the ministries, in order to develop single methodological approach to fighting that pandemic. You can combat that pandemic only selecting from a range of options how to combat it, in order to improve the morbidity situation, in order to use rationally the efficient measures. We have to do some stratification. This risk-oriented approach helps to save up medical resources, which are so valuable amid the pandemic, in order to use them for the clinically positive patients, but at the same time keep a control over the patients with no symptoms who have lots of risk factors, which availability may result in the exacerbation of their condition. Amid the pandemic, which propagates very fastly, once the first signs of the cold or flu actually emerge, it's very difficult to tell COVID-19 from other contagious diseases. In the 21st century, more and more popular become the services to collect the data about diagnosing and symptoms based on the digital tools, including the physical activity and healthy nutrition. Mobile health, this is the name which was attached to such a digital healthcare system, which includes medical health, such as monitoring, diagnostics, and prevention using wireless technologies. M-Health actually requires a gadget and access to the internet. This has become most relevant amid the pandemic COVID-19. As you see on the slide, digital diagnosis Stop COVID was developed by Sberbank experts, but it is very difficult to assess its efficiency as far as we don't have any open data on its clinical tests. Therefore, this is our own digital screening online technology. COVID-19 diagnosis.ru. There are 3 modules. The first of all, the questionnaire, which consists of 10 questions, which require answer yes or no, temperature, and calculate. Here you see the statement, whereas actually you may diagnose yourself as COVID-19 positive or rather than a flu. This complies with the statement and instruction of the Healthcare Ministry, which looks at any flu as potential COVID-19, but no one will go to do the COVID-19 test. And once you are feeling certain symptoms, you have to do a lockdown in order to not to propagate the virus. Curious, we have another module with the signs and symptoms, and the patient may choose the ones which are most pronounced in him, and therefore, actually, you may differentiate COVID-19 against a flu. In case the characteristics and symptoms are equal, the decision has to be taken in favor of COVID-19. COVID-19 can actually go asymptomatic or in a grave form. It depends on the resistance of the body to that disease. In order to identify individual resistance, the digital screening employs the 3rd module, where you measure the age, the height, the weight, the frequency of breathing, and as a result, you get the individual resistance to COVID-19, and the lower this threshold is, the more chances are that the COVID-19 will take a negative format. Also, cardiovascular side effects and exacerbations or aggravations may actually move the scale to the negative area. The anti-epidemiological memorandum of that resources disclaimer reminding of how to act amid the pandemic. Also, it makes a reference to the www.powerreserve.ru as digital screening of online technology. In order to use that diagnostics resource, you have to click the link www.powerreserve.ru, indicating your blood pressure, frequency of the breath, weight, and height. You calculate the basic parameters immediately. You will do the conclusion and the reserve of your health. In order to understand the significance of these indicators, you will have to do some test, which actually helps you to breathe and stop breathing for at least 1 minute. Once you do these functional tests in answering 29 questions of the questionnaire, you will understand your biological age, the mass of your body index, and the risk of pertula morti, or the sudden death. If it is in the red or black area, it means that your health is quite poor, and therefore we have to think about your health and visit the doctor. You may identify the reserve of your health and do that as frequent as is necessary. Only permanent monitoring may help to avoid serious aggravations and side effects when the light forms of illness may translate into gray forms of illness. It should be reminded that such technological innovations of the 21st century are the leading solutions when providing for medical help to socially vulnerable people amid the pandemic, wars, and humanitarian disasters. For that, a digital paradigm in the context of biotechnology security would be required. Such a paradigm has the following features: the informational basis, where the technologies may be of great help. It is comprehensive in terms of the data collected about the human body. It also brings together the scientific knowledge in order to arrange for informational resources to save up work. It has to be scalable and easy to configure. Therefore, this paradigm in the context of the biological security exemplified by COVID-19, this is a scientifically based concept which requires digital tools to be used when treating the patients in COVID-19. It brings together the economic factors and the healthcare instruments. The Department of Biological Security of Bauman University realizes that the medical help to the population has to be provided in special conditions which require rational use of material and other resources. Therefore, for the practical implementation of this paradigm in the context of biotechnological safety, a scientifically based screen studies supply model was used. The first screen. This is about screening. This is a complex of screening methods of epidemiological, radiation, and other types of reconnaissance in order to identify different forms of injuries right in the field, in order to collect the data, to analyze the available and to prognosticate the potential losses or victims. The second principle, study. This is a set of statistical and analytical data based on the medical research in order to identify the profile of the population which was subjected to the emergency situation in order to identify the scope of the medical help for the primary medical help or specialized medical help which can be provided in such an emergency situation, to identify the practical opportunities possessed by the doctors in the field. Supply stands up for the provision of the necessary medical methods, first anti-epidemic methods to prevent the propagation of infectious diseases, especially highly contagious diseases, sanitation and hygiene measures, providing necessary PPEs, disinfectants, and personal hygiene products. And the third principle promotes for utmost efficiency. Next slide. Next slide.
Итак, в сегодняшних, по сути, военных условиях.
Actually, we are living in almost military conditions, war conditions, and therefore it has become of importance to create highly technical methods of early identification of COVID-19, which can be done by the patients themselves or at patients' homes, which actually could be administered right in the field. So what we are facing now, when the hospitals are overloaded with the patients, this is something which we have to fight. We don't have autiotropic or antiviral therapy against COVID-19, and the vaccine is at the stage of the clinical trials yet. This is what we can do. We can use online screening in the preclinical health system in order to improve the living standards of the people, using 4P medicine approach with the subsequent direct economic benefits for the budget. And also it may be used in order to prevent the COVID-19 cases at the level of the population. In general, thank you so much. Almost like most talkative anchors. Well, in practice, this is being used. Yes, certainly. And our colleagues from different medical centers.
Абсолютно верно. Ресурсы они
actually, the resources are open, they are free, and this is the main rule. Is it available in Russian only? At the moment it is available in Russian. It is not yet available in English. We are still working on that. We speak about complaints, and the complaints have to be understood by the speakers correctly. So we have some doubts whether we can formulate the complaint in English correctly. We have to be very precise. When people get in touch with the English speakers, actually probably can address this problem. Thank you so much. Joshua Radby, President. Joshua, how the students cope with the pandemic? How is the organization ready to help them? Thank you so much, Vladimir. We all understand COVID-19 has affected everyone, and there is no rescue for anyone.
Большинство из них имеют родных, близкие люди, которые страдают от этого, или
and many people have their relatives suffering from COVID-19. There are those actually whose family members died of COVID-19. Therefore, we all are very much concerned about that. And secondly, I'd like to extend my gratitude to the Russian government, to the administration of the universities, has been said more than once. Most of the speakers said that we are very grateful for the support extended to the foreign students, that no one was expelled when the borders were closed. And now, the Society of Young Foreign Students in Russia, the new society which is being set up with the help of the World Alumni Association and all our compatriots in Russia, will be dealing with the youth issues. And One of my compatriots already quoted the statistics, that we are focusing on the students only, and we forget that Russia is not only home to the students. Therefore, this time we're going to partner and to cooperate with other organizations, will help young Africans in Russia, and will work with what's been already said. We're going to work with the World Alumni Association.
Евгений Примаков
said today that there will be more and more opportunities for the students, for the employment of the students to get employed. And this would be very important not only for the students, and the students who do not want to go back. Trust me, there are people who don't want to go back home. I wish flourishing to your organization and all the very best. So, have I exhausted my list of speakers?
Мы уже практически все, уже выходим за рамки эфира. Шубин Даниил.
I think that we run out of time. Шубин Даниил.
Два слова, Даниил. Как вы будете продвигать
from Этномир, just
и как развиваться Этномир будет в Африке?
Just tell us how you are going to promote the African vector and how Этномир is going to develop in Africa.
This year was very hard for us, but we are looking into the future and we are willing to develop our main project, Ethno World. Its goal is to strengthen cooperation between Russia and Africa at this track and other Asian and European tracks. And the most important event here in the African track would be the first international forum on Russia-Africa partnership that took place in Etnomir in 2015, where we broke ground of building the Africa Pavilion, and the Rwanda ambassador spoke and said that the flags of our countries and the landscapes, she used to see Russian landscapes only in the embassy as photos. And as I recall these words, I'd like to believe that every year people who come to Russia will have those feelings. We invite you all to cooperate with us as we build this pavilion. And at Ethno World, another mission of our fund is spreading cultures and promoting cultures of the nations of the world. Over the years, we have installed hundreds of sculptures. And when we are to celebrate 60th anniversary, we suggest that you, together with the Russian world, to install the bust of Yuri Gagarin in your country. It will strengthen our friendship and become a new tradition. It's already been set up in the Republic of Congo, and today it was opened in South Republic at the territory of the National Space Agency. And we think it's a good tradition. And another project that we can offer is opening Ethno World branches in Africa. We have 2 or 3 types of franchising, and every project would have its own structure and high payback, and it will be useful for the society and beneficial for business. We will send you information after the forum. And yet another area of work, we believe, is that what we can offer in agriculture for any climatic areas, for any types of soil, and this can be done as part of supplying organic fertilizers and humanic-based products to improve harvest. All product has been certified internationally, and it's important for Sustainable Development Goals. We're always glad to have partnerships with our African colleagues. Thank you, Daniel. We went way beyond our time in this live stream. I'd like to thank all our colleagues, the audience, those in the studio. Here, I'd like to thank the African Business Initiative Union and Natalia Zeiser. I'd like to thank President Hotel for hospitality, and our second Russian African Public Forum is over. See you next time. We'll be sure to have our third forum like that next year. Thank you once again for your cooperation, especially the directors and editors and video operators, those who provided us technical support. I'd like to thank the interpreters and all our assistants in the studio and beyond. And have a good day. Goodbye.
Спасибо, Владимир. по линии академических кругов, общественно-политических организаций, гуманитарно-культурной сфере. Уверен, что подобные мероприятия крайне важны для развития атмосферы взаимопонимания, духа дружбы и сотрудничества между народами России и африканских стран. Их проведение отвечает задаче, поставленной в итоговой декларации первого саммита Россия-Африка в Сочи, поощрять расширение обменов в сферах науки, культуры, образования в целях развития межцивилизационного диалога. Сегодня Африка уверенно движется по пути политического, социально-экономического, научно-технического развития, выступает как активный и ответственный участник современных международных отношений. Ощутимее становится осознание африканцами собственной уникальной и самобытной культурной идентичности. Традиционно дружественные отношения России со странами Африки имеют долгую историю, испытаны временем и основываются на принципах сотрудничества и взаимного доверия. Африка остается одним из важных приоритетов российской внешней политики.
Наверное, единственной силой мировой, единственной страной, державой, которая, с одной стороны, не обременена негативом, но которая несет в себе колоссальный заряд позитива, это Россия. Надо четко совершенно фиксировать, что мы в этом смысле являемся страной с уникальным, если хотите, активом. Активом, которым мы обязательно должны пользоваться в интересах нашего сотрудничества с соответствующими странами. Нам не нужно их дополнительно убеждать в том, что мы интересный, перспективный партнер, что мы надежный партнер и что с нами можно и нужно иметь дело.
Российско-Африканский общественный форум становится важной частью в этом процессе, и он отражает то, что обе стороны понимают важность гуманитарных отношений между Россией и Африкой и важность совместного развития. Африка – это континент будущего, как вы правильно заметили в своих словах. Поэтому я уверен, что нам еще предстоит много работы, много предстоит сделать. И эта дорога не в 1 километр.
Диалог гражданских обществ в мировом контексте, в каком бы формате он ни проходил сегодня, особенно в условиях кризиса, является неотъемлемой, существенной частью всех сфер взаимодействия. И, как мы обозначили в нашей повестке,
снижение динамики в развитии экономических отношений для того, чтобы компенсировать это путем расширения наших контактов в сферах образования, науки, культуры, гражданского общества. И Россия, и Африка оказались очень устойчивыми. А их социальные системы, их политические институты, их экономики оказались устойчивы в условиях, о которых действительно год назад, наверное, никто не мог и догадываться. И это в каком-то смысле очень хорошо, поскольку дает основание надеяться, что и дальше такая устойчивость будет сохраняться.
La Somita a décidé d'apporter son soutien à nos frères et sœurs qui ont quitté leur localité pour venir à Yalgo pour des raisons d'insécurité. Nous leur avons donné des vivres, des vêtements et du matériel de couchage pour leur apporter un peu de confort. Nous avons offert 500 kits scolaires aux élèves afin de les encourager à mieux étudier pour être les leaders que le Burkina aimerait avoir.
La mine nous a octroyé aujourd'hui au niveau du coprosu plus de 23 tonnes de céréales, des lots de vêtements, de nattes et autres matériels.
Nous avons reçu 15 tonnes de maïs, 15 tonnes de sorgho et 13 tonnes de mil. Nous remercions Bissa Gold.
La mine est vraiment un partenaire clé et qui a toujours accompagné la commune pour vraiment des résultats positifs comme la réhabilitation de cette école qui fait environ 14 millions. Au cours de l'année 2017 aussi, il y a eu 3 salles de classe qui ont été réalisées au profit des carrières qui relèvent de la commune à une valeur de 30 millions. Il y a eu aussi 3 salles de classe qui ont été réhabilitées dans un village de Gwengo à une enveloppe de près de 16 millions.
Nous parlons du coronavirus. C'est une maladie respiratoire.
Notre travail, c'est d'aller vers la population, faire connaître d'abord la maladie. Comment faire pour se protéger?
Lorsque nous toussons ou éternuons dans un mouchoir, jetons-le soigneusement dans une poubelle.
Dès que nous avons appris qu'il y avait cette maladie en Chine, nous avons mis en place un plan de riposte. Le gel hydroalcoolique, mettre en place les thermoflages, la communication à l'endroit de nos employés.
Nous avons bénéficié de la mine de financement, d'abord des activités de communication à travers les émissions radiophoniques.
Nous exhortons la population à observer strictement les mesures d'hygiène recommandées.
Il y a également l'apport de la mine pour les communautés locales, mais également une formation des acteurs.
La mine nous a doté de dispositifs de lavage de mains, de gants, de masques, de gel hydroalcoolique et de banderoles et de savon.
Nous prévoyons faire des tests de dépistage de tout le personnel qui quitte Ouaga pour le site et les dispositions sont prises.
Российско-Африканский общественный форум – это действительно очень важное событие, где мы обсуждаем большое количество насущных стратегических вопросов сотрудничества России и Африканского континента. Но, пожалуй, первый раз, когда тема форума – это общество.
Считаю предельно необходимым сегодня по максимуму задействовать возможности народной, культурной, бизнес-дипломатии в интересах углубления и расширения традиционно дружественных, взаимовыгодных связей между Россией и государствами Африки. Хотел бы также искренне поблагодарить организаторов нынешнего форума, НКО «Союз Африканская деловая инициатива», Всемирную ассоциацию выпускников российских вузов. Желаю вам успешной работы и спасибо за внимание.
Ici, nous sommes à la maintenance mobile de Bissau SA, au département Loup. Notre rôle principal ici est d'assurer une bonne disponibilité et une bonne fiabilité des équipements pour l'exploitation. On peut aller sur le terrain. Bonjour Konaté.
Ouais, bonjour.
Comment allez-vous?
Ouais, ça peut aller.
Ok. Ça se passe bien ici ce matin?
Ouais, tout va bien opérationnel.
Ok. Je travaille pour Norgol depuis 2012. Je suis arrivé dans la boîte en tant que chef d'équipe mécanicien. Actuellement, je suis superviseur senior formateur à la maintenance mobile. Tout ça grâce au concours de mes supérieurs qui ont quand même vu du potentiel en moi et qui ont misé sur ma formation et mon développement personnel.
Si tu fais bien ton travail, il reconnaît que tu fais bien ton travail. Si tu ne fais pas bien ton travail, il risque de ne pas t'en parler, mais venir prendre le travail lui-même.
Avec lui, l'homme est infatigable et doit gouiller, finir le programme.
La mécanique même déjà, c'est une passion. Moi, c'est une fierté d'appartenir à cette équipe de la maintenance mobile de Bissau, vu le rôle capital qu'il joue dans ce système. On n'entreprend pas de tâches ici sans l'avoir analysé au préalable et s'assurer qu'il n'y a pas de risque avant de travailler. La société y veille et met les moyens nécessaires pour que tous ses employés puissent travailler en toute santé et sécurité et retourner voir leur famille en santé et sécurité également.
Я рад приветствовать всех организаторов и участников второго Российско-Африканского общественного форума, призванного способствовать дальнейшему развитию взаимодействия России с государствами Африканского континента по линии академических кругов, общественно-политических организаций, гуманитарно-культурной сфере. Уверен, что подобные мероприятия крайне важны для развития атмосферы взаимопонимания, духа дружбы и сотрудничества между народами России и африканских стран. Их проведение отвечает задаче, поставленной в итоговой декларации первого саммита Россия-Африка в Сочи, поощрять расширение обменов в сферах науки, культуры, образования в целях развития межцивилизационного диалога. Сегодня Африка уверенно движется по пути политического, социально-экономического, научно-технического развития, выступает как активный и ответственный участник современных международных отношений. Ощутимее становится осознание африканцами собственной уникальной и самобытной культурной идентичности. Традиционно дружественные отношения России со странами Африки имеют долгую историю, испытаны временем и основываются на принципах сотрудничества и взаимного доверия. Африка остается одним из важных приоритетов российской внешней политики.
Наверное, единственной силой мировой, единственной страной, державой, которая, с одной стороны, не обременена негативом, но которая несет в себе колоссальный заряд позитива, это Россия. Надо четко совершенно фиксировать, что мы в этом смысле являемся страной с уникальным, если хотите, активом. Активом, которым мы обязательно должны пользоваться в интересах нашего сотрудничества с соответствующими странами. Нам не нужно их дополнительно убеждать в том, что мы интересный, перспективный партнер, что мы надежный партнер и что с нами можно и нужно иметь дело.
Российско-Африканский общественный форум становится важной частью в этом процессе, и он отражает то, что обе стороны понимают важность гуманитарных отношений между Россией и Африкой и важность совместного развития. Африка – это континент будущего, как вы правильно заметили в своих словах. Поэтому я уверен, что нам еще предстоит очень много работы, много предстоит сделать. И эта дорога не в 1 километр.
Диалог гражданских обществ в мировом контексте, в каком бы формате он ни проходил сегодня, особенно в условиях кризиса, является неотъемлемой, существенной частью всех сфер взаимодействия. И, как мы обозначили в нашей повестке, основным драйвером будущего миропорядка. Мы все находимся в новой реальности, мир становится фрагментарным, общество достаточно разобщено территориально, идеологически. Но при всем при этом пандемический кризис, породивший абсолютно тотальный анабиоз большинства глобальных и локальных процессов, так или иначе заставил увидеть потребность общества, общественного создания возрождать и расширять диапазоны общения.
Нам надо на каком-то языке разговаривать. Вот создание пространства для разговора, и форум – это очень важные вещи, я очень признателен за возможность здесь выступить, это очень важный момент. Но вот это тоже нельзя опускать, потому что коммуникация – основа всего мира, основа развития. Не будет коммуникации между нами, ничего не будет. Мы должны коммуницировать гораздо более энергично.
И вот здесь, с моей точки зрения, особенно важно не просто сохранить, но нарастить объемы социального взаимодействия. То есть использовать вот эту вероятную паузу или снижение динамики в развитии экономических отношений для того, чтобы компенсировать это путем расширения наших контактов в сферах образования, науки, культуры, гражданского общества. И Россия, и Африка оказались очень устойчивыми. А их социальные системы, их политические институты, их экономики оказались устойчивы в условиях, о которых действительно год назад, наверное, никто не мог и догадываться. И это в каком-то смысле очень хорошо, поскольку дает основание надеяться, что и дальше такая устойчивость будет сохраняться.
La Somita a décidé d'apporter son soutien à nos frères et sœurs qui ont quitté leur localité pour venir à Yalgo pour des raisons d'insécurité. Nous leur avons donné des vivres, des vêtements et du matériel de couchage pour leur apporter un peu de confort. Nous avons offert 500 kits scolaires aux élèves afin de les encourager à mieux étudier pour être les leaders que le Burkina aimerait avoir.
La mine nous a octroyé aujourd'hui au niveau du coprosu plus de 23 tonnes de céréales, des lots de vêtements, de nattes et autres matériels.
Nous avons reçu 15 tonnes de maïs, 15 tonnes de sorgho et 13 tonnes de mil. Nous remercions Bissa Gold.
La mine est vraiment un partenaire clé et qui a toujours accompagné la commune pour vraiment des résultats positifs comme la réhabilitation de cette école qui fait environ 14 millions. Au cours de l'année 2017 aussi, il y a eu 3 salles de classe qui ont été réalisées au profit des carrières qui relèvent de la commune à une valeur de 30 millions. Il y a eu aussi 3 salles de classe qui ont été réhabilitées dans un village de Gouengo à une enveloppe de près de 16 millions.
Nous parlons du coronavirus. C'est une maladie respiratoire.
Et notre travail, c'est d'aller vers la population, faire connaître d'abord la maladie. Comment faire pour se protéger?
Lorsque nous toussons ou éternuons dans un mouchoir, jetons-le soigneusement dans une poubelle.
Dès que nous avons appris qu'il y avait cette maladie en Chine, nous avons mis en place un plan de riposte. Le gel hydroalcoolique, mettre en place les thermoflages, la communication à l'endroit de nos employés.
Nous avons bénéficié de la mine le financement d'abord des activités de communication à travers les émissions radiophoniques.
Nous exhortons la population à observer strictement les mesures d'hygiène recommandées.
Il y a également l'apport de la mine pour les communautés locales, mais également une formation des acteurs.
La mine nous a doté de dispositifs de lavage de mains, de gants, de masques, de gel hydroalcoolique et de banderoles et de savon.
Nous prévoyons faire des tests de dépistage de tout le personnel qui quitte Ouaga pour le site et les dispositions sont prises.
Российско-Африканский общественный форум – это действительно очень важное событие, где мы обсуждаем большое количество насущных стратегических вопросов сотрудничества России и Африканского континента. Но, пожалуй, первый раз, когда тема форума – это общество.
Считаю предельно необходимым сегодня по максимуму задействовать возможности народной, культурной, бизнес-дипломатии в интересах углубления и расширения традиционно дружественных, взаимовыгодных связей между Россией и государствами Африки. Хотел бы также искренне поблагодарить организаторов нынешнего форума, НКО «Союз Африканская деловая инициатива», Всемирную ассоциацию выпускников российских вузов. Желаю вам успешной работы и спасибо за внимание.
Ici, nous sommes à la maintenance mobile de Bissagol SA, au département Loup. Notre rôle principal ici est d'assurer une bonne disponibilité et une bonne fiabilité des équipements pour l'exploitation. On peut aller sur le terrain. Bonjour Konaté.
Ouais, bonjour.
Comment allez-vous?
Ouais, ça peut aller.
Ok. Ça se passe bien ici ce matin?
Ouais, tout va bien opérationnel.
Ok. Je travaille pour Norgol depuis 2012. Je suis arrivé dans la boîte en tant que chef d'équipe mécanicien. Actuellement, je suis superviseur senior formateur à la maintenance mobile. Tout ça grâce au concours de mes supérieurs qui ont quand même vu du potentiel en moi et qui ont misé sur ma formation et mon développement personnel.
Si tu fais bien ton travail, il reconnaît que tu fais bien ton travail. Si tu ne fais pas bien ton travail, il risque de ne pas t'en parler, mais venir prendre le travail lui-même.
Avec lui, l'homme est infatigable et doit grouiller, finir le programme.
La mécanique même déjà, c'est une passion. Moi, c'est une fierté d'appartenir à cette équipe de la maintenance mobile de Bissau, vu le rôle capital qu'il joue dans ce système. On n'entreprend pas de tâches ici sans l'avoir analysé au préalable et s'assurer qu'il n'y a pas de risque avant de travailler. La société y veille et met les moyens nécessaires pour que tous ses employés puissent travailler en toute santé et sécurité et retourner voir leur famille en santé et sécurité également.
Я рад приветствовать всех организаторов и участников второго Российско-Африканского общественного форума, призванного способствовать дальнейшему развитию взаимодействия России с государствами Африканского континента по линии академических кругов, общественно-политических организаций, гуманитарно-культурной сфере. Уверен, что подобные мероприятия крайне важны для развития атмосферы взаимопонимания, духа дружбы и сотрудничества между народами России и африканских стран. Их проведение отвечает задаче, поставленной в итоговой декларации первого саммита Россия-Африка в Сочи, поощрять расширение обменов в сферах науки, культуры, образования в целях развития межцивилизационного диалога. Сегодня Африка уверенно движется по пути политического, социально-экономического, научно-технического развития, выступает как активный и ответственный участник современных международных отношений. Ощутимее становится осознание африканцами собственной уникальной и самобытной культурной идентичности. Традиционно дружественные отношения России со странами Африки имеют долгую историю, испытаны временем и основываются на принципах сотрудничества и взаимного доверия. Африка остается одним из важных приоритетов российской внешней политики.
Наверное, единственной силой мировой, единственной страной, державой, которая, с одной стороны, не обременена негативом, но которая несет в себе колоссальный заряд позитива, это Россия. Надо четко совершенно фиксировать, что мы в этом смысле являемся страной с уникальным, если хотите, активом. Активом, которым мы обязательно должны пользоваться в интересах нашего сотрудничества с соответствующими странами. Нам не нужно их дополнительно убеждать в том, что мы интересный, перспективный партнер, что мы надежный партнер и что с нами можно и нужно иметь дело.
Российско-Африканский общественный форум становится важной частью в этом процессе, и он отражает то, что обе стороны понимают важность гуманитарных отношений между Россией и Африкой и важность совместного развития. Африка – это континент будущего, как вы правильно заметили в своих словах. Поэтому я уверен, что нам еще предстоит очень много работы, много предстоит сделать. И эта дорога не в 1 километр.
Диалог гражданских обществ в мировом контексте, в каком бы формате он ни проходил сегодня, особенно в условиях кризиса, является неотъемлемой, существенной частью всех сфер взаимодействия. И, как мы обозначили в нашей повестке, основным драйвером будущего миропорядка. Мы все находимся в новой реальности, мир становится фрагментарным, общество достаточно разобщено территориально, идеологически. Но при всем при этом пандемический кризис, породивший абсолютно тотальный анабиоз большинства глобальных и локальных процессов, так или иначе заставил увидеть потребность общества, общественного создания возрождать и расширять диапазоны общения.
Нам надо на каком-то языке разговаривать. Вот создание пространства для разговора, и форум – это очень важные вещи, я очень признателен за возможность здесь выступить, это очень важный момент. Но вот это тоже нельзя опускать, потому что коммуникация – основа всего мира, основа развития. Не будет коммуникации между нами, ничего не будет. Мы должны коммуницировать гораздо более энергично.
И вот здесь, с моей точки зрения, особенно важно не просто сохранить, но нарастить объемы социального взаимодействия. То есть использовать вот эту вероятную паузу или снижение динамики в развитии экономических отношений для того, чтобы компенсировать это путем расширения наших контактов в сферах образования, науки, культуры, гражданского общества. И Россия, и Африка оказались очень устойчивыми. А их социальные системы, их политические институты, их экономики оказались устойчивы в условиях, о которых действительно год назад, наверное, никто не мог и догадываться. И это в каком-то смысле очень хорошо, поскольку дает основание надеяться, что и дальше такая устойчивость будет сохраняться.
La Somita a décidé d'apporter son soutien à nos frères et sœurs qui ont quitté leur localité pour venir à Yalgo pour des raisons d'insécurité. Nous leur avons donné des vivres, des vêtements et du matériel de couchage pour leur apporter un peu de confort. Nous avons offert 500 kits scolaires aux élèves afin de les encourager à mieux étudier pour être les leaders que le Burkina aimerait avoir.
La mine nous a octroyé aujourd'hui au niveau du coprosu plus de 23 tonnes de céréales, des lots de vêtements, de nattes et autres matériels.
Nous avons reçu 15 tonnes de maïs, 15 tonnes de sorgho et 13 tonnes de mil. Nous remercions Bissa Gold.
La mine est vraiment un partenaire clé et qui a toujours accompagné la commune pour vraiment des résultats positifs comme la réhabilitation de cette école qui fait environ 14 millions. Au cours de l'année 2017 aussi, il y a eu 3 salles de classe qui ont été réalisées au profit des carrières qui relèvent de la commune à une valeur de 30 millions. Il y a eu aussi 3 salles de classe qui ont été réhabilitées dans un village de Gwengo à une enveloppe de près de 16 millions.
– 19 февраля 1946 года. Германия. Нюрнберг. Дворец правосудия. Зал номер 600. На трибуне помощник главного советского обвинителя Лев Смирнов. Его окружают стенды, закрытые простынями. На столе какие-то предметы. Они тоже закрыты. Такое на процессе впервые. Я предъявляю суду под номером СССР 197 показания препаратора анатомического института города Данцига. Читаю его показания. В феврале 1944 года профессор Шпаннер дал мне рецепт приготовления мыла из человеческого жира. 5 килограммов варить 2-3 часа. После остывания готовое мыло выливается в формы. Я представляю суду эти формы, кюветы, в которые выливалось сваренное мыло. Кроме того, я предъявляю далее образцы изготовленного мыла. Подсудимые стараются не смотреть на обвинителя. Их внимание приковано к предмету, с которого еще не убрана белая салфетка. Эта человеческая голова, как сувенир, стояла на письменном столе начальника концлагеря Освенцим.
Да, именно человеческая голова, непонятным образом сокращенная до размера большого кулака, с длинными зачесанными назад волосами. Над нами на гостевом балконе истошно вскрикнула какая-то женщина. Затопали ноги, ее выносили без сознания. Мы смотрели на эту голову под стеклянным колпаком и чувствовали, как мороз продирает по коже. Потом, по прошествии времени, трудно будет даже поверить, что когда-то нечто подобное могло произойти на Земле. Планете, населенной разумными существами.
Написал в своем дневнике корреспондент газеты «Правда» Борис Полевой. Полевой прилетел в Нюрнберг, когда процесс уже начался.
Ему просто пришло распоряжение, значит, отбываешь в Нюрнберг. Он говорит, что у меня одеть нечего. У меня, говорит, есть одна шинель, и то, говорит, там дыра, похожая на остров Кипр. Ну, ему там что-то сообразили, то есть он поехал туда в штатском.
Я опоздал на процесс всего на 6 дней, но понимаю, как это для меня плохо. Сюда со всех концов слетелось и съехалось свыше 300 корреспондентов, фотографов, кинооператоров, художников.
Процесс проходил перед лицом мировой общественности. Одним из первых прибыл китайский репортер для того, чтобы вести репортаж о Нюрнбергском процессе. Кроме того, были и другие, очень известные в то время или получившие известность позже, журналисты и писатели. Среди них Ребекка Вест, Джон Дос Пасос, а также человек, которого очень уважают в наши дни в Германии и за ее пределами. Он писал репортажи для норвежской газеты. Его звали Вилли Брандт. Позднее он стал нашим федеральным канцлером.
Приехали люди из многих стран. Это не был только процесс 4 стран-победителей, союзников. Это был международный всемирный суд над фашизмом.
Все они уже перезнакомились. Сложился особый быт, а у представителей советской прессы произошло территориальное деление на 2 племени – Курафеев и Халдеев. Дело в том, что вместе с профессиональными журналистами прилетели сюда и знаменитые наши писатели и художники. Илья Эренбург, Константин Федин, Леонид Леонов, Семен Кирсанов, Всеволод Вишневский, Кукрыниксы. Их поместили в роскошной, правда полуразрушенной гостинице «Гранд-отель».
Потому что они были корифеи уже как бы. Но и наши журналисты, конечно, так сказать, которые были острые на язычок, прозвали это место их обитания курафейником.
А журналистов поселили в замке Иоганна Фабера, владельца знаменитой карандашной фирмы. Там был организован пресс-камп, лагерь прессы.
Фабер – это король немецких карандашей, назовем так. Отец очень любил, как он мне говорил, бродить по этому дому и очень любил сидеть в кресле самого Фабера.
Михаила Долгополова, корреспондента «Известий», коллеги называли «папа».
Папа, потому что отец был 1901 года рождения, и он был как бы постарше остальных. И вот у нас дома там люди привозили массинские сервизы, а у нас до сих пор иногда выплывают эти карандаши Фабера. Такие толстые, хорошие, очень такие удобные. Я иногда ими тоже пишу.
Советские журналисты жили не в самом замке, а рядом, в таверне.
Таверна, она стояла так чуть-чуть в глубине сада. И это было место, куда после работы приходили поужинать, перекусить, пообедать рабочие, конторские работники фабрики «Фабер». Но наверху были такие гостиничные номера, они очень большие. Они там жили по 5 человек в комнате.
Курафеи в долгу не остались. Прозвали журналистское сообщество «Халдейник».
Поскольку с военными корреспондентами на территории дворца Фабера жил Евгений Халдей. Евгений Халдей – это знаменитый фотограф военный.
22 июня, улица 25 октября, люди слушают выступление Молотова о начале Великой Отечественной войны. Вот «Водружение флага» – это его авторская работа, которая стала символом нашей победы над фашизмом. Потом Потсдамская конференция, Парижская мирная конференция. И вот Нюрнберг. Вот таким предстал Нюрнберг перед людьми, которые съехались туда для того, чтобы совершить суд народов. Так он и назывался. Вот видите, все вокруг разрушено, а тюрьма осталась нетронутой. И зал юстиции, где проходили заседания, он до сих пор существует, этот зал.
В этом зале и сегодня идут судебные процессы.
Ведь он и по сей день используется как зал суда. Многие посетители, туристы, а также юристы со всего света приезжают сюда, чтобы посетить этот зал. Это свидетельствует о важном значении Нюрнбергского процесса и сегодня. Само место по себе очень важно, потому что оно имеет особую ауру и представляет собой нечто совершенно особенное для всех, кто занимается этой темой.
Зал номер 600 – это сердце нашего Дворца правосудия. Думаю, что каждый судья, работающий здесь, отдает себе отчет в завете, который несет этот зал судебных заседаний. События, которые происходили здесь 70 лет назад, судебные процессы против военных преступников, прочно вошли в культуру памяти.
Нюрнберг находился в американской зоне оккупации. Здесь все американское. Охрана, продовольствие и даже бармен. Белозубый американец Дэвид.
Он американцев до этого не видел. Живьем. Ни одного. Наслышан, но он не понимал, а что это за такие люди.
Он говорит, как и немножко комично все это было для нас.
особенно для русских, которые всю эту войну прошли. И вот тут белые гетры, белые сапоги, было как-то смешно.
Но общий язык нашелся быстро. Первым героем американо-советской дружбы стал художник Николай Жуков.
У папы, кстати, было прозвище на Нюрнбергском процессе «Кока-кола». Отец был Николай Николаевич. Вот, Кока-кола.
Я знаю его с первого дня войны, когда мы познакомились в заснеженных лесах под Калининым. Знаю его умение, сохраняя абсолютную похожесть, порой рассказывать о человеке то, что тот глубоко прячет, а может быть даже и не подозревает в себе.
Дядя Коль был совершенно потрясающим человеком. Доброты просто нездешний какой-то. Мой крестный. Он постоянно меня рисовал. Причем один портрет в 6-летнем возрасте. Даже на выставке был, там что-то завоевал.
По существу здесь сидит все гитлеровское правительство. Не хватает только, как говорят журналисты, 3 Г – Гитлера, Гиммлера, Геббельса. Вон тот добродушного вида толстяк в сером мундире из замши в первом ряду справа – это Герман Геринг, второй наци Германии. Этот худой, с череповидным лицом субъект Рудольф Гесс. Правая рука Гитлера в нацистской партии, сочинявший вместе со своим фюрером «Майн кампф». Благообразный высокий господин – это камевояжер международных заговоров Иоахим фон Риббентроп. А высокий военный с квадратным суровым лицом – фельдмаршал Вильгельм Кейтель, соавтор Гитлера по всем его захватническим планам. Мирная обыденность подсудимых поразила меня больше всего.
Всего на скамье 21 преступник. Среди них генерал-губернатор оккупированной Польши Ганс Франк, редактор антисемитской газеты «Штурмовик» Юлиус Штрейхер, главный финансист Третьего рейха Ялмар Шахт, ответственный за организацию использования принудительного труда в Германии Франц Заукель.
Заукель. Голова его все время лежала на бордюре, и он упоминал такую перезрелую тыкву. Риббентроп постоянно так разыгрывал себя такого трагика, такие поджатые губы, закинутая голова. Геринг напоминал, скорее всего, именно жабу, потому что жабу, которая раздувалась вот вдруг до невероятных каких-то размеров, а потом в какой-то момент, наоборот, опадала и становилась такой павшей, обрюхшей.
Если в ходе процесса намечалось что-то интересное, во всех комнатах Дворца правосудия раздавался одинарный сигнал. Если что-то требовало особого внимания, звучал двойной. А если случалась сенсация – тройной.
Даже когда ты был в столовой, вдруг раздавался такой звонок, какой-то гудок. Говорит, мы все бросали и бежали.
Тройных с начала процесса не передавали. И потому журналистская толпа сегодня в дверях кипит особенно круто. Вот-вот опрокинет часовых, проверяющих пропуска. Подсудимые адвокаты переговариваются как-то особенно возбужденно. Главный судья на процессе лорд Лоуренс объявляет, что подсудимый Рудольф Гесс сделает особо важное заявление.
Гесс – заместитель фюрера по партии, его правая рука. Он контролировал все государственные органы Третьего рейха.
И «Майн кампф», так отец мне рассказывал, писал вовсе не Гитлер, малограмотный ефрейтор, а писал выпускник университета Гесс.
Гесс считался преемником Гитлера до тех пор, пока не совершил свой странный полет в Англию. 10 мая 1941 года он сам сел за штурвал самолета и взял курс на Британские острова. Как утверждал сам Гесс, его миссия – предложить англичанам мир, прекратить войну друг с другом и объединиться против СССР.
Гитлер стал врагом Великобритании по неволе. И он всегда держал в голове идею, что в итоге Британия должна сохранить свою империю, а Германия построить свою на европейском континенте. Тем временем не было ни малейшего шанса, что Черчилль согласится на это.
Проблема состояла в том, что Уинстон Черчилль, премьер-министр военного времени, имел совсем другие цели. Его усилия были направлены на установление союза с Америкой.
Англичане заключили Гесса под стражу, а соратники по партии отреклись и объявили сумасшедшим. Гитлер заявил, что ничего не знал о полете своего заместителя.
Для меня очевидно, что Гитлер сам разрешил Гессу отправиться в Британию. Он надеялся провести переговоры в связи с планами Гитлера по нападению на Советский Союз. И если бы Британия и фашистская Германия могли прийти к какому-то согласию, то это бы фактически развязало Германии руки на всем европейском континенте.
В британском плену Гесс и вправду вел себя не как адекватный человек.
Он стал предъявлять жалобы, обвиняя английский персонал в том, что его травят. Причем он утверждал, что эти действия осуществляются под гипнотическим влиянием евреев.
2 раза Гесс пытался свести счеты с жизнью. 1 раз выбросился в пролет лестницы, повредил левую ногу. 2 ударил себя хлебным ножом.
Во 2-й раз он попытался себя заколоть. Должен сказать, попытка была нерешительная. 2-й инцидент носил скорее демонстративный характер.
Как сочеталось у Гесса стремление к суициду со страхом, что его отравят, было непонятно. Тем не менее, в Нюрнберг он привез на экспертизу груду запечатанных пакетов с едой, которые его кормили англичане. Союзники были в замешательстве. Гесс утверждал, что ничего не помнит. Действительно не в себе или симулирует. И то, и другое было не на руку организаторам процесса. Если сумасшедший, судить нельзя. Если симулянт, его показания превратят трибунал в фарс. Был собран Международный медицинский консилиум. Советскую сторону представлял Евгений Константинович Краснушкин. Споры велись вокруг психического состояния Гесса. Диагнозы были разные.
Краснушкин трактовал его как состояние промежуточное между истерической амнезией и сознательной симуляцией. Дело в том, что это действительно состояния очень близкие. Англичане, в том числе психиатр Рис, они говорили о диагнозе шизофрении.
Американцы настаивали на проведении наркоанализа.
Наркоанализ. В свое время это носило название «укол правды». То есть, когда, скажем, будет определенный препарат, абсолютно безвредный для организма. Этот метод называется растормаживанием, вот когда человек начинает меньше контролировать свои действия.
Однако Гесс проходить процедуру отказался. Гесса признали вменяемым.
Представить, что он не знал, что делал, и это человек, который принимал очень ответственные самостоятельные решения, наверное, неправильно.
На заседаниях Гесс всячески показывал, что не имеет к происходящему никакого отношения. Не надевал наушников, гримасничал, качался из стороны в сторону, читал книгу. Но в какой-то момент во всех залах Дворца правосудия прозвучали 3 громких звонка.
Гесс встает, покусывая губы и, пригладив рукой жиденькие волосы, произносит: «С этого момента моя память находится в полном распоряжении суда. Основания для того, чтобы симулировать потерю памяти, у меня были чисто тактического характера». И садится, чуть кривя свой тонкий маленький рот.
Зачем он признался? Недоумевали многие. Если бы стоял на своем, мог избежать приговора.
Я считаю, что он был очень умен. Потеря памяти – хорошее прикрытие, когда не хочется отвечать на вопросы. Ответ «я не помню» отлично скрывает то, что ты помнишь, но не хочешь рассказывать. Что бы Гесс ни предпринял, это сработало. Ведь он не отправился на виселицу. Его приговорили к пожизненному заключению.
Гесс прожил до 92 лет. В тюрьме сочинил большое количество трудов. Все они посвящены созданию Четвертого рейха. Это был не бред умалишенного. Последовательное нацистское учение.
Советский обвинитель Смирнов продолжал свою речь.
Они глумились над совестью и достоинством человека.
Теперь он предъявлял суду изделия из человеческой кожи. Изящные женские туфельки, сумки, портфели и даже куртки. Я чувствовал, как тошнота подкатывает к горлу. Хотелось вскочить и броситься вон из зала.
Вот отец мне говорил, что вот когда это показали, то, может быть, это был такой переломный момент. Я говорю, ну а что вот самое было страшное? Я говорю, самое страшное, когда вдруг принесли вот эти изделия из человеческой кожи.
Но оказывается, что это еще не все. Что в запасе обвинений есть новые и новые ужасающие улики. Оказывается, жена начальника одной из фабрик смерти решила создать единственную в мире коллекцию татуировок. Когда появлялся в лагере заключенный с татуировкой, ей немедленно об этом сообщали. Если татуировка ей нравилась, человека умерщвляли, свежевали, вырезали кусок кожи с нанесенным на нее рисунком, вымачивали в жиру, а потом выделывали по какому-то специальному способу. Лучшие экземпляры шли в коллекцию фрау.
Отец говорил, он говорит, ты знаешь, я сам не верил. Очень ценились изделия из детской кожи, потому что делали какие-то вот женские кошелечки очень элегантные. Это же с ума сойти можно.
У отца было очень сильное потрясение. Он не мог спать совсем. И он не мог остановиться работать. Вся ночь прошла, вот уже там 24 рисунка, а он не может остановиться. После этого полгода он лежал в госпитале, у него был очень сильный нервный срыв.
Несмотря на то, что журналистам были созданы все условия, работать в зале суда им было непросто.
Бегать по залу и делать вот какие-то фотографии было невозможно. И у всех были, как сейчас сказали бы, по номерам расписаны. И у отца тоже было, значит, свое место.
Всех художников посадили в первый ряд. Он сидел совсем рядышком, вот буквально 3 метра от Геринга.
Однако вскоре подсудимые освоились. Когда видели, что их рисуют или фотографируют, закрывали лица газетой или журналом. Но Николай Жуков быстро нашел выход из ситуации.
Он пересел в 15-й ряд. И через бойницу голов, которые были перед ним, он вел одновременно 2-3 рисунка. Это чисто физически было сложно. Во-первых, вот в левой руке у тебя бинокль. На коленях у тебя вот этот альбом, блокнот. Да? Здесь где-то у тебя лежат карандаши, там ластик, перо. На голове наушники. Ты слушаешь все, что происходит в зале.
А у халдеи были свои методы работы.
Вот Геринг после обеда должен был давать показания с этой трибуны. А у отца не было возможности, и он для того высмотрел заранее в середине зала место и договорился с одним человеком из нашей делегации и говорит, ты, говорит, пойдем после обеда, пойди где-нибудь погуляй или на другое место пересядь. Говорит, а что я буду уметь? И халдей побежал в буфет, купил 2 бутылки виски на свои деньги. И вот Геринг дает показания. И тогда, в общем, халдей вытаскивает свой фотоаппарат. И один щелчок. Вот такого кадра, такого нет тоже ни у кого.
Работали без перерывов, ловили момент. Как-то раз халдей был допущен в столовую, где обедали нацисты.
И Геринг увидел халдея в лейтенантской форме. Конечно, сразу отличил, что это советский, значит, корреспондент. И, в общем, его это взбесило страшно. И он начал плеваться, кричать на отца, стучать ногами, кулаками по столу. И, в общем, пена изо рта пошла, плевался. Подбежал американский охранник, расчехлил свою дубинку и дает Герингу по шее.
На шею Геринга обратил внимание и известный кинорежиссер Роман Кармен.
Вы уже чувствуете веревку на шее Геринга. Вот он снял, как Геринг чешет шею, чувствует петлю на шее уже, понимаете? Конечно же, это надо было увидеть. Он каким-то, не знаю, 6-м, 7-м или каким чувством он знал, куда надо пойти и когда включить камеру.
Идея фильма родилась на съемочной площадке уже во время процесса.
Он наблюдал за лицами. И в этом была концепция фильма. Он понял, что рассказ может вестись через эмоции осужденных, через их реакцию. Он показывал хронику того, что было раньше, и то, что сейчас с Нюрнбергом произошло. И знаменитый его кадр, покалеченный немецкий солдат с костылями с одной ногой, идет вдоль стадиона, где происходили все нацистские сборища.
Нюрнберг считался оплотом национал-социализма. Там состоялись партийные съезды, где сотни тысяч приверженцев нацизма восторженно приветствовали своего фюрера. Там были провозглашены Нюрнбергские законы, позорное пятно в истории Германии, которые узаконили дискриминацию массу еврейского населения.
Замок Фридриха Барбароссы венчает гигантскую гранитную скалу над Нюрнбергом. Имя Барбароссы было дано плану нападения на Советский Союз не случайно.
Кто такой Фридрих Барбаросса? Это один из императоров Священной Римской империи, германской нации, который в средние века возглавил один из крестовых походов на восток. Император со своими войсками был разбит в этом походе с сарацинами и закончил свою жизнь где-то в каком-то болоте, случайно утонул. Гитлер написал только начальную часть, то, что Барбаросса покоритель Востока. Если бы он знал, чем закончилось, я думаю, этот план носил бы другое имя.
Впервые в истории суда в Нюрнберге в качестве свидетельства обвинения были представлены фото и киноматериалы, в том числе фотографии Евгения Халдея.
Это фотография, где разрушен Севастополь абсолютно, практически. Это сожженный Мурманск, где остались после нападения 360 тысяч зажигательных бомб одни печные трубы. И это двор ростовской тюрьмы, где были расстреляны мирное население, включая детей и стариков. И там была еще снята одна фотография, где сидел мальчик такой, Витя Черевичкин, про него потом песню даже написали.
Жил в Ростове Витя Черевичкин, в школе он отлично успевал.
Мальчишке 14 лет, он голубятник был. И фашист его останавливает и говорит: партизан. Он говорит: нет. Он говорит: а у тебя голубь. И достает голубя у мальчишки, сворачивает шею этой птички. И мальчик от обиды пытался напасть на немца, и тот его прикладом убивает.
И убит был Витя наповал.
И вот парня сажают как раз к стене тюрьмы. И в качестве устрашения матери не разрешали похоронить сына.
На очередном заседании трибунала помощник главного обвинителя заявил, что предлагает трибуналу хроникальный кинофильм о нацистских злодеяниях на советской территории.
Советские войска во время своего продвижения снимали киносвидетельства о преступлениях и разрушениях, которые оставил там германский вермахт.
Настоящим торжественно свидетельствуем, что в период с 1941 по 1945 годы мы, выполняя свой служебный долг, работали в частях действовавшей Красной Армии, снимая на кинопленку различные эпизоды Отечественной войны.
Город Ростов, 1941 год. Привокзальная площадь. Груда трупов возле станционного здания. Пленные красноармейцы, они, вероятно, не хотели эвакуироваться. Их пристрелили, уложили штабелем, как дрова, а сжечь не успели. Но аппарат приближается, и мы замечаем, что убитые в грязных бинтах. Нет, это не пленные. Это раненые. Невольно смотрю на Кейтеля, ведь он разрешил и даже декретировал сознательное умерщвление военнопленных.
Когда демонстрировались фильмы, приглушали свет и одновременно снимали лица обвиняемых, которым также впервые приходилось видеть с такой отчетливостью то, что происходило от их имени и по их приказу. Некоторые обвиняемые прикрывали лицо, некоторые рыдали. Они не могли сохранять хладнокровие при виде этих ужасных картин.
Керчь, Донбасс, Харьков, Латвия, Эстония, Литва. А вот и сама Германия, Данциг. Помещение технологического института. Здесь разрабатывали методы и технологию промышленной утилизации человеческих тел.
Трупы, подвергавшиеся здесь рассечению и другой обработке, доставлялись из немецких концлагерей.
Когда фильм закончился, зал 600 минут на 5 погрузился в молчание. Была полнейшая тишина. Только иногда слышалось, как кто-то всхлипывает. На одном из допросов Геринг сказал: «Сопоставляя силы, мы были уверены в победе, но мы не знали русских. Человек Востока всегда был загадкой для Запада. Наполеон совершил ошибку, мы ее повторили. Это не преступление, это рок». Рок? Мне сразу вспомнился безногий летчик. Он один из тех, кто громил и разгромил армии Кейтеля, воздушный флот Геринга, топил корабли Редера. Слова Геринга заставили меня сесть за книгу о старшем лейтенанте Алексее Мересьеве. Решено. Пишу. Бодрым шагом возвращаюсь в наш халдейник. Достаю стопку бумаги, решительно вывожу на первом листе название. Повесть о настоящем человеке. Книга написана за 19 дней.
Меня назвали в честь Алексея Петровича Мересьева. Или Мересьева. Он Мересьев, но он в книжке Мересьев.
Повесть о настоящем человеке – настоящий бестселлер поколения. Книга стала настольной в каждом доме. Главным героем восхищались все, от мала до велика.
Я помню Марисию, который был у нас в доме. Ну, я девочка маленькая. Папа говорит: а вот ты знаешь, что вот у этого дяди нет ног. А я смотрю, он на ногах, и все хорошо. А он говорит: не веришь? А он говорит: сейчас даже станцует. Ну, и Марисьев даже как-то так что-то типа барыни изобразил.
После войны, когда мужчины возвращались с фронта калеками, история безногого летчика, который смог вновь сесть за штурвал, многим помогла жить дальше. Это было главным событием всего процесса. В тот день из Нюрнберга послано рекордное количество телеграмм. Представляя обвинение по плану Барбаросса, советская сторона попросила суд приобщить к делу письменное показание фельдмаршала Фридриха Паулюса, бывшего заместителя начальника генерального штаба, взятого в плен под Сталинградом.
Трибуналу передана заверенная выдержка из документа номер 72.
Там говорилось, что план нападения на СССР был запущен в действие 3 сентября 1940 года.
Паулюс, собственно, был одним из основателей разработки плана Барбаросса, плана нападения на Советский Союз.
Чтение этих показаний вызвало среди подсудимых необыкновенный переполох. Судя по всему, некоторые из них не знали, что фельдмаршал жив. В 1943-м по приказу Гитлера в Германии был объявлен 3-дневный траур в связи с гибелью 6-й армии, разгромленной под Сталинградом.
В битве под Сталинградом была пленена большая группировка немецких войск во главе с фельдмаршалом Паулюсом. Паулюс был пленен, перевезен в Москву. Немецкое же командование поспешило объявить о его гибели. Он даже был похоронен якобы в пустом гробу. Гитлер лично нес этот гроб и был похоронен как герой.
Не меньший ажиотаж заявления фельдмаршала вызвало и в рядах адвокатов. Рушилась вся их стройная система защиты.
Основной концептуальный тезис немецкой адвокатуры заключался в том, что Германия вообще не планировала нападать на Советский Союз, а то, что началась война по ее инициативе, это было лишь превентивной мерой, превентивный удар, поскольку Советский Союз стал сосредотачивать войска на западных границах.
Адвокат Нельте, защитник Кейтеля, заявил, что у него нет оснований верить этому документу. Паулюс должен выступить с показаниями лично. Кроме того, он не давал присяги. А вдруг свидетель обманул высокий суд?
Нацистская защита потребовала его присутствия, и тут советская делегация в лице отца говорит: да, пожалуйста, мы готовы. Судья спрашивает: ну а сколько вам потребуется времени, имея в виду там дни, месяцы? Ответ отца был лаконичен: около 15 минут. Он находится в резиденции советской делегации.
Отец говорит, что тут все попадали просто. Вот он говорит, вот это была вот просто совершенно сенсация.
Операция доставки Паулюса в Нюрнберг была тщательно разработана и строжайше законспирирована.
Одним из инициаторов и разработчиков этой идеи был мой отец. Об этом было доложено Сталину. Сталин выслушал и сказал: ну что же, действуйте, но, товарищ Руденко, исключительно на вашу ответственность. Что такое от Сталина получить вот такое, значит, напутствие на вашу ответственность, по тем временам понятно.
Из подмосковного лагеря для военнопленных Паулюс был доставлен в Берлин. Оттуда в небольшой город Плауэн. Из Плауэна в Нюрнберг фельдмаршал и группа сопровождения выехали на 3 машинах ночью.
То, что наступило в зале, можно сравнить разве что с финалом пьесы «Ревизор». На скамье подсудимых просто паника. Геринг что-то раздраженно кричит Гессу, тот от него отмахивается. «Клянусь говорить правду, только правду, ничего кроме правды».
Вот это произвело эффект разорвавшейся бомбы. Вопрос первый. Подтверждает ли он показания, данные в Москве? Паулюс сказал: да, подтверждаю.
Да, он был перед войной заместителем начальника германского генерального штаба и лично участвовал в разработке плана «Барбаросса». Да, он признает, что с самого же начала этот план задумывался как план нападения. Ведь его разрабатывали в августе 1940 года. Первоочередная задача – захват Москвы, Ленинграда, всей Украины. Дальнейшая задача – Северный Кавказ с его богатствами и нефтяными источниками. Главная стратегическая цель – выход на линию Архангельск-Астрахань и закрепление на ней. Политическая цель – уничтожение Советского Союза как государства.
Геринг закричал истерично, что вы предатель, там, и так далее, и так далее.
Никто не догадывается, чего стоило Руденко это признание фельдмаршала.
Что бы было, если бы он не просчитал бы Паулюса, и тот бы отказался от своих показаний. Одно дело давать показания в Москве, и другое дело на своей родине. Гарантий не было никаких. Вот этот момент отец вспоминал очень часто.
Что заставило Паулюса пойти против своих? У него были личные потери на этой войне. Один из сыновей-близнецов тяжело ранен, другой погиб на фронте. Зять, муж единственной дочери, тоже не вернулся домой.
И внучка, которая очень скоро умерла. Достаточно большая плата за чьи-то экстремальные планы.
Был и еще один важный фактор. О нем стало известно совсем недавно.
Когда Паулюс сдался в плен, с ним очень активно работали. Это была талантливая работа советских разведчиков, к нему представленных. Плюс у Паулюса появилась советская подруга, настоящая подруга, медсестра, которая была ему близка, с которой они жили. Думаю, что и она тоже на него влияла.
Для многих немцев Паулюс так и остался предателем. Но были и другие.
99% этих вот людей, которые прошли через горнило войны, они совершенно четко отдавали себе отчет, что он прав. И честь офицера все-таки говорить правду.
Вот имена сынов Израилевых, которые вошли в Египет с Иаковом. Отцом их вошли каждый со всем домом своим.
Сегодня, когда должны допрашивать Геринга, один из нью-йоркских журналистов, представляющий крупный пресс-концерн, за несколько минут до начала допроса занял телеграфные провода, связывающие Европу с Америкой. Его секретарша начала передавать по обоим каналам Библию. Есть, оказывается, на Западе телеграфное правило. Однажды начатый текст прерывать нельзя. А из редакции уже летели грозные телеграммы. «Куда вы пропали? Почему молчите? Срочно передавайте все о Геринге». И так все время, пока не начался допрос.
«И сказал народу своему: вот народ сынов Израилевых многочислен и сильнее нас. Перехитрим же его, чтобы он не размножался».
Геринг не был толстой глупой свиньей, как его принято изображать в карикатурах. Несомненно, в своем роде это личность выдающаяся, незаурядная.
Заместитель главного обвинителя от Великобритании, сэр Дэвид Максвелл О'Файв, вспоминал.
Геринг был очень умным, способным человеком. На удивление, поскольку в Великобритании его не воспринимали всерьез. В прессе его представляли не иначе, как клоуном. Но Максвелл О'Файв считал его способным.
Перекрестный допрос начинает главный обвинитель от США Роберт Джексон. Геринг держится спокойно, ведет себя вызывающе. Вы с самого начала намеревались свергнуть, а затем действительно свергли Веймарскую республику. Это всегда было моим личным намерением. А придя к власти, вы немедленно уничтожили парламентское правительство Германии. Оно нам больше не было нужно.
Я прочел все 45 томов застенографированного текста процесса. Столкновение Геринга на процессе с американским обвинителем Робертом Джексоном выглядело впечатляюще, потому что Джексон пытался его атаковать, а у него не получалось.
Ничего не получалось, потому что Джексон хоть и был великолепным юристом, но не имел ежедневного опыта перекрестного допроса свидетелей. Это очень специфический навык. Это чуть не обернулось катастрофой для всего процесса. По мнению моего деда, если бы они продолжили в том же духе, Геринг бы не был осужден.
И хотя уже десятки свидетелей подтвердили подлинность плана Барбаросса, Геринг отпирается от участия в его разработке. Происходит знаменательный диалог между ним и его защитником. Расскажите, какова была тогда ваша позиция по вопросу о наступлении на Россию? Я сам вначале был застигнут врасплох этим намерением фюрера. Я сказал ему настоятельно, убедительно: прошу вас, не начинайте войну с Россией хотя бы в ближайшее время.
Нацистские лидеры отличались физической стойкостью в противовес полному отсутствию доблести и отваги. На процессе они показали склонность к подлому и гадкому обману.
Американцы терялись перед ним. У него был ответ на все. Когда говорили о преступлениях против человечества, он отвечал: а Хиросима и Нагасаки — это что, не преступление против человечества? Когда ему указывали на его антисемитизм, он парировал: я вижу негров в зале. Что же они не сидят рядом с белыми, а в автобусах у вас? Почему черные рядом с белыми не сидят? И когда Герингу говорили про концлагеря, он отвечал, что у Сталина были свои.
Геринг сводил на нет все усилия американского юриста, проводившего перекрестный допрос. Джексон едва ли смог что-то вытрясти из Германа, не помнящего себя от счастья. И мне пришлось вмешаться, чтобы сбросить его с пьедестала.
Решение о расстреле молодых офицеров должно было быть принято очень быстро, поскольку первый расстрел был произведен уже 26 марта. Вы согласны с этим? Решение было принято быстро? Я допускаю, что такой приказ, как мне доложили позднее, был отдан незамедлительно.
По-моему, перекрестный допрос Геринга мне удался. Моя работа всем очень понравилась. Джексон не просто выступил бледно, но даже в чем-то помог толстяку. А я, как мне кажется, задал ему хорошую взбучку.
Но это было еще не все. Геринг сильный противник. Допрос длился 3 дня.
Потом был поворотный момент. Тогда вмешался Руденко, который его уложил на лопатки и поставил перед фактами. В противоположность Джексону, поднимавшему вопросы политического характера, Руденко явился на процесс с подписанными Герингом документами, с неоспоримыми доказательствами, и сунул под нос Герингу все эти документы один за другим.
Страница 119 немецкого текста. Абзац подчеркнут красным карандашом.
Это документ от 16 сентября 1941 года. Здесь указывается: за жизнь немецкого солдата подлежат казни 50-100 коммунистов. Способ казни должен увеличивать степень устрашающего воздействия. Вы знали об этом документе? Этот документ не нравился мне. Он был направлен в какую-то служебную инстанцию. Я вас спрашиваю, служебная инстанция об этом документе докладывала? Я сейчас этого не могу сказать. Во время войны я слышал о нем в связи с тем фактом, что лично фюрером было изменено число, первоначально означавшее 5-10 человек, а потом фюрер прибавил 0. И тогда Геринг потерял присутствие духа. Говорят, что во время столкновения с Руденко у него начала дрожать рука. Он не нашелся, как ответить, потому что Руденко продемонстрировал документы, отправлявшие тысячи людей на смерть. И стало ясно, что Геринг не только был в курсе, но и участвовал в этой бойне.
Я призываю суд вынести всем без исключения подсудимым высшую меру наказания.
Эти последние записи я делаю дома. В соседней комнате стучат каблучки жены. Моя мама убеждает внучку есть кашу. Сын, должно быть, копируя меня, что-то пишет в тетрадке. С улицы доносится дребезг московского трамвая. За окном Москва. Моя Москва. И все, что я видел и слышал в далеком немецком городе, представляется отсюда страшным кошмаром, который хочется поскорее забыть. А забывать его нельзя. Нет, нельзя.